Hello, my beloved brothers in Israel. I want you to know that we are praying for you, that all members of the Redeemed Christian Church of God all over the world are standing by you at this very critical moment. The Almighty God, the Holy One of Israel, will give you absolute victory and give you permanent peace from now on in the mighty name of Jesus. It's going to be well with you. We pray that this one will be the war that will be the end of all wars in Israel. That from now on, it will be peace and it will be progress, and nobody will ever again disturb the peace of Israel. This is our cry to the Almighty God, and we believe He had heard us, and we believe that the answer has come. And very, very soon, this war will be over, sooner than later. It shall be so because we know that God answers our prayers. And we are crying to Him, we are fasting, we are praying, and we will get very, very good results. Hello, my beloved brothers in Israel. I want you to know that we are praying for you, that all members of the Redeemed Christian Church of God all over the world are standing by you at this very critical moment. The Almighty God, the Holy One of Israel, will give you absolute victory and give you permanent peace from now on in the mighty name of Jesus. It's going to be well with you. We pray that this one will be the war that will be the end of all wars in Israel. That from now on, it will be peace and it will be progress, and nobody will ever again disturb the peace of Israel. This is our cry to the Almighty God, and we believe He had heard us, and we believe that the answer has come. And very, very soon, this war will be over, sooner than later. It shall be so because we know that God answers our prayers. And we are crying to Him, we are fasting, we are praying, and we will get very, very good results.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. That depends on your geographical location. I am your host, Andrew, aka Electricity. And as you've heard, we are fasting and we are praying. From where he read from in the scripture is Psalm 122. And it is often advisable for one to read everything and put it in context. Earlier this year, the people of Israel came out en masse, according to reports, the greatest protest they've ever experienced in the nation of Israel, to push protests against the government judicial reform. By this, the government wants to take some powers away from the judicial that they have all or almost the power that the judiciary are supposed to have. But the people of Israel that we are praying for peace for, which is in the Bible, Psalm 122, they did not sit down and say, there are people praying for us. We should also pray. And the report says almost 500,000 Israelites or Israelis came out en masse to protest against the government judicial reform. Are we going to sit down and just pray and saying or thinking that prayer alone can or will build a nation? What exactly are they praying for Israel for? Is it the section that says that blessing is attached to it? But when you read the entire thing, it said, peace within your wall, prosperity and security within your wall. Where is the peace and security and prosperity within the walls of Nigeria? In the context of Nigeria, is this broadcast focused on? This is not against any clergyman or religious leader, regardless of whether you're a Christian or an imam or a far wherever you are. This is about nation building. And praying does not only or cannot only build a nation. It's there. If you Google it, almost, if not more than 500,000 Israelites protested against the judicial reform, against the government, judicial reform. And here we are. The same scripture, I know that's what I call balanced truth, says pray for the peace of Israel. The same scripture also tells us in 1 Timothy chapter 2 that we should also pray for our nation, that we may lead a quiet and peaceful life, and in all honesty and goodness. But how do we achieve this if all we hear is pray and pray and pray? The Israel that we're praying for, they didn't sit down. Look at the war between Israel and Hamas. They didn't sit down when they were attacked. That is a war outside. And the war within, where the government wants to what the judicial reform, the people, that is the war within. Read the scripture very well. The war within, which in the Nigerian context, we are fighting the war within. And as a result of the failure to fight that war within, there is no peace, prosperity, and success in that country. Israel has 24 hours electricity. I've not been there, but I can guarantee you they do. Yesterday, there are citizens that were taken hostage by the Hamas. There was negotiation, and some of them have been released. How about the ones that have been captured or taken hostage in Nigeria? What are we doing? We are only praying. Hence, I said the falsehood of prayer in nation building. Here is the key. When the sentence for a crime is not quickly carried out, people's hearts are filled with schemes to do wrong. You'll find that in Ecclesiastes chapter 8, verse 11. And this you're seeing on the screen, it's the focus of our discussion. Because in Israel, they carry out judicial, the laws there are respected, the legislators, and I can guarantee you, if a thorough investigation is carried out, there were rabbis, priests among those that protested earlier this year against the government to the judicial reform, wanting to take some power away from the judiciary onto them so that they can do whatever they want to do. Whether they were successful or not is beside the point. The point is, there was a reaction. They did not just sit down and say, you know what, let us pray for the peace of Israel. I guarantee you, those Nigerians or clergymen praying for the peace of Israel, only looking at what? At the attached, so that you can prosper. It is the prosperity that is ringing in their head, not really because of the peace of Israel, because we are also admonished to also pray for the peace of our own nation. But how can peace be achieved without the people rising up, just as they did? Google it. 500,000 approximately Israel came out to protest against the government. All we do is we complain. The judiciary is corrupt. All eyes on the judiciary. I'm going to put a link on the comment section, and I will take comment, and I will go into what is on the screen here. And what is on the screen here is taken from Ecclesiastes chapter 8 verse 11, and we will be looking at Romans chapter 3 about leaders and their functions. Then you will understand where I am coming from. Our religious leaders in the context of Nigeria have a very powerful platform which they can use to echo, to push for reforms. According to the video we just watched, everyone in Redeemed Christian Church of God are behind you. Can he also take to the podium to tell everyone in the Redeemed Christian Church of God worldwide to come out and protest for what? For a judicial reform, to protest what? Against this so-called cost of governance, to protest against police brutality. Can he do that? Take to the podium? I doubt it. I'm about to post the link on the platform for those of you who wants to come in and join. The link will be there for a while, and it's out there right now. I will be reading in respect to what is on the screen. I will be reading a portion of the scripture, which is Romans chapter 13. Then I will put a question out there in the context of the topic, the falsehood of what? Of prayer in nation building, resolution 101. I'm going to take some comment. And sorry, why is this coming up? Okay. Thank you for those in the comment section. And prayer is not falsehood, but faith without work is the falsehood. Well, I have explained the reason behind that, sir. No one is disputing this. The point is, in the regards to nation, it does not have any effect because we're not doing the right thing. We are not doing the right. God does not respond to this kind of prayer. What kind of prayer? Okay. Thank you for that, Chris Paul. Brian Okonko. So yes, pertaining to nation, the falsehood is clear as the understanding the context is key here. Thank you for that. Nigerians are prayer warriors. Okay, thank God for that. Whereas a nation building is not a spiritual affair. That is not 100% correct. Nation building has to do with spiritual affair, but also equally has to do with what we're doing the right thing as well too. So that is not 100% accurate. So if we pray for Israel, does it mean prayers alone makes a nation? No, prayers alone does not make a nation. As I explained, there was a protest earlier this year in Israel against the government in respect to judicial reform. But They did not just sit down and say, Ovie Mazi, Ovie, righteous man, who are at the background, and everyone, they are praying for us, and they are not going to do anything about it. They fought, they protested against the government in respect to what? To judicial reform. But what are we doing in the context of Nigeria? Because if we can come out, I'm going to bring you guys in. A nation cannot be built on prayers alone. It requires a collective effort, skills, and determination of its people. That is what we're saying. But we must correct that falsehood of prayer in nation building alone. If you think Nigerian pray alone, then you have a problem. Well, if Nigeria does not pray alone, then you need to clarify, then why are we not seeing changes, if you don't mind? Nigerians call on God of Israel. Israel are using iron dome. Nigerians are using blood of Jesus. All right. I'll take that as a covered section in that aspect. So is it prayer that is stopping you from fighting within? You that support Tinubu hypocritically want to advise us not to pray. You're entitled to your opinion, but it's okay. There's no evidence. If you can provide me evidence to that, then I will be able to respond to it. You are the one making the allegation, so provide evidence. Nigeria is the most prayerful nation, more prayerful than Jerusalem and Mecca, but put together. But these are advanced nations. So I will come to the comment again. So I'm gonna go to a righteous man. You're the first person to join. But before you say anything, I want to read a scripture and put a question to you guys. The scripture I am reading from is Romans chapter 13. That is putting this statement on the screen and the topic into what? Into context. It is Romans chapter 13, verse 1. Romans chapter 13. It says, and I read, let every soul be subject unto the higher powers, for there is no power but of God, the powers that be ordained of God. Whosoever therefore resisted the power, resisted the ordinance of God, and they that resist shall receive to themselves damnation. This is verse 3. For rulers are not a terror to good works, but to the evil. Without them not be afraid of the power, do that which is good, and thou shalt have praise of what? Of the same. Here is the question. If the rulers are supposed to what, or are put there to punish evil, and the rulers are the one carrying out such evil, how do we address that matter in light of what? That statement in front. When the sentence for a crime is not quickly carried out, the ruler or the rulers are required to carry out what? Sentence, or to judge, or to carry out punishment against those who performed evil, or the act of what? Of evil or wickedness. But the rulers are the one, in the context of Nigeria, present day Nigeria, the rulers are the one perpetuating that evil. Should we sit down and just pray, or take to the street like the Israelites did in respect to judicial reform that they protested? Please, the floor is yours. Who came in first? Righteous man, the floor is yours. Then we'll go to Ovi. Then we go to Ife. Then we'll take comments. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good evening from here. Happy Sunday. Electricity, you've done so well, and may I borrow this word to say I'm proud of you. You've shown excellence in leadership. Ovie, good evening. Sister Ife, good evening. Yeah. Back to the issue of the day. I once asked in this platform, maybe in the wider platform, I don't know if this one is different from the Rudolph platform. I asked a question. I said, could it be that there is something we have done spiritually that is backfiring on us? And that day, I was eaten up by the panelists. Everybody just jumped on me and said, no, no, no. And then just last week, Arise News interviewed the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Professor Bolaji Akinle, and he repeated the same thing. He said he is quite convinced that God Almighty is punishing Nigeria, meaning that you can't separate spirituality from leadership. You don't need to be a Christian or a Muslim to practice spirituality. I have been in China. Yeah, they are not a Christian or a Muslim nation, but they are highly spiritual people. You go to India, they are highly spiritual people. And so, for any person to say that spirituality has no contribution towards the advancement of the society, I did make a reference that day. Those who lived in Britain or within the United Kingdom should read the book of John Wesley. As at that time, this Great Britain today was not great. They were struggling. There were men who went on their knees to cause a revival and a revolution in the land through prayer, which is spiritual. And things change. I remember one of the history books I read that it came to a time that things were not moving well with the Great Britain. They have to come on the street and got those who were called witches and wizards and began to slaughter them. You can Google this information and get them. And then the remaining witches and wizards who escaped the dissing now agree that they will not use their craftsmanship to do wickedness, but to do good.
Man, let me interrupt you there. In the context of Nigeria, who are those you will consider to be the witches and wizards that they need to bring out?
Now what I'm trying to say is this. You see, Nigeria is a complex society, very complex, that what divides us is more than what unites us.
I will have to stop you there. What divides us, what unites us is more than what divides us. I will have to push that back, because what unites us is more than what divides us. So now I'm going to ask you to list 5 things that divide us and 5 things that you think unite us.
I will be able to list 5 things that that divide us, and I will not be able to give you 5 things that unite us, but I can give you 2 or 3.
I will come back to you. Ovie, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you.
Praise the Lord, somebody.
Hallelujah.
The Lord is good. Brethren, praise the Lord. Wow. Okay. Well, assalamu alaikum, Jama. Can everybody hear me? It's as if I'm talking to myself.
Ovie, you can see us laughing. That means we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, we're not worry. We're not go ask for offering now. No, but let's see how the service progress. Righteous man. Good morning. Happy good afternoon. Good evening, wherever you are. Ify, Happy New Year. Righteous man, thank you for refreshing my memory with what you started with. I think this week so far, that episode, that section, that part stand out for me. It was between, I think the guy that you asked that question, it was the guy that spoke first, Wale, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe not first time for the platform with that, because I was in background listening. And then Righteous man came in and asked that question. if not spiritual, if our problem is spiritual. I was actually, forced to come in. I won't come in there. I think I tried, but I don't know what happened. Then Tunanja, who was anchoring the show then, decided to just overlook the whole. Okay, Wale was saying solution. It was alluding to solution oriented discussion and all that. How do we organize? How do we move forward and all that? That is ready to, you know, within that direction. And then Tunanja just overlooked it and just play it cool. Then uh, Jagon came in and actually spoke my mind. Although the guy went, he went hard, and I get every bit of it by calling two Niger out. That for the very first time, somebody actually says something potent instead of us to capitalize on it. We just, and it was so hard on. I mean, we can disagree with how called to Nigeria hard, but he was spot on. And to me, that is at the core of our problem, right? The
Okay,
question that
Ove,
just
can you please highlight what Mr. Wale said, please, if you don't mind?
yeah, that's
Help
that's
us.
what I think. I can't. Okay, I as in word to word, I cannot remember, but I remember vividly that he was pointing out that it's that time we start discussing solution oriented topics, idea. How do we organize? Even not on the screen, how do we come back? How do we go on the background? Even though it was actually pointing at people who are on the screen at that time, that how do we go on the background and organize? Although he was trying to exclude himself on the premise that he in a very straightforward way is very contented, he doesn't want to be corrupted and all that, but he's willing and ready to work with anyone who is trying to do anything out there. Right? It was talking about solution rather than complaining. How do we organize? How do we go from here to the next step by taking action? He was speaking around that premise, right? Jagu was so angry because I think things things like that is already going on the background within them, with which he said that Tunanja is at the core of it. That why didn't he use that opportunity to say, come, yes, we are doing this. How do you, I mean, just to expatiate on that and actually let people aware that so things are actually going on. But he just played smoothly and let it go. Right. And that's why I actually want to come in yesterday and attack him when he was bent on for us to discuss human hair, which I don't know where that is coming from. But when that day, that party, I mean, maybe you should go back. If that just man is here, that day, I don't know if that Tuesday, Wednesday, within the week, or it was last weekend when he asked that question. It was that episode, that particular section was everything you want to know about what is wrong with us, where we need to go, where we are. Everything is there. Because even though it was out of anger, Jagun was spoken, but it was spot on. I want to say, okay, when it's time to actually, somebody's actually say, okay, yes, I'm ready. And actually, it's just like you applying you're already doing some work in area of how to recall a senator or any of our elective officials, right? You're already doing something regarding that area. Imagine if today's if first time on the show, I now said, come on, I think there's something we can do, right? How do we come together? Well, there's something that we can do to make sure we recall our senators, right? And me being the anchor of today, I will just say, yes, yes, I just, you understand? You will be angry even if you are not here. You will be angry. I say, come on. So let's say now, righteous man will not say, let's me use righteous man in place of jargon. Righteous man will not decide to say, go hungry at me and say, come, Ovie, why are you acting as if you don't understand what if you just said? You know quite well that there is a guy named Electricity who is working on that direction. Instead of you to say, come, there's something going on here, you just keep quiet. But you decide to act as if that guy is not making any sense. You understand? And this is the scenario that played out. You understand? That's just
In,
exactly what played out.
Yeah, in respect to today's program, can you
And
weigh
I'm
in
going,
on it, please?
yeah, exactly. No, because I was actually going there when you asked me to say exactly what Wale said. But now, why today is related to what happened. That is what the question that actually started, that actually even put fuel to the fire was the question Righteous Man asked: is Nigerian problem spiritual? Right? So it ties to what you are discussing about prayer. I mean, prayer and spiritual thing,
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken.
yeah,
So
prayer
he
is
asked that
spiritual.
question, which to me, that's where it's at the core of our problem. Because we all, an average Nigerian wants to go to heaven. 99% of us want to go to heaven. So consciously and subconsciously, you walk towards that. That's why it's easy for us to say, God go do them. Make we forgive them. So the same thing, but I am not going to say prayer is good or prayer is not good. But I am saying this is the time for us to take advantage of any organization that is actually going on there. Prayer is organizing people, is bringing people together. How do we take advantage of this existing structure? Even though they are not our structure, I'm talking about the religious houses, and not just build, not just a political party, but a political union. If there's anything I will give Obi credit to, he has always shown us inroad how to penetrate the churches. Anybody can criticize him as well, like how they want. I don't give a fuck if it floats a religious campaign. There's nothing more religious than a Muslim ticket, right? But it's politics. It's about how you push your narrative. The more you push your narrative, the better for you. So, of course, the narrative is against Obi this time around because the other guys are putting more light on, oh, Obi was going from church to church to church to church. And instead of them to actually say, you know what, you can go to hell as you want, but they start defending because that's what this game is all about. You are at a disadvantage if you're always defending, right? Let the prayer continue. We need 20,000 prayer warriors that we believe in our cause. What is our cause? How do we either force the elite to actually carry revolutionary change within the existing system, or how can we run them out of time? I am for the fact that I am for the fact that they have to find a way to carry out revolution with the current system if we don't want to do away with it, which is what we need: state autonomy. These guys can, if the way things are going is elite against every other person else. There is no way we can beat them to this game the way it's structured.
Okay, okay. Let me stop you
Again,
there.
hold on, hold
Once
on, hold on,
no,
hold
no,
on,
no. No, you're
hold on,
still
hold on,
talking.
hold
The
on.
floor is still yours. The floor is still yours. Earlier this year, over 500,000 Israelis came out to protest against the government in respect to judicial reform. No one is saying prayer is not good, and that is not the purpose of the topic. The prayer, we're praying for Israel. If you watch the video that was played earlier, but despite them praying, or in spite of them praying, they still came out to protest against the government. And all we are saying is all eyes on the judiciary. They stole our mandate. Who is protesting? The floor is back to you. If I'll come to you.
Because they are politically conscious. Go to the Philippines. Now church they run things. The Arab scheme that we all quick to refer to, at the end of the day, it is the religious wing that won the overall battle that produced the president. I am not against that. As I say, it's that time we take advantage of that structure, the prayer warriors. How do we conscientize them before the elite take advantage of them? What do I mean by that? The highest reform, the biggest political movement, political third party ever in the history of any movement is what? The civil rights movement is led by what? By whose people? We all know the Martin Luther King is what? It's a theology. It's more. It's nobody pass any one of us,
It's a
right?
protestant. Yeah,
And
it's a
and
protestant.
that movement. Hold on. That movement changed America for what it is today. And guess what? The consequence of that is now the government to come and take advantage of that and said what? And they reorganize the religion sector and tell them, come, we go to give una money. We no one hear una pimp for any political agitation out there. If you can testify to this, when is the last time you see any religion house organization in this country protest because they are being financed by the government now? We are getting there. That's why I say let us take advantage of the church now first. I am not saying we should go against them. Let them keep praying, but it's that time we conscientize them. They have to be part and parcel of the struggle. The only way you can make it to heaven if you will serve God well. How do you serve God well when you live in abject poverty, when you don't have light in 2023, when you cannot feed yourself, when you don't have road to even convey yourself to that church, when you cannot even close your eyes in church and pray to God peacefully without you being killed? We just have to let them keep it. It's good for them to pray because guess what? It brings people together. Anything that will bring people together is that time we go in there and conscientize them. That is why today I am 100% in support for what IPOB is doing. We need to actually study them because if there's anything, you can sit an IPOB believer down today, tell him, convince that person that 100% there is no way Biafra is going to happen. He or she will go listen to you and go, okay. Forget deep down. Now rubbish they talk. That is the conviction we need. That is a movement, and we have to give Nnamdi Kanu credit. He did not actually wait and say everybody should come on the street. He just went behind the mic. And look at how far he has gone to conscientize the youth of Nigeria more than any other living Nigeria today. As I speak, anybody can challenge me on that. Nobody has conscientized Nigerian youth individually in this country, at least for the last 30 years, that Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu is the only one today, individual youth, outside the politician, outside Muhammad Buhari, or outside our religious leader, that will come out today and say, you know what, I want 1 million Nigerians does not drink water for 5 days, and it will happen. That's followership, that's conviction. There's no other person in this country that can do that, outside politicians or our religious leader. Nnamdi Kanu can achieve that. We
Thank you
have
very
to
much.
study that if we actually want things to change. And when I say we the oppressed, because I don't care. It's that time we start identifying. It's not by political party anymore. It's about allegiance. Where our business leaders, where are their allegiance? Our royal fathers, leaders, where are their allegiance? All those are the elites. When you have influence in society, you are an elite. All our content creators, where are their allegiance? All our journalists, where are their allegiance? That's what I mean by we. When I use the word we, that's what I mean. It's time for us to start conscientizing people. The prayer water should continue. We shout out with penetrate mountain of fire. Yes, the enemy should die, but you should understand that for you to have energy, to pray that prayer 24 hours, you must chop. How do you chop today when your buying power is slowly? I'm not even slowly this time around, they run away from you. So it is our time not to criticize them per se, but make them understand that the core for their God to answer that prayer, for God to actually answer that prayer the way they want it, they have to be well off economically. There's no two way about it. There's
Thank you
no two
very
way
much.
about it.
If the floor is yours. Thank you. If don't go because I picked on something you said that we are going to flesh out in respect to in regards to where we need to find out where their allegiance is. That is very, very important because recently there was a report in respect to money spent in Lagos, the amount of money that was spent in rebuilding or refurbishing one of the Oba's palace or the palace of the Oba. The floor is yours. Thank you for joining.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Mr. Electricity, hi. Ovie, good morning.
Morning, Ife.
This is one topic I hate to discuss about when it comes to politics. I hate to talk about it. Number one, it's not only Christians that we have in Nigeria. We have other religions. So I'm always cautious when I talk about, discuss about religion and politics. However, let's discuss the context in general. First of all, we have prayed enough in Nigeria. All of us, me, you, and Ovia, we all live in a developed country. They did not fix their economy by praying. Let me go back. What righteous man said about spirituality, it doesn't have anything to do with what is happening in Nigeria. What is happening in Nigeria has to do with the greed among the Nigerians. It doesn't have anything to do with God. You see, the other day I was talking to my friend. I said, imagine if we have winter in Nigeria. And she said to me, everybody will be dead, including the elites. Look at what is happening in Israel. You said something that Israel came out and protested sometime this year against the judiciary. It doesn't take religion to do that. It takes human decision. In any country that is moving forward, you can pray all you want. Go and look at all the prayerful nations. The most prayerful nation in the whole world is Afghanistan, followed by Nigeria, I think followed by Algeria, then Iraq, what is it called? The other country, and the rest of them. Go and look at where they are. There is no country in this world that I will tell you that have succeeded through prayer. China is the least prayerful nation in the whole world. Look at them. They have taken over the whole world. In Nigeria, we pray from morning till evening, and look at where we are. Everything we say, leave it, God will take control. How? When? If we don't wake up from slumber, if we don't wake up from what is happening in Nigeria, it's going to get worse. Common electricity we don't have. Here, once the electricity trips up, I think they took the light last night because I can tell when the clock on the stove start blinking. I did not pray. Ovi, I'm sure you don't pray when there is no electricity. Likewise, electricity, I'm sure you don't pray.
Actually, in respect to what you just said, I often tell people in Nigeria, you don't exercise faith for electricity in Nigeria, you'll be highly disappointed.
I mean,
And that accounts for everything.
The only thing you see it on news, breaking news, breaking news. This is what happened there. This thing is working on it 24 hours. It doesn't take prayer. Why do we keep deceiving ourselves? I haven't seen anybody that lead the protest. The religion leaders, religious, all of them, they are there. They're there flying their private jets. Most of their kids are abroad. So why should they lead the protest? We are being deceived every day in and out. When you are sick, you can't go to the hospital. Your religious leader will tell you, take this oil, but most of them are here taking blood pressure medicine, having surgeries. Who are we deceiving? There is nothing like spirituality to what is happening in Nigeria. They discussed, I know you say you're going to talk about the money, what happened in Lagos State and the Abia State in terms of financial. Is that spirituality? Isn't that stealing? Eh? How can you attribute that to religion? Why should everything be all about prayer, prayer, prayer? You telling me that somebody, okay, I turned on Instagram today, somebody was saying, follow me and give the testimony. Thank God that I went for my driver's license and I passed one sitting. I said, Jesus Christ of Nazareth, is this what we have? I wanted to. Passing your driver's license is a celebration. You have to give testimony. We give testimony about everything. And still, we are suffering. Is our God different from the God in America? These are the people that brought religion to us. And now we have taken over. We have even taken over them. They don't even talk about religion anymore. They came and gave us Western education, gave us all these things, built schools for us, and left. They are developing their countries every day. You see kids. When I came to this country, I mean, for those of you who are in school that know APA style writing paper, I was still struggling with that. My cousin who was in I would say in elementary school then, can just, when I finish writing my paper, she will immediately format the paper for me. It doesn't take spirituality. It was what they were taught in school. These kids, they learn young. But what we teach our kids is blah, 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 boo, 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 I mean, you people are shouting and screaming. But these people are teaching their kids about technology and how to go to the moon and the space and the sun and all that stuff. There is no nation in this world that can ever move forward, that can ever succeed, no matter how much you pray. If you guys don't take to the street of Nigeria to go and protest with what is happening. But you know one thing I love about my country? I know electricity, you ask, what's his name? Righteous Man, 5 things that unite us and 5 things that divide us. No matter how much we are so much divided, you see, there is still love in that country. There is still love. You see, people showed an act of kindness every day. That's one thing that, you know, sometimes make me believe that one Nigeria will slightly walk, not that it will walk so much, but slightly. Venezuela have oil. The cheapest thing you can buy over there is fuel. We have oil in Nigeria. The most expensive thing we can buy in Nigeria is fuel. Can you see the two? Does it take human spirituality to fix this? Americans, they don't even have oil like other countries do, but they have good reserves. I keep saying it over here. I live in the state of Georgia. Over here, you used to live here from my understanding before you moved. We got money when we had surplus. It doesn't take God to do that. It doesn't take spirituality to do that. It's all about people coming together to make the decision that, hey, this is what is going to work for this state, or this is what is going to work for this county. My sister, my cousin came from Nigeria to have a baby. She's in Virginia, and she called me. She said, Sister Ify, this country is beautiful. I say, Shay, the money is beautiful too. I said, it's beautiful because we work, we pay taxes, and you see what the money is used for. People pay taxes in Nigeria, right? Where is the money? It doesn't take human decision to borrow money to feed your country. It doesn't take human decision to borrow money to buy luxuries, very luxury car for your cabinet or for your legislators. A country in debt, and somebody in their right sense of mind will tell you, we need that type of truck or car because the roads are bad. Do you see how we think? Does it take spirituality for us to think like human beings? We can't even think reasonably. It's just like everybody's reasoning the same way. It's not about spirituality, it's all about the greed and the wickedness. Somebody mentioned it, Dubai was in, I mean, how many years ago we were loaning money to Dubai? Look at Dubai now. Dubai, they can even command water and make it rain, and it will rain because it's a desert. That is not spirituality. That is science and technology. That is not greed. That is the system working for its people. Why can't the same system work for us? All the money we recovered from this guy, the past president, Abacha, what did they use the money to do? Nobody can give account of what happened to that money. Let me just stop here. But it just doesn't make no sense. I hate to talk about this.
It doesn't even look.
Make no sense at all.
Hello, is my
We all hate to talk about it, Ife, but we have to talk about it. Here is the issue that when those in authority are required to quickly carry out, that quote you are saying there, it's actually from the scripture, Ecclesiastes 8:11, when it says, when the sentence for a crime is not quickly carried out, people's hearts are filled with schemes to do wrong. Our leaders who are required to carry out justice or quickly carry out the punishment are the one perpetuating or carrying out this evil. Do we solely resort to just prayer, or we are supposed to do something? Welcome, hashtag 6field. A man, righteous man. I will come back to you.
Electricity, please. They just seized light, and I need to go and get fuel to on my gen so that I can power this. Let me make my submission.
No. Righteous man, you cannot go. You have to pray for that fuel to come to you.
See, let me remove my second light. I mean phone. You see, it's dark. So let me make my submission before my this. Hold on. Just understand. You see, I was laying a foundation. Electricity. I was laying foundation to really bring down my point. You cut me short. And if you look at the time you gave others, you allowed them to lay their foundation and then made their submission. When I was talking about, when I was talking about
to crack a joke, I was about to crack a joke with you that you don't need to go.
No, I understand. I understand it's a joke.
And the
I understand.
will come to you. All right. Go ahead.
Yes, I understand it's a joke. Yeah, see, if he may have understood me, when I say spirituality, we are looking from the biblical context because you didn't quote the traditional laws from our traditional African worship religions. You picked up the Bible and you quoted from the Bible, which means you believe in your honesty or your thought. You believe in God, number one, and you believe that the Bible has its own role to play in our everyday life. That is part of spirituality. I am not saying prayer have to bring light, but hey, if we go furthermore, the America you are living today and enjoying and crisscrossing and praising it, the men and women 400 to 500 years ago who fought for the liberation of that country. That country was not like this 400 years ago. There were people of the scripture. There were people who understood the Bible. That is why they say, in God we trust. There were people who used the biblical words as a foundation for the nation. Forget that America have been blessed and they have completely driven away from the foundation that their forefathers, the founding fathers laid. Forget about it. But go back and read. I've not been to the US, but I have read the history of America time and over again. I have preachers in Santiago, Texas. You may know him. He's a popular preacher. John Hagee is my very good friend. These are men who will tell you that America was founded on righteousness in the Bible value. And that's why if you Google today, America is by population, let me finish, please.
Okay,
by population, there is no country in the world that is number one in Christianity. It's America. Now, coming to the issue of Nigeria, you see, I didn't say prayer will give light. I never said so. I never say so. Every man that practices wickedness.
You said so. Nobody.
Okay. No, if he was saying spirituality, any man or woman that practices wickedness is as a result of the influence that is upon him or her. That guy that takes gun and go to the shopping mall and kill about 20 people, there is influence on him. You may call it depression, you may call it any scientific name, but in the other way around, there is influence. That influence could be spiritual. And so you don't take spirituality out of human existence. It doesn't make sense. There is form of spirituality in whatever we are doing. And the earlier we understand it, we will now find out where Nigeria and African problem starts from. The African spirituality has been altered. The African spirituality, it has been altered. And because it has been altered, like where I come from, my village, if you're a married woman and eventually sleep with another man, I am telling you, if you conceive in your time to give birth, that woman will die. Or your husband will be afflicted with illness. I am telling you raw practical things. These are African spirituality that have been altered, and that brought sanctity to the people as at that time. But today, the importation of foreign religion has altered the African spirituality, and that's why we are suffering. That's why we can't get it right. When I come back, I will tell you what divides Nigeria and what unites us. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Righteous Man. I need to put
Man.
welcome Field and Paul. I need to put something into context here. I don't think anyone has alluded or argued that being spiritual is wrong. But the same America that Righteous Man referred to today, let's look at the present thing happening there to the President Donald Trump. Yes, in God they trust. Nevertheless, the former president is in court almost every day for various shady business he did. That is what is called righteousness, right standing, getting things right. That is what we call righteousness again. So it's going to come back, and I am not going to say anything outside what he had said because I need to put some questions across to him.
From day one. Sorry, yes. Oh no, I just want to say one thing. I know I'm not going to take it. From day one of America to today, the difference between them and righteousness is like heaven and earth. I mean, our spirituality is like heaven and earth. I don't know where I come from. Which kind of because they say we go with trust. We go with trust, me. What if more? They get nuclear weapons. Go ahead.
God we trust. Yet, to a large extent, they practice They practice transparency, accountability, and fairness, and the rule of law. Yet, in God they trust. So, why can we not also practice the same thing? I don't understand. Like I said, it's going to come back. Hashtag 6Field. The floor is yours, please.
All right, thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. I've not been coming for some time, but this topic is very interesting. That's why I just decided to just breeze in and, share my own thoughts. I think we oversimplify the issues. Nigeria has an issue, and it has nothing to do with religion. In fact, religion is very important in building a nation, any kind of religion, because, religion helps to build a human being who is going to be, a member of that community, and it instills discipline. In fact, the best values that religion gives makes you, a responsible citizen. Now, look at it this other way: if there were no religions, be it traditional, be it Islam, be it Christian, maybe we would have had more crime, more irresponsible citizens, more people that do not want to obey the law, basically. So building a nation is different from religion. Religion is part of it. So if you want to build a nation, you don't tackle religion, because a lot of people came to big cities like Port Harcourt, Lagos, Kanu, just with a bag, one shirt on their back, and They slept under the bridge, and they found a church, a mosque, an African religion, and they began to be taught. They began to be motivated. They began to be inspired. They didn't involve in crime. The chances of being in crime was high, but they did not. And they persevered, and they sailed through, and today there are successes everywhere. So then, if you look at on the other aspects, Britain used to pray a lot, and I hear somebody was saying we pray so much, and we don't. I don't know how the person put it, but then Britain used to pray a lot too, a lot more than they do today, or they claim to do today. But they were not as terrible as we are. Now, growing up in Nigeria, the Islamic religion, those people that practice Islam from the up north, when I was growing up, we see them as very, very trustworthy, and you cannot divorce the fact that their religion plays a role. I'm not saying that people do not abuse religion. So I want us to not oversimplify the issues, so that we have an aggregate view of everything, so that you have a balance. Because when you oversimplify it, then you are going to be making a lot of mistakes. Okay, those people up north, you say, go meet that malam. That malam is not going to shit you. Then I was going to, yeah. And you can see everybody on the street, the malam is the one selling the lowest price. He's making his profit, but it's not overtly, about profit. So, I mean, that is the value of religion. Look at the UAE.
Sorry, let me stop you there.
I will finish. Then you stop. I don't have so much time.
The floor is still yours. The floor is still yours. Okay.
I don't want to lose my train of thought. I'm not very eloquent.
All right. Okay. Go ahead.
I lose my train of thought all the time.
Okay. Go ahead.
Like the UAE, you cannot divorce the success that they have achieved from their religion. You can't divorce it. The values. There are no crimes there. In fact, Nigerians that have gone there, that have lived there, they attest to this fact. You can't divorce that. Their religion, the impact, the effect of the person the religion has built from those traits. Now, take Nigeria for instance. Growing up, people used to come to Christians that are very fanatical, very, there's a general word, Christians. There's those that are practicing Christians. There's a church called Deeper Life. When I was growing up, very young, companies will come, say, please, I need workers. Give me your members who want to work. That's true. Nobody can deny. I'm witness to it. I know. They say, give me your members who can work. Give me your members who can be an accountant. Because they will not add 0, they will not defraud. So that is what religion does. That is what religion does. I'm not saying that. I'm saying balance it. I'm not saying. I'm not saying. What I'm saying is that don't simplify it. If you simplify it, you make a lot of mistakes. Now, another example. I'm beginning to miss my train of thought.
Okay. I think you've lost your train of thought. I think so, because the reason why I say you've lost your train of thought is I did not simplify it. The examples you gave, citing the Deeper Life and citing the Malam in up north, they did not just resort to just prayer. The reason why people can come to Deeper Life to say, give us some of your members, is because they practice honesty. They practice honesty. Okay. Now, in the present day Nigeria,
can I just finish, please, sir? I beg your pardon. Okay, they practice honesty because they are taught. Those are the values that you get. Just like you want to practice, you want to be stoic. You want to be stoic. You want to be recognized as somebody who is stoic and disciplined. You are going to imbibe the culture, the values, and it's going to be through the teachings. So they will go every day. They will hear the teachings, and the instructions is what they imbibe. And over time, those instructions becomes a reflection, of their daily lives and their conversations. I mean, when I mean conversations, I mean their entire lifestyle, everything they do. You know, so, but if you, it's good. What I'm saying, my point is this. My point is this, that there's never too much prayer. The problem we have is that we haven't built a nation. Because in this world, there's what they call, whatever you believe in. I believe in God. There's creational phenomena. The cure for malaria was there in nature before it was found. You just have to find it. You get my point? You just have to find it. Like when you take a plane from Lagos, it takes you to the US. It wasn't like that before. People found the route to that. Okay, when you fly this way, you can get to the US. If you take a ship from Lagos, you can take the compass and you get there. What I'm saying is that nature does not like injustice. So you have not, you are offending nature. You're offending natural laws of existence. As a people, you don't have a nation. You haven't set things straight. It's not the church that will do it for you. You haven't set things straight in your country, the place you call a country, so that there will be rule of law, so that there will be justice, so that there will be fairness, so that there will be equity. Those are it's not magic. So, and it's not big. See, it's not a difficult task. It's because now we don't have a nation. That's why it seems difficult to do these things. Because we don't have a nation, there's no patriotism. Nobody is patriotic to the Nigerian state. If you find yourself in power,
I will have to stop you there.
If you find yourself,
hold on one second.
If you find yourself in power, let me round up. If you find yourself
can you give us time? Can you be giving us time so that we will not be repeating ourselves? Just time conscious, I beg.
If you find yourself, let me round up. I'm almost done. I just want to conclude now. I'm concluding.
You are repeating yourself at this point. You are saying the same
I'm
thing.
telling you.
Hold on, sir. Hold on one second. You would speak. You've highlighted a lot of important facts.
But if I'm done, then I'm done. Then I can let you speak. I'm concluding.
Sir, I'm the moderator. So
Okay.
I'll still continue to. I will allow you to speak, but I need to put things in context or in perspective. Okay. You've highlighted people being honest and everything. These people you highlighted, are they not the ones that are supposed to build the nation, or will be used to build a nation? It's a question to you, because you said we haven't built a nation.
They are the ones. Okay, they can't build a nation for you, because just like you, if you set up this organization, now you are telling me that I'm the moderator, and it's okay, sir, and I rest my peace. Once you mention that I'm the moderator, I rest my peace, because you set the ground rules. You can't just put people and there are no ground rules. Like, a lot of people are very honest Nigerians, responsible Nigerians. They never had any crime in their life. So what change has that brought to the economy? In their own little corner, just like everybody here, you might say, okay, in your own little corner, you're doing your best. What change has that brought? You have to, like, if you want to be a member of an organization, there has to be rules.
Oh my God.
You have to set the ground rules. And people say, okay, we are going to obey these rules. And this is how we are going to live. This is how we are going to do things. It has nothing to do with religion. Don't mix it up. They are bad. Of course, people practice religion in a bad way. Fine. But religion will not be, religion, these people, you say they pray too much. It's not their fault. They pray everywhere. They pray everywhere.
I will have to stop you, because nobody have ever said, neither did I say people pray too much. Okay? If you follow this broadcast, all I'm saying, I said here is that prayer alone does not build a nation. So that is why the topic says the falsehood of prayer in nation building. I also highlighted about the Israelites, or the Israelis, going in protest earlier this year against the government in respect to judicial reform. So I would like to correct that record to let you, nobody has ever said that here. Even Ovie said, let's leave them to pray. Let the prayer warriors continue to pray. Let's tap into that thing. And so, with due respect, that is incorrect. So I would like to correct.
An observation. Please give us time. If not,
okay,
I mean, so that
I'm
everybody,
not to give
there's
time.
a need, because there's a need for all of us to make it very fast, because we disagree with him, but we cannot interject. So give us time so that we use our time to interject. So that things go smooth.
I am going to give it time. I really don't want to do that, because I want people to talk freely, but I will make a time so that we can just make our
Yeah,
point. So
somebody go, one person go talk for 1 minute, somebody go wait for 2 hours before you go talk again. I
okay.
mean,
So
they boring
as
like
it
that.
is now, we all have 3 minutes. And if you have a rebuttal to do, the rebuttal does not come into your time. If you have clarification to seek, it does not go into your time. So, for example, Paul is next to speak. Anyone can rebut him, but you have to allow him to finish his 3 minutes time. Then you can rebut or seek for clarification. I hope this is okay with everyone on the platform in practicing fairness. Paul, the floor. I think you came in before Mr. Blackstone and KJ. So the floor is yours, Paul. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, and good morning. Yeah, talking about my brother, righteous man. I've seen him many times with his big Jesus Christ in his neck. And he talk about America, that America is doing well because of their religious people. My brother, you get it all wrong. From your word, 400, 500 years, there was no America. And even when there was America, the people that were happened to be America that we know for 500 years are very barbaric people. These are British people who traveled to Africa to take human beings to make them work in the cotton farm, in the sugarcane farm as slaves. These are very wicked people. Do you call that religion? The Native Americans that happen to be the real Americans. They didn't come to Africa to come take slave. The British people were the one that come to Africa to take people of color to America. They are very wicked and barbaric people. And when they even moved down to America, they begged for land to put prisoners. They invaded the land and they even killed the people who owns the land. They try to esteem the people who owns the land. They are not Christians. They are very barbaric people. If there's anything you will say, they might be very good business people. You understand? For themselves, like very wicked people, like the politician we have today. Or maybe somewhere along the line, they grow it to say, live and let's live. That's how America started doing well. But they are not religious people. So let's take this out because you use one word, in God we trust. In God we trust has nothing to do. Everybody have his own slogan. As a Christian, as a Catholic, you have your rosaries in your car, in your neck, in your children's neck, in your offices, in your businesses, and everything. As a Muslim, you have your tessibih in your hand, in your business, anywhere you go. But as a traditional ruler, if you have that, some people can even pull their kids away from you. Nobody want to associate with you. So these are all the things that we are having. So we don't know how to put things in place like respect one another. But when we want to talk business, let us talk business. When we want to put law, there is a reason why they make laws. You understand? They make laws for people to obey the law and for people not to be bigger than the law. And when you put all these things together, it make an institution grow. And when its institution grow, institution is what brought about nations. You understand? So when you think about prayer, the Israel that some of us will talk today, like maybe religious country in our own context, you understand, depends solely on the West. Everything that Israel is fighting, using to fight today, America is giving them. You understand? They depend on the West. They didn't go there and pray. Saudi Arabia, who happen to be a great Muslim nation, America protects them. There's a US base in Saudi Arabia. There is US base in Qatar. You understand? They protect them. They pay them to protect them because they understand all these things. They understand how to put things in place. And when you even go to places like UAE, the United Arab Emirates, what we fondly call Dubai, you understand? These are very religious countries. Today in the UAE, their revenue is only 11% they are making from oil. They make good
Your,
percentage of their money on
your,
tourism.
your time
You
is up,
understand?
Paul.
Because
Your time is up, 3 minutes. But before you go, okay, your
Good one,
time is
Paul.
up.
Good one,
Before you
Paul.
go,
Good one.
yeah, before you go, I need you to look at, can you please look at the statement on the screen? When the sentence for a crime is not quickly carried out, people's hearts are filled with schemes to do wrong. The leaders we have today, their duties, or one of their duties is to what? Is to perform the role. Their role is to what? Is to carry out justice against crime. But they are the one perpetuating or carrying out the crime. How do we fix that? This got nothing to do with your time. I'm the one asking you that question.
Okay, so it's easy. I'll use one experience that happened. There is a pastor back in the days in Lagos called Reverend King, who abused so many people as a reverend. You understand? And they took him to court, sentenced him to death sentence and every other thing. Almost about the time for Tinubu to go for his second term. And Tinubu said, if I sign as a governor for them to take this man down, I'll lose all my votes from my Igbo community. Tinubu refused. Fashola refused. Ambode refused. Sanwo-Olu still refused. The guy is still alive, followed there. You understand? Every big personality that he put like that, they are still there. But every unknown person, they're taking them down every day. We cannot grow a nation that way. We cannot. You understand? We understand one part of the law. They say the long arm of the law will catches up with you. You understand? Like in America today, I'll give one small example again. When you enter case with federal, not state, you understand? 95% you're going to lose the case. You can't win the Fed. Why you can't win the Fed? They will be satisfied, enjoying, play with their phone. They are tracking you, waiting for you to make mistake, so that when they go in, they are going in to win the case. In our own case, we are just playing. We are not ready to do the right thing. That's why all these things is just there. And when people do things that way, it becomes another precedent for the next incoming big man to also understand that they're going to go scot-free. And that's how they think.
Thank you very much.
And it's so bad. That's my take.
Mr. Blackstone, the floor is just 3 minutes. I can extend. Pardon?
I said, Paul, how are you doing head?
Okay. I can extend any panelist time to just ask them to weigh in on something. So, Mr. Blackstone, the floor is yours. You have 3 minutes, and your time starts now. Thank you very much. If you can kindly focus on what is on the topic and what is highlighted on the screen, that would be much appreciated, so that we get to the point we are talking. We want to get. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Electricity, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your location. Yeah. First of all, I believe that there's nothing wrong in prayers, and prayers is very, very important to everybody. Everybody pray, either you are a Christian or a Christian, whatever you believe on. People do pray. One, I would like to first of all refer to a passage in the Bible, Second Chronicle 7 verse 14. All right, I know Electricity knows it very well. He said, "If my people, which are called by my name, shall pray and shall humble themselves and pray and turn from their wicked ways," he said, he will heal their land and bless them. That is a command. That's a biblical command. And I remember in the early 80s when sort of Christians, one pastor like that from the US, they took up that passage as a program for almost 1 year in the US, praying and using that passage. So what that was in that passage was actually committed, if my people can humble themselves and pray and turn from their wicked ways. Right? So in everything we are doing, every prayer we are making, there are conditions. God do not just let this flow like that. In every promises of God, there are conditions attached to it. And we all know that in everything, we have both. Everything has two sides. We have the good side, we have the bad side. Right? In every religion, people are there. There are good people, there are bad people. In politics, in everything, when you involve people, there are good people, there are bad people. So in this case, what do? I know very well that the people that bring changes, people that actually change a nation, they are less than 30% of the population, most of the time. And these people are the people that has love or heart for their country. And once that is lacking in any society, right, that society, that country is not going to grow, it's not going to develop. The evil ones are going to take over. And that's what we are seeing today in Nigeria, in most developed countries, in most developing countries. Sometimes we make reference to nations like Qatar and everything, because those people, they have heart for their nation. It's what you love, it's what you sacrifice for. It's not what you don't love. So, these things, when we learn to pray for our nation and turn from our wicked ways, definitely God will answer us and God will bless that land and the people will enjoy.
So what you are suggesting in respect to what is on the screen there, that as long as we've not turned from or the leaders have not turned from their wicked ways, so there ain't going to be prosperity or anything good that will come out in that nation. And how do the people the citizens address it? Should they invoke Section 68 and Section 110? Should they take to the streets like the Israelites did against the government to protest against judicial reform? So please, I need you to. And everybody's shaking their head. They've not heard me talk Section 68 and 110.
Yes, of course. The citizens, the citizens have in fact, the citizen has a lot to do, have the power to change things in the country, right? The citizens, right? If the citizen can stand out and stand on their ground and say this is what you want or this is what you don't want, the government has no choice, right? Like the Israelites that rose up and say stood against the judicial reform. They stood out. They did chicken out. You understand me? So I can remember the demonstration that took place in Thailand when Chinese government was trying to crack down on the democratic principles or rules in Thailand. You understand me? They came out. It took almost a month. We were in the street fighting against the police, everything. But because after that, the Chinese government have to go down and find a way to resolve that issue, because if the citizens can stand on their ground, because they are the people that vote the people there. So if they know they are right and they stand on their right, they can be able to change the nation. They can be able to change the bad rulers. They can be able to remove them from their power. Look at what is happening now in Ondo State.
Okay.
Whereby the sick governor refused to handle or to give power to the deputy. Now Tinubu is saying people should give peace and everything. It's not in the state. It's in Ibadan, and it's ruling from Ibadan. So at the end of the day, this is what kills a nation, because the rule of law no more applies. Because the people are not able to stand up and say this is what we want, and the people in power always take that opportunity to oppress the people.
All right, thank you very much. So, in conclusion, it's down to the people, down to you and I. Well, it doesn't matter where you are, whether you're in Nigeria or you're in diaspora.
Electricity. Let me just correct Blackstone. It's not Thailand. It's Taiwan.
Okay, Taiwan. Thanks for the
correction. Not Taiwan. No, not Taiwan. It was Thailand. That was, I think, last 2 years. This was Thailand last 2 years.
Okay. Paul, are you satisfied with that?
Okay, I agree.
Let the record reflect it. Gabriel, welcome. After Gabriel, we'll go to VA. After VA, we'll go to Righteous Man. You're back. Righteous Man, before you speak, a lot of people have questions for you, a rebuttal, and for you to seek clarification before you left. I hope you're able to get the fuel to buy at the price of 600 and whatever you bought it you bought it for. Let's continue. Thank you. First and foremost, let's thank you for joining us in spite of the situation in Nigeria, the electricity situation. I think in your absence, we voted in our hearts that you go to Israel and stay and you have a constant electricity. Gabriel, the floor is yours. After Gabriel, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
If any country believe in prayer without without you sacrifice for the citizens. It's just prayerless. You see, people talk of prayer. You'll be praying since before they born you. In that court, they'll be praying. I think Afghanistan, Nigeria are the countries that pray most. I think so. But look at the environment. Do Israel pray to conquer terrorists in Afghanistan in Israel? No. They go with the tools they have. You are sitting here talking about praying. You can pray. Prayer is good, fine. Don't be so godly. Say you are praying. You know God more than anybody. This so-called Christian religion you're talking about, before they come to Africa, we were having our traditional belief. We pray to God. Our forefathers pray. Before the Muslim religion came to Africa, people will be praying. They'll be praying before. God listen to their prayers. When you come and start talking about prayer with your borrowed religion, I feel ashamed. When your government people do not come out to hold their government accountable for their failure, things will remain the same. No matter how you pray it in tomorrow. The Jerusalem people pay money every year to go and the Christian pay to go and see the Holy Land, whatever. They are fighting war with weapons. Look, the Muslim going to Saudi Arabia. They are fighting their own Muslim brothers in the terrorist group in Yemen. Do they wait for Allah to come and fight for them? People are jokers. As long as the people keep quietly praying, the pastors and the jihad seeing corrupt the politicians, seeing ruling you people will not have good road, good governance, no good electricity. No, look at Mr. For the righteous man. You are buying fuel into the 1st century. In Germany here, they have churches, BB churches. Mr. Aldigi, I think this man is Mr. Aldigi, Mr. Blackstone. I think it's Aldigi, right? Do they have the churches they have in Germany here? Do you see young people go to churches also?
Please, can I just interject? Is it the church that will build the nation for you? What are you? You're mixing up the two.
No, hold on. If you want
The
to
church will not build the nation for you. You have not built the nation. You are blaming people that are going to church. That is the problem.
With due respect, I give people. Gabriel, hold on. If you want to say anything, just raise your hand. You don't like people. When I was interjecting you want to maintain your train of thought, and I think this also apply to others. So you have to allow people to maintain their own train of thought. If you want to say anything, just indicate. I say you can rebut, you can seek for clarification, but interjecting when somebody is speaking, they're going to lose their train of thought. I will appreciate.
If you want to give him time, you can give him time to talk. If you want to give him time,
it will have his time to talk. He already has his time to talk. Okay, so go ahead. Sorry about that. Thanks.
I didn't say you should not go to church, you should not go to mosque, you should not pray. What I'm saying, we should not let all this prayer be the key solution for your situation in Nigeria right now. It's not the situation. You'll be praying for many years. You still don't have 24 hours electricity. In Germany here, how many people go to churches here? I'm so ashamed for those of you who live in Western countries. You know the fact. You cannot even tell people the fact. You're talking any country without no prayer. You'll be praying for many years. Why you not stay in your country and keep on praying? Why you go to America? Why you go to UK? Why you go to Germany? If you think prayer is solve a problem. No. We don't say you should not pray. But we have to do the right thing. Look at the so-called jihad. There are some people who are the same people who are corrupting the politicians in that country. They prophesy this one going to win election. They prophesy they get alarm, what do they call it? Alarm in their telephone. God send them money through their telephone. They brainwash our people. Prayer cannot solve all the situation we have in this country. God is tired of Nigerians. They gave us everything. They gave us everything: manpower, environment, resources. We don't utilize these resources. We are calling on God every time. God is tired of you people. If you don't get it now. Don't come here and talk about church. You know God more than everybody here. I know God. I pray. But I don't need to sit down and pray. I don't go to work. I pray. I stay at home. Don't go to work. I'm going to pay my bills. You don't go to church? You don't go to work? You stay at home? Like Nigeria, they close their shop. They close their shop. They go to the church Monday, Wednesday, instead of people going to their job. Tomorrow, when you don't make your money, you don't progress. You say you call on home trouble. Why we don't have home trouble in Germans? They're progressing. They plan for 10 years, 20 years ahead. What are we planning for our generation? We're still here talking about prayer. The people have to rise up. Yeah, we keep on speaking. Prayer is not the key to our situation in that country. Not prayer, we're going to do that. We're going to wake up, do the right thing. That's it. Because if you can't see the same people at home, any country without no prayer is lost. You're just joking. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel. Ovia, the floor is yours. Let me say something before you speak, Ovia, in respect to what Gabriel just said. One of the reasons why people go to church every day is as a result of joblessness. There is no job. That's just the bottom line. And also this issue of electricity. Last week, there was a program held in one of these churches with name withheld. They want to enthrone their members. So the members should come to church with the same cloth, if I'm correct, every day, and the last day they should put on a new cloth, and that is the cloth they will use to enthrone them. Now, I sent money to the person, and I said, "Okay, will you go to church so that you get enthroned?" He said, "What do I mean? You already gave me money. I'm already enthroned. So why do I need to? Why do I need to go?" This is what our leaders are elected for, to fix, but they are not doing it. And everyone here have agreed to a large extent. It's down to you and I, the people, to fix it. Ovie, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. I think for the first time in 1 year, I have to say I agree with Henry. It's not something that I can agree with today.
Oh, wow.
Paul, thank you for actually shedding light on that American story that our brother. I
I'm going to
see
stop you there. What do you mean for 1 year? That means you've been tracking Henry for 1 year, and this is the first time you agree with.
That is what record. Guinness Book of Record.
Me and Henry have something in common. It's bad enough we are from the same state, so we always go back and forth every night. Even though my senior brother him be, but so and I appreciate the fact that he actually take it with a smile. So I forgive me if the best for me before. I know the best for you again.
No, if I talk, people say the verse. I the verse because my country progress. I'm okay.
Okay, I agree.
Okay,
anyway, Paul, thank you for yes. Paul started by telling that the American story not be by God, and I totally agree with him. I think the American Revolution is one of the most successful revolutions in human history. Not just because I live here, but because from that point onward, it rose to rule the world as we speak today. How did they achieve it? Now, the same problem we face in the head of British, 9 Americans face. People know now the British people colonized America too. They were fed up of excessive tax. Somebody sit in London in the name of a king and quit detecting what happened to them. And they were fed up of that. How they started organizing, build militia, carrying arm and everything, start killing the British army. That is how the American that me and you see today came to be. It has nothing to do with God. All that one are political God we trust. Everybody trusts in God. They don't trust more than God than you. Neither did you trust. Do you trust God more than them? That's a political statement. Now, blood and sweat make them achieve where they are today, and it's still going on. They never see them one day in a praying nation. It's not a praying nation. But another thing again, and our guy will speak to, so also make the point that young man, you go to Lagos, you don't get anything to do, church will carry you. Right there, you can see the problem. It is because the system is not working. I can decide to jump in my car and say, no, I'm going to New York. I don't know anybody from New York. I don't get money for pocket. I will get to New York. I will look for a job to even have to enter a restaurant and wash place. I will survive. That is a system that works. Yeah, and it's a 24-hour economy. Whatever you face during the daytime, you go see her in the night. So I don't need to go church. Say, make church help me. No. So it is because the system is not working. Forget religion. Church is stealing up today because there's nothing for people to do. And that is why I said it's that time we take advantage of that, because a time will come. If you are paying attention, you understand that this incoming generation, they don't even know their culture, not obviously they won't pray. They prefer to go twerk, go whatever, dance, they won't go church. And that is a good sign. I like that. Right? I like that. So it's not going to no worry. The prayer will soon stop. It will stop. If you don't stop our generation, the next generation will stop. It will stop there. Then there's somebody, and the next thing we need to do. I'm not, as I said, let me keep praying. At least prayer bring thousands and hundred people together. The next thing is that how do we take advantage of that? By conscientizing them that your prayer is not effective if you don't get better food for stomach. You go dey fear to go pray night vigil because you don't know who will attack you for road, just because there's no security. You dey pray every and day, you dey read ungodly hour because there is no life for you to actually go library or go practice whatever you want. It is 2023. What is coming, we never understand and yet. So we should take advantage of that, go into them and conscientize them. I've lived in Qatar for over 2 years. They pray 5 times a day. Matter of fact, from Friday, no work. But guess what? Nobody cares. Things are working on fine. Again, I'm living in America. I don't know. Paul there. I don't know about prayer day or national prayer day. No, I don't remember the last time I prayed. Who gave a fuck? Things are working well. I have dated a Chinese girl who actually at the point rely on me to teach her Bible. Me, make her teach her Bible. That's to tell you, they don't even understand if God, when me and you they drag exist or not. Things are working fine. That's how we take advantage. As I said, we have to learn from every revolution that took place. The Arab Spring that we talk about, the Islamic Brotherhood. It's called Islamic Brotherhood because they are religious. They pray 5 times a day. But guess what? They understand that their life can be better off. Despite the fact that they pray. Egypt, for social wise, I think they are better than Nigeria. But they still took to the street because they are conscious. That's why I say I challenge every content creator, every one of us here to start conscientizing people. At least every Sunday we know where 10 and 1 million Nigerians go there. The days I church they pray. That's a good thing. How do we meet them halfway? Because that's what the politicians do. As I said, I don't have anything against Ojo Obi using church as a campaign. That is an eye opener. That means it can be done. Let's go in there, conscientize our churches, our Muslim brothers, because all of us, as Obi will say, nobody buy bread differently. So instead of criticizing them, I was trying to stop them. No, let's go and
Sanitize them.
conscientize them. You
Yeah.
need for you to go there and worship, dance the way you want to. One, you need to be well fed. You need to be well. 2023 now you go church. You go to look your back. If you hear any sound, everybody, that's 2023. In order for you to actually serve God without being scared of your environment, you need to understand that there's more work to be done outside the church before
Thank
prayer
you.
will work.
Thank you, Ovie. Ovie,
You
I'll come
finished
back to you.
everything.
Ovie, I'll
You
come
finished
back to you.
everything.
I'll come back to you because we, according to you, we need to capitalize on the churches, which is a very good point, and how we are going to capitalize or get in touch or get to these leaders. But if you're a woman, okay, most women don't drive in Nigeria at night. That is a fact. I have an auntie. She's late now. Anytime between 5-6 p.m., she doesn't drive. You were in Nigeria before. What gives you that confidence to drive in the US you are today, please?
I live in a country where there is security. I can drive at
And
any
what is or are the things that's responsible for that security, please?
It's the leaders, it is the government, it is the people. Everybody, all hands on deck. So, I mean, I agree with what Paul said, literally everybody, what you guys said. Well, before I came to this country, I used to be a prayer warrior. Let me tell you the honest truth. And when I mean a prayer warrior, a dangerous title. But when I came to this country, I saw that things are done. What we pray for is what the government provides for the citizens, free. My prayer life went down. It's not that I don't pray. I still pray. But the truth of the matter is that the things we pray for is the things we can provide for ourselves. The resources we have in Nigeria, what have we done with it? Literally nothing. We haven't done anything with the resources we have. It is only in Nigeria that somebody will close down an industry, a church will buy that building, build a church, and pray so that God will give them a job. Only in Nigeria. This is how we think. The amount of hardship in Nigeria, we have every church, every street in Nigeria have not less than 10 churches. And let's not talk about noise pollution. We can pray all we want to pray. Like Righteous Man was saying, America was this 400 years ago. Let me ask you something. Must we have to wait for 400 years for things to start working in Nigeria? So do we have to wait for 400 years to believe that 1 + 1 is 2? Why do we keep saying that it took these people how many years? It took these people how many years? Why? So, I mean, you don't want things get better. You don't want things to change in your era. You want that to happen when you are dead and forgotten. I don't understand the kind of mentality we have or the kind of reasoning that we have. Spirituality doesn't lift any nation up. Just like Paul, I think Paul or somebody said, every country has their whatever they stand on. In God we trust. In this, just like we have license plates, it doesn't mean that they pray a lot. I said it here one time when my sister came to this country newly on a Sunday. She was waiting to hear all the noises going everywhere. She was asking me, "Is today not Sunday?" I said, I said, why are you asking? Oh, because even I said, no, you don't do that here. You dare not. You dare not build any church in the street, in the division where people live. You can't do that. But because that is the only thing we have, that's why we keep praying. For example, during the time of COVID, how many people died less during the COVID than why people are dying now? Because during that time, we always believe, before that, we believe that our father or our auntie, somebody in the village is doing this, doing that. When everybody got inside the house, how many people died? Even with COVID, how many people died? You know, we are being deceived. Most people leave, travel to Western world, and don't go to church. Most of the church is just a source of socialization for Nigerians. It's no longer the prayer that we used to pray and the fasting that we used to fast, because they have things done for them. They have job. They have all the social amenities. All you need to do is apply for a job and you get it. You don't have to know anybody. You don't have to be the child of this person for you to get a job. Paul lives in Arizona. I can apply for a job in Arizona and I will get it and I will move.
You don't need to pray, sir.
Apply for a job in Dallas and I will move.
I don't need to pray.
So I don't understand this issue of spirituality and with what is going on in Nigeria. It is our sheer wickedness and greed. That is the problem of Nigeria. Look at, somebody was saying something about Ondo governor. You are sick. You don't want to leave power for somebody to take over, to help the state. You want to stay there till you die. I mean, what are we even talking about? How is that spirituality? Isn't that human decision? Isn't that human error? Isn't that sheer wickedness? Isn't that sheer greed? Isn't that punishing the citizens of that state? You don't want to perform. You are not in a good shape. You don't want to leave the position. And who is suffering? Biden cannot even come to state of Georgia and tell my governor what to do. He dare not do that. It's none of his business. He doesn't intervene in any state issues. It's none of his business. So we might kukuma leave Nigeria and make it a dictatorship, because that is actually what is happening in Nigeria.
Thank you, Ife. I put a comment on the. I like the comment, and I will want to address those in the comment section. That your comment are taken seriously. Yes, I do. I like comment. I normally do comment section only. I'm reading through your comment, and I am going to the ones that require question. I'll put it to the panelists to answer the questions, and there are others which will not be highlighted because they are not in line with the policy of the channel, or except they are in line with the policy of the channel, then it will be highlighted. So you are not being ignored, just for the record, because you often make my day. Irrespective of whatever religion we are practicing, I focus on the Bible, but this is applicable to all religion, whether you say for our forefathers or not. The basis or the bottom line is how we treat one another. Even in the scripture, social services were started in the Bible, where they care for one another, where everyone bring what they have. And that is what the Western countries are practicing in terms of tax system. When you don't have a job, or those who are sick, they are able to give them money as a result of what people paying tax, corporation tax, income tax. That was practiced even among the Acts of the Apostle. So where we now sit down and think that prayer only, or just praying, will solve or will build a nation, I don't know who is arguing that. Righteous man, I'll come to you. We set a rule here for 3 minutes to everybody, so you will get your 3 minutes, please. I will come to
But
you.
it's supposed to be my turn now. After if he has spoken over, it was three of us that.
I'm speaking. I said I will come to you. Is that okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you. So we need to put things in context. I think in the moderators chat group, a report was put there that since this new government is applicable to all government, we focus on the new government, 141,000 Nigerians have jackpot from Nigeria.
To London.
Skilled workers.
Just the beginning. It's just the beginning.
And they are all Muslim, Christians, Juju worshippers, from every nook and
No. Correct his place. Not Juju worshippers. Traditional worshippers. Traditional worshippers. Please.
Okay. All right. Okay. Nigerians, irrespective of their tribe and religion, 141,000 Nigerians have left the shore of that country. Mostly skilled workers. And that is how we think we will build a nation. Righteous man, you have 3 minutes, and some people have some questions for you, please. 3 minutes, please.
Can I take the questions before?
Before Righteous man,
yeah,
he said a lot of things.
We'll give you question later.
Can I take the questions?
Okay,
No,
Paul
first.
already clarified something that you were not. Does anyone have a question or to put to a Righteous man?
Yes, I have a question, please.
Okay, go ahead, Gabriel.
Righteous man, the electricity problem we have in Nigeria today, is it because is this spiritual, or we have to pray over it to get electricity? If it's spiritual, what are you going to do about it?
Is that your question?
Yeah, it's a question. The question is the issue of electricity, aka my name. Is it a spiritual matter? Because I am going to weigh into that question he asks you after you answer that question. Go ahead. So be careful how you answer, please. Thank you. The floor is yours, Righteous man.
Well, yeah. Well, I used to give a proverb here, or an adage. In my place, they said, when a body was buried, and you called a stranger that was not there when the body was laid down to come and exhume the body, it will start from the leg. You know, some of the submissions being made in reference to maybe my statement, sometimes it looks so embarrassing, because at the starting up of this program today, I don't think that I subscribed to prayer as a solution to Nigerian problem. Neither did I say religion is a solution to Nigerian problem. I am standing on my own facts, and which I believe it is my right. And I said, looking at Nigeria issue, it has defied all human known solutions. And that is why I said, what divides us, Nigeria being a complex country, what divides us is more than what unites us. And you say that you will ask me to explain, and I'm still waiting for you. So, my brother, I did not say prayer will be the solution to the electricity problem we have in Nigeria. I've never said so.
No, is it spiritual? It's a question I asked. That's the question I asked. Not prayer, I'm saying. Is it spiritual?
The electricity problem, it is an act of wickedness. And a man can be wicked under an influence. That is why I can give you example. Somebody who pick up gun under whatever influence or disguise and go to a dancing floor and get 20 people knocked down. That is an act of wickedness. But if he is a normal human being, he wouldn't have done so. Something influenced him to do that. And that is that thing that influenced him, to my own understanding, is spiritual. Okay, so the issue of electricity, the issue of us not having electricity in Nigeria is the wickedness of those who were in charge to make sure we have light. And they became wicked because something influenced them to do that.
Okay.
So any other question?
Okay. A righteous man, you said a man can be wicked out of influence. How can that, I'm coming, how can we break that influence, if you don't mind me asking you that question? How can that influence be broken?
Good. Influence.
Make it brief, please.
Yeah. Influence can be broken through, number one, prayers on individual ground. For example, now, if I have the habit of cheating, but before I was not cheating, all of a sudden I started cheating. Something I may have contacted something, maybe through the films I watch or through the relationship I keep, and that has brought a negative influence on me. Then I begin to cheat on my wife. So it can be cured through prayer, through counseling.
Okay. In the context of electricity, we don't have. How do we cure it? Is it through prayer or through what, please? I said I'm going to, in the context of the electricity, we are focusing on one thing. How do we cure it?
There is a law that says if you commit a crime, you will be taken to court, and if you are found guilty, you should be jailed. So that law should be put to work. Whoever that commits a crime, they must face the law. In facing the law, remember, it's no longer prison in Nigeria. It's called correctional centers. When you go there, this religious body will be sent to you also to counsel you and to show you your fault while you are serving your jet term, that you have really done what is not needful.
So the bottom line is the rule of law needs to be practiced. Would that be correct?
Yeah. That's what I submitted.
Thank you very much for that. Who is next? Who is next? Before I come to you, there's something I want to highlight. That
sorry, have I done with my this thing? I thought you asked me a question. I have not made my own contribution.
It's not finished yet. Hold on.
Okay.
Only you there. Now you carry us come here. Righteous man.
Righteous man, just give me a moment. I'll come to you. I apologize for that. I'll come to you. I want to highlight something, a comment here for us to weigh in. Ovie said it, but someone in the comment section also mentioned it at 5:42. So just give me 1 second, please, and I will fish it out at 5:42. It's an important question. Ovie mentioned it, and I want every one of us to go to weigh in on this question. I need to take comment. This comment section people, they are the best people in the world. Only few of them are behaving Nigerians. So 5:42. Sorry, apologies for it. While I'm okay, I think I found it. 5:42. I wrote the time down. 5:40, 5:42, 5. Yeah. Here's the question. I need every one of us to take. We're gonna. Ovie mentioned these things. Ovie, do you remember you mentioned it during your first submission? Where is everyone's allegiance? So, if he's not there, so we go to Mr. What's your name? Yeah. We'll start with you. I wanted to start with Ife, but we'll start with you. And if he comes, I'll go back to her. Can you? Okay, if he's back. So I'm going to start with Ife. If you look at what is on the this thing there,
I'm supposed to speak now. I haven't spoken the second round.
What is it? Okay, play. Okay. I am sorry about that.
I wanted to respond to Righteous Man.
Put your hand down. Put your hand down. No.
Can you put me backstage? Put me backstage for a minute.
Okay, I'll put it backstage for. So it's putting backstage. Then Mr. Hashtag Field, can you weigh in on this for us? I mean, you have 3 minutes, please. It's a question. Consider a question mark.
Ovie wanted to ask a question. Could I give Ovie a chance to ask a question?
Ovie is my man. I can shut him down anytime. Don't worry, I can't be offended. So, Ovie, if he's offended,
no. I think it's something I want to respond to.
Which let me take my own turn.
But it's something that we need to.
Let me take my own turn. I don't want to respond to this question because when I spoke, a lot of people responded to me. I just want to respond to, the general issues. Then I leave. So
Ovie, I'll come to you. Let him. Okay, go ahead, please. You have 3 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Even the question, that you put up for discussion, it's not even phrased. It's not even phrased. When you phrase the topic, it's not even couched properly. Because it's misleading. Religion has nothing to do with nation building. Like at the core of it, it's part of those things that form society, that make society thrive. You can't dismiss it. So people have the right to do, to aspire to their religion. And nobody has said that the prayer is going to solve our problem in Nigeria. Nigerians are not stupid. Like when you just you reduce people to the minimum, like Nigerians because they go to church to pray. Nigerians never said that their prayer in church or their prayer in the mosques or in their traditional religion is going to fix the electricity. Nobody has said that. This is the first time I'm hearing that. This is the first time I'm hearing that.
I'm going to stop you there. And nobody said that here on this.
You said it now. I wrote it down.
What did I say? Can you repeat it?
Prayer only we build about electricity. When you were asking Mr. Righteous Man, you were saying, okay, can prayers? That kind of question is so elementary. Why would you even want to ask that kind of question?
With due respect, I'm going to stop you there. Hold on 1 second.
Let me
Everyone is
round up and
entitled.
leave.
Hold on
Like
1 second, please. Hold on 1 second, please.
the arguments are too
Everyone is
elementary,
entitled
and
to.
there's no
Can you
depth.
listen
There's
to
no
me,
depth.
please?
There's
Can
no
you
depth
listen?
even in the argument. That's why I don't like coming here, because it's at the point.
I am going to correct you in that everyone is entitled to ask a question that they want to ask. It's a question.
Ask the question.
Not. It is not. I didn't put anything to somebody that he must. I can ask. You can ask any question you want to ask. It is a question. It's a platform. People in the comment section ask questions. So I didn't make a statement. It is a question. With due respect, please. Thank you. The floor is yours.
You know, in rounding up, we're making religion the scapegoat in the Nigerian context, and that's not being circumspect. Somebody talked about making noise in the churches making noise on Sundays, but you forget that even the traffic situation, they make a lot of noise with the horns in Nigeria. So the problem is nation building. The problem is nation building. You haven't built a nation. You worry about people that go to pray in the mosques and people that go to pray in the church. You don't have a nation. That's why there's no patriotism. Nobody is patriotic to the Nigerian state. So leave religion out of it and try to build a nation. I agree that you want to become one as a nation. There should be equity, there should be justice, there should be fairness. And anybody can aspire to their pastime. In the US, their pastime is basketball. Their pastime is football. In UK, their national pastime is soccer. In Australia, their pastime is rugby. So if our pastime is being religious and praying, Nigerians are the most. So can you say because they pray, Nigerians are the most hardworking people. They pray, they still work hard. So you tackle the issues are not the symptoms. The problem is you don't have a country. That is why they are separatist agendas. People don't want. Somebody wants to be president and he doesn't want to win an election. He forces himself in there. Then he wants to correct you, for disobeying traffic. Then you are trying to build superstructures without a foundation. Then you are demolishing people's houses because they built on the waterways. Fine. Okay, now when you want for you to aspire to that authority that gives you the power to demolish, their houses, you rig the election, you bastardize everything, all the laws, nothing. You don't follow the laws, but when you come in there, you want to enforce the laws. So we don't have a nation. So I expect you to discuss about questions like what informs a patriotic citizen. Those are germane questions that you can throw. Then you begin to answer, why are people not patriotic? Those are the questions that you should. Then when you ask those questions, you will get to the root of the problem, which is there has never been a nation. We are just a mere geographical expression, and if we continue like that, that is how we are going to carry on. So in my final submission, there's religion has nothing to do with it. Religion has nothing to do with it. Build a nation. Thank you.
Your submission is taken on board.
No,
religion, in every religion, I use the word in every religion. Paul, you're a Muslim. I'm assuming that, or whatever. I think Muslim. If you are not a Muslim, I don't know. But Ovie is. I think Ovie is a Juju worshipper. Ovie, I'm coming, Mr. Blackstone. Every religion opposed to. I stand to be corrected. To uphold transparency, to practice transparency, equity, accountability, fairness to one another. Am I correct?
I want to ask the guy questions. He left already. He should give us suggestion how to build nation building. He could give us suggestion. He just left.
No, it's okay. We've discussed how to build a nation here several times.
He could have given us one. He could have given us one, please.
he has a reason why he's here, but unfortunately, fortunately, he's left. But we thank God for that. Ovie, the floor is yours.
Yes. So I think that is why this question is very important. And the question Righteous Man raised last week too. It's exactly why it's very important. Religious has make us docile, right? That's why people will tell you, oh, there's no solution. Oh, it is not possible, right? Oh, not to rational mind. So, oh, our problem is spiritual. No, who is telling you that if not for the religious that we spend so much of our time in there? As he call them, it's in a pastime. Well, if it is a pastime, it's a bad habit. It's not giving us money. It's not making our life better. The American football is making their life better. Go touch how much that league worth, right? I know that our church said worth something, but that's an individual investment. So if you say in a pastime, we are too poor. We are contact people. We have no time to say na pastor we need. No. Every time that we have now is for us to organize how to make ourselves free. We are still not free. Those people who are giving you those idea of religion, you should read your own history. That's why religion is making us docile. The same people that colonized America and then colonized us, the British. America liberated themselves not by even not by even persuasion, because that's what our people will do. The lives of a Nahoro, the lives of the people that get us independent, it was through persuasion. They negotiated themselves in. America did not negotiate. America took harm. They said we cannot stand this anymore. They went to war. No country in Europe today, I bet to be corrected, that get their independence by praying or by negotiation. They all took to arm at one point or the other. So this religion, now they make us the things say, oh, there's no it's not possible. There's no solution to it. Everything is spiritual. And the guy is saying that religion is a pastime. No, I'm not saying they should stop. How do we capitalize on it? That's why I stand. But the idea that religion is not, we should not discuss it. No, we should discuss it, because 99% of Nigeria, their life is hooked on that. And that by true Muslim religion or true Christian, have been to almost 15 countries. No nation, they say, I won't go heaven. Qatar that I lived it for 2 years, we have never wanted. They say, oh, now heaven. No, you live your heaven on earth here. Now only Nigerians go wake up. They say, I won't go heaven. So everything around that thing,
Well, we've lost Ovie.
Yeah, since light.
It's
Yeah, since they have since light.
it's surprising for him to say religion is a pastime, just like in the US. He said American football is a pastime, the Premiership. But if you know how much this so-called pastime generates to the society, to the economy, and how
In
they've
Nigeria?
helped.
Are you talking about in Nigeria?
No, I'm talking about America, where how
So
they have helped people to gain jobs and keep them engaged, and he called it a pastime. I don't know, but like I said,
electricity. You should
yeah,
understand what he's trying to say. Because if you look at in America or in Western countries, the churches, the pastors, they have the other job they are doing. They have their own job. You see, how many pastors in Germany, they don't have private jets, they don't have private security. Yeah, in Germany, yeah. But why is it Nigeria they have private jets, bulletproof, living like president in the country where they have the highest rate of poverty? That's what I was saying. They are making from the ordinary citizens. They are stealing from the ordinary citizens. They are brainwashing our people.
I'll come to you, Henry. But based on what you said, it's very important. Paul Blackstone, righteous man. I'll start with Paul. Paul Henry said something, okay, and I've had this discussion several times. Why most pastors don't work in Nigeria? Can you help me to make sense with that, please?
Yeah, when I was in Nigeria, at the time I used to attend all these youth fun church and every other thing. I used to be young DJ, so this classic young youth church. I really do enjoy it. And but somewhere along the line, things got changed. Because when I was going to church, when Oyakilome started Christ Embassy, I used to attend Christ Embassy in Southlight Town, KBN Estate there. It was like fun. But the beauty of it, my pastors were working, everybody were working. But somewhere along the line, it just changed. Even in those so-called type of churches these days, you will see that good percentage of them don't want to work, or even though if they work, they do more or less like a consultant job, you understand, because of some of us that try to use these things to bully them. You understand? They are active in the church because the church pay more than any other thing that they can go do out there. And it just don't work. You understand? Going to church here in America, when I moved down to Arizona, my pastor's wife, she told me one day, she said, Brother Paul, what happened? I don't used to see you. Oh, I just laughed. I said I was in church last week. I was in church last 2 weeks. I was in church last 3 weeks. And I was in church 4 weeks ago. She laughed. She said, oh, I was on permanent money. She's a nurse. I was on permanent money for 6 weeks. So she does not come to church. That is pastor's wife. If she's on duty on morning, he does not come to church. So we laugh over it in a more matured way. You understand? Pastor's wife. If that woman is not working, that woman is in church. You and I know the question the woman would tell me when I said work did not give me chance to come to church. You hear the Nigerian factor, they say, Brother Paul, where is your faith? You understand? So now are you asking me to tell my pastor's wife, Mommy, where is your faith? My brother, we all understand this faith thing, but we have common sense. My Bible, your Bible, said it clearly. It said, when I was a child, I think like a child. The Bible said, when I become adult, the Bible never say you think like adult. The Bible say you take away childish things. That is simply me. You take away sentiment. Alarm cannot wake me up 3 a.m. to prepare for work. And I close my eye back in my bed and say I want to pray my morning devotion. I should be stupid. I'm going to work late. I'll sleep. You understand? So my common sense tells me I'm brushing my teeth, I'm doing my prayer, or I jump in my car, I'm doing my prayer. But when we were a child, our mother was make us close our eyes. But today, I'm driving where I'm going, I do my prayers. You understand? This is why you take away childish things. It's not a tradition. So sometimes we just make mistakes the way we try to do things. The way people talk faith and everything. I am good. When I pray, a beautiful girl will stay around me, will like me for my prayer. We do those things in church. You understand? Romans 10:17, faith cometh by hearing of the word of God. You understand? Philippians 4:13, I can do all things through Christ, he who strengthens me. Philippians 4:19, the Lord shall supply all my need according to his riches and glory. My brother, am I not confessing faith? Am I not confessing all these things? My brother, but you got to do the work. You understand? James 2:18 said, if a man says he has faith, let him show you his faith by his work. You have to put the work. You understand?
Thank you, Pastor Paul. Nobody realized that you know the scriptures as this. If it's in the background laughing.
My brother, you don't say I don't find well now. So I need to pray well so that the girls go like me for church. Church is a new modern club.
Things they will be pagan. And then some people say I don't go church. I don't believe in God. I don't
Blackstone, righteous man, I'll come to you. Blackstone, hold on 1 second. Blackstone, I will go to righteous man, but before I go to righteous man, before I come to Black man, I'll go to righteous man and I'll come to you. But let me weigh in on what Paul said. When Paul said, I can do all things through Christ that strengthens me. What they fail to understand is they take only that piece of scripture. They ignore what Paul said prior to making that statement. He highlighted several things he went through. And he said, as a result of this, I can do all things through Christ that strengthens me. He wasn't promoting laziness. Number one, he wasn't promoting not caring for one another. Now, Paul also made the statement that this statement that it is better to give than what? Than to receive. That scripture also has been used to cajole people. Yes, it is more blessed to give than to receive. But when in the context of Paul, the apostle, making that statement, he wasn't talking to what? To just ordinary members of the church. Yes, it is more, everyone should give. It's more blessed to give. But he was actually talking to the overseers. If you read from the very top of that scripture, he said, Jesus showed us an example. I have shown you an example, I beg your pardon, how I labor with my own hand to what? To feed the poor and those among me. So he was talking to overseers to work with their own hand so that they will have to give. Then he said, remember how Christ told us or showed us that it is more blessed to give than to receive. But unfortunately, this has been narrowed down to only members, but excluding themselves, not to what? Not to labor. Paul said, I have shown you by example how I labor with my own hands. Righteous man, the floor is yours, please. Thank you, Paul. Paul, don't go away. Olumide, welcome to the stage. I don't know if Forefather is coming in. Ovie, Niger, Forefathers can help himself. Is in the back. I don't know if he has a show. Forefather, can you indicate if you have a show or you come in? I don't know, so that I can end this program. But until such a time that Forefather indicate. Forefathers, what's your name? Righteous man, the floor is yours. You can chat me in private section. Thank you.
Okay. Electricity. When you started this program today, you played a video of Pastor Enoch Adeboye, where he was saying that the Redeemed Christian Church of God worldwide, they are praying for Israel. And then you were trying to build on the subject matter that the Israel you are praying for, by around January time of this year, they were holding a protest against the government attack on judiciary. There are about 500,000 people were in attendance. But while in Nigeria, such protests are not being led by the church or by the men of God. I think that was your subject matter. Okay? Then you made reference to Bible questions, so that you buttress your point. Then you asked me a question to weigh into the issue you highlighted. Then I made reference of many things, and I said, what divides Nigerians is more than what unites us. You paused me, and you say you are going to ask me to name those things. Okay? So this is where it really borders on me that when we're in this panel, people will misinterpret other people's speeches. Maybe it is the audio that is not sounding well, that people are not really hearing to understand the point you are raising. I don't know. Because sometimes when I hear people quoting other people, I will say, is it not the same ear I use in hearing this person when he was speaking? That the other person is using. So electricity. See, the issue of Nigeria is beyond religion. The issue of Nigeria is beyond spirituality. The issue of Nigeria is that no people came with a vision, just like the Americans, the founder of American nation. They had a vision, they agreed, they wrote their constitution without being influenced by any person outside that group that fought for the liberation of America from Britain. The Nigerian case was not the same. Zik, Awolowo, and Nahoro, all of them that wanted independence had no vision on ground. They were still relying on what the British supplied to them. And so we don't have a nation built on certain criteria.
I'm sorry to cut you off there. That's not true.
Okay, you will ask me a question, or you will quote why you said it's not true.
I'm not asking you a question. That last statement there is false.
What makes it false?
Because they had a constitution. They had a meeting in UK. This meeting was sponsored in UK, where they drafted the constitution before the independence.
Okay.
Independence. So there was
okay. Let me put what you are saying now. The Americans did not go to Britain to hold a meeting to draft a constitution. The Americans were in America. They decided by themselves what they wanted in their constitution. They were not under the influence of Britain. And the Nigerians who went to Britain to hold meeting and draft a constitution there were supervised by their colonial master, the British people.
Well,
so what I'm trying to say, let me finish what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is this: we need to build a nation starting from the scratch. Let me make reference to the Bible. The Bible says, if the foundation be destroyed, what can the righteous do? Nigeria can't work until we agree by ourselves that this is how we want this country to be. For as of today, we have not agreed. Because we have not agreed, even if we bring prayer into it, will not work. Because the Bible says, can two work together except they agree? A house divided against itself cannot stand. So that's why I say it's not prayer, it's not religion. It is what divides us. We have not settled that in, and we have not come into agreement to say, look, this is what is dividing us. How do we sort out this problem that is dividing us so that we can have a nation? We don't have a nation now.
Thank you, righteous man. Your 3 minutes is up. So just to put you on the spot, what divides us? What is that thing that divides us?
I will name 5 things, like you said in the beginning. I should name 5 things that divide us.
Yeah.
And 2 things that unite us. Number one, tribe. Tribe stroke ethnicity. That's number 1. But 2, hatred. Number 3, lack of trust. We don't trust ourselves. Number 4, our value systems differ. Our value systems, they are quite different from each other, and it divides us. The number 5, the politics of domination. I am the kingmaker. If it's not me, you can't be this. That's the 5 things I can name for now that divide us. Then let me tell you the 2 things that unite us. 1, corruption. 2, football.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Each and every one of you, did you take note of the 5 things and the 2 things he said? Then you will have to weigh in on it. But I need to ask righteous man a question. I'm not going to weigh in on the 5. I will leave it for those in the panel and those in the comment section. For those of you in the comment section, forefathers said, I'm going to be highlighting comments, like those in the comment section for those the panelists also to weigh in. None of you, I'll come to you. Forefather said five. I mean, I said forefather. The righteous man said the five things that divides us: tribe/ethnicity, hatred, trust, values, and politics of. I didn't get the last part one. And
of dominance.
Politics of dominance. And the two things that unite us is corruption and football. So I'm going to ask righteous man a question in respect to the two things that unite us. For righteous man,
I'm with you.
are you corrupt on the basis of, you said what unites us is corruption? Is it okay for me to say, for us to say that you're a corrupt person?
I am not the Nigerian state. What unites the Nigerian state is corruption. The Nigerian state thrives in corruption.
Okay, thank you, righteous man. So this is what.
The audio is gone. Oh.
Electricity, audio is gone. And it looked like Ovie is trying to talk. I don't know.
Ovie,
we cannot hear you. No, we can't hear you.
Do you want us to?
I
mean, like it's my turn now. Why we just I've been here for more than 1 hour and not this anything.
Yeah. I didn't know it's your turn. Ovie, my attention was drawn to Ovie. We're not hearing him. So, Blackstone, Mr. Blackstone, my apology. So, righteous man said 5 things divides us and 2 things unite us. And I asked him if he's corrupt. He said it's not. How people quickly move away, not to identify with what they said corrupt us. Okay, Mr. Blackstone, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First thing, let me have to say something that when people say that because Nigeria doesn't work, that's why they go to church, they pray. That is not true. There are many Nigerian workers who also go to church, who pray. So let's not generalize it that the Nigerians, because they don't have job, they don't work, that's why they always go to church, or they take religion very seriously, Christianity very seriously. That's not true. I know many Nigerians who are workers also go to church because they believe. That's their belief system. 2, when we say churches are very rich, there are some churches that are very rich, but most of them don't actually depend 100% on the tithe or the offering from the church. Most of them have other business, like for example, Christ Embassy. The media of Christ Embassy, it generates millions for them. It's a very big media. They have TV media, they have recording studios, they have print media and everything. From all those things, they make money. Chris make money from all those things. Also these big churches, they have all those things that are making money for them. So it's not 100% that they depend on the offerings and tithe. I just want to bring that, just to highlight that first. You understand me? So, and when we actually, there's no country whereby who doesn't have religious people. So it's not only Christian or Muslim, they have religious people. It's only that in Nigeria, we rub it on our face. In Germany, there are churches, there are German churches German go to. There are so very many. They may not be in high attendance and things like that. Mr. Henry, just stop those 3 thoughts. Don't believe you did Germany. Yeah, not believe you did Germany.
Just go ahead.
So there are churches. My first church I came to here was a German church, one of the biggest German church in Berlin. They have more than 1,000 members every Sunday who come there. They have one of the biggest auditorium here. So let's not rule that out. Germans have churches. People go. Germans do. You understand? Not only African.
Mr. Blackstone, Mr.
No,
Blackstone.
I just have to clear that one first. You understand me? That impression. That
we're giving everyone 3 minutes.
Yes, I know.
Okay, so
right. So coming to Mr. Rachel's submission of what divide us and what unite us. First of all, corruption do not unite anybody. I don't believe in that. Corruption is not what unites us. You understand me? There are a group of people that are corrupt, and there are people who are not corrupt. So corruption is not an element of unity in Nigeria. It's one of the elements of division also. I know one of the things that also divide us is ethnicity is a big factor. You understand me? And religion also is also there as it's a big factor of division. That's also there. You understand me? So I don't even think football even unites us. How many people are involved in football or watch football every weekend? So what is said that unites us, I don't know where I got those things from. So ask me very well. So let me clarify that. But one thing I know is that there are things that actually divides us. Those things can be done, can be solved. You understand me? I know that in every place, in anywhere that there are difficulties, many things, people react in different ways. People things change. You understand me? If the Nigeria economy is good today, all that we are talking today, we won't be talking about it. Right? So where there are good life, people enjoy themselves, people care less about things that actually that are happening. That is just that, you know. So Nigeria, we have our problems, we have our issues, and these issues can be solved. There are solutions to these issues, and the solutions is the people, not the politicians. Because at the moment we have corrupt politicians, which are not ready to solve the Nigerian problem. They're not interested in moving Nigeria forward. All they are interested in is self-profit, how to enrich themselves and their family, when the judges today are recommending their family members to be appointed as judges into the High Court, to the Appeal Court. This is what Nigeria is today. So all these people are actually the ones that are destroying Nigeria, and also the citizens are marching along with them because they think that when these people are there, they can also gain from them. It can flow, it can trickle down to them. So that's where the issue is. But like I said before, people that change a nation are very few. And if those people can come together and decide to change Nigeria, tend to work towards the redemption of Nigeria from these people, it can happen. And those people have to come together and have a similar goal and the same mindset. And that mindset will be the love for Nigeria, the love to change, the love to make Nigeria a great nation. That's my submission.
Thank you, Mr. Blackstone. I want to quickly do something among us in the panel here. I'm gonna apportion tribe and ethnicity to every one of you on this platform, regardless of. Come on. Sorry, my system is playing up. I don't know what OVA did to it that is playing up. Paul, you're an Igbo man for the purpose of this program. Mr. Blackstone, you're an Hausa man for the purpose of this program. Olumide, you are an Ijaw man for the purpose of this program. Righteous man, are you there?
Always.
Okay. Has anybody taken Hausa try? No. You're an Hausa person.
No, you give it to me.
Henry, you are. Give yourself a try, please. you're an epic.
No try.
Then, Mr. Who is this? Sorry, welcome. I'm not trying to get your name. Just give me 1 second. What's it? The man on the woody. Oh, to Niger boy.
It should be Wale, I think so.
No, it's a Niger boy. So let's look at what divides us, that the tribe, ethnicity, this and that. So How many of you, given to your tribe that you've been allocated to, if you don't like electricity, you don't wish to have it, please, can you raise your hand, please?
So I don't have
Which electricity? You?
No. I know you don't like me. I'm not talking about me.
No. I love you. I love you. That's just the truth. Forget.
Okay. Ovie just joined us. So we have
I
one,
disagree.
2, 3, 4.
First of all, I want to
Okay.
disagree that we are not we are divided. We are not divided. But first,
Okay,
what
Ovie,
I was
wait.
trying to ask. No,
Ovie,
yeah, I was trying to ask. What are those 5 things? No, I know. I'm not talking. Repeat those
wait.
5 things again, I beg.
Tribe, ethnicity, hatred, trust, values, political control or dominance or whatever it is. But I'm looking at tribe and ethnicity. I'm going to mention 5. I have a portion. Ovie is from the Jarastafarian tribe in Nigeria. So we don't know what that is, so he can apportion himself. We're looking at fairness, electricity, rule of law, accountability, jobs. So which of your tribe don't want that? Raise your hand if your tribe don't want it. So, Mr. Righteous Man, the thing that you said divides us, tribe and ethnicity, it shows that we have the same thing in common.
No,
which tribe did you? Which tribe did you allot to me?
Electricity.
Yes,
I disagree with you. What Righteous Man said that tribe and ethnicity. I think what Righteous Man is saying is trying to line it with the political aspect of Nigeria, the political gladiators of Nigeria, that they use tribe and ethnicity to divide us.
So they use tribe and ethnicity to divide us.
Yes. So
yes, correct.
Development is not that we are talking about development now. So everybody likes that development. So that does not divide us to development.
If they use tribe and ethnicity to divide us as alleged or whatever it is, in that line, should we, now the people, allow such to divide us, knowing fully well that we have the same needs, our needs are common?
Can I answer?
No, you raise it up, you are not going to answer.
Okay,
Ovie,
but I said that there's no division in Nigeria now.
Exactly, but in fairness to Righteous Man, he mentioned 5 things, so we need
exactly. So
there's no division about.
Can I respond, or it's turn by turn? Can I respond?
No, go ahead, Ovie. Ovie, go ahead.
Right. He said yes. We are divided. We are not divided at all. Not in all those things you talk about. You talk about what? Trust. You talk about tribe,
ethnicity, hatred, trust,
tribe and ethnicity. I don't know. I don't know for as of today that any tribe will not marry any tribe in Nigeria.
Thank you
or
very
any
much.
tribe will not do business with any tribe, or any tribe will not live in it. I don't see. We have 774 local governments. There's no one that say only this tribe can live here. There's no place no Nigerian cannot go in the world today, in Nigeria today. Even those places that we have insecurity, businesses take place. We are not divided. The elites want us to make us to believe that we are divided. The only division is that the rich and the poor. We have about 1% who are extremely rich, and every other person is poor. So the fact that why is it that they never discuss that they are divided along that ethnicity? If we are paying attention, our young man, our future leader, the former Speaker of the House, Dimitri Bankole, he got married recently. He married to one of the royal house in Kano, Ekiti, and where did this man come from? Our former president come from? They crisscross across the nation. During the campaign, we see everything. There's no place Obi could not go and campaign. There is no place Kokoso could not go and campaign. They crisscross every nook and cranny. And I said it today. If you extract Obi business, the Hausa man as a board member, the Igbo man as a board member, the Yoruba man as a board member, the same thing. If you go north, except that go tell business people. They are every tribe and religion in their board member. They are not divided. They are united that we want power. And poverty should unite us. But again, I agree with those that say that we are not that poor yet. And why we keep giving into this idea that we are divided even along religiosity is because what I said before, religions has made us docile. Would they see reality like this? Go say, "Oh, now God will do it." No, this is it. Deal with it, right? So there's no division in Nigeria at all. Even me and you today, if there's anybody, okay. Even I was talking about Harry earlier on. Me and Harry always go back and forth. If I enter Germany today, I see Harry. The least will come our mind is say, "Oh, we dey fight." We could not do 2-3 bottles first before go they call you. You don't get respect. You dey always insult me for her. Same thing if you jam me for anywhere for America. We first of all say how far first before. So we are not divided. It's hard time we start living our reality. Forget all this spiritual bullshit. All this there's nothing like that. There's nothing like spirit. Spirit said they smoking bodies, they drink champagne.
I
There's
hope
nothing like
somebody
that.
listening now.
There's nothing like spirituality.
Abi you dey
When my
take?
papa die,
Oje you
when my
dey
papa
take?
die,
Oje
see,
you dey
when
take?
during
Thank
my
you.
papa burial, even that they small, about 7 masquerade now come out and display. You understand? Nothing like spiritual, no hunger, no be spiritual. If you dey hunger, you go chop a bite, go drink garri. You know go test people know you dey fast. You get where you go fast reach. Spirit go test they go and eat.
Thank you. Okay, thank
We
you.
are not divided at all. We are just
That's
too
just fine.
poor. We are just too
Uh,
Uh,
poor, and that some people too rich. That's the only division we have. There's no
thank
any
you.
other division
I
is
need
made. Is made.
I need to give the floor to
Let me say
there are
something.
2 people who haven't spoken here. That
no,
is
it's me, man. It's me.
Olumide and they just came in. I will be handing over to Forefathers soon.
No, that's just
Um,
electricity. It should be my turn to
okay,
speak
but
now.
I know. Just hold on. Ninja boy hasn't spoken. Olumide also hasn't spoken. Do we all agree on what Ovie just said, or someone have a different?
I
Agree.
disagree.
Obi was in
I
Kanu for
disagree
marriage.
with Ovie.
Obi
I
visited
disagree.
Kanu. The Obi
I
visited Kanu
disagree with
last month
Ovie
for marriage.
completely,
Now,
and I'm ready to lay down.
hold on now. Obi was in Kanu for
Ovie,
marriage.
Ovie,
No
I
be
disagree with you 100%, and I can prove
okay.
it right now without
I agree
wasting
with
Okay.
time.
you, Ovie.
Oh,
Okay.
okay, hold on. You guys hold on.
But
Forefathers,
for that,
are you there? Can you
Igbo side, I agree
can you
with you for
guys
Igbo.
can you can you please hold on? I mean, the floor is interesting. Forefathers, are you there? Please, can you come on board, please? I need to give Olumide and Niger Boy the opportunity also to speak, because we've been every one of us have spoken once or twice or thrice. So, Niger Boy and Olumide, can you take turns, please? Thank you.
Okay.
Olumide searching for Ontario. Na Fulani babe. I know him. He can't
Hello.
deny it.
Thanks for having me on your platform. This is a very powerful and informative platform, and I'm so happy to be here. It's a very interesting topic based on the religious angle, which is quite controversial as well. I think for us to understand the root cause of the problem is to go back to the very source. And we have to look at it from also an historical perspective as well. Now, what's the essence of religion, or what's the origin of religion? As far as I know, religion was created by man. Does anybody disagree with that? And anything created by man can be questioned. Anything created by man, there is still rooms for errors in it. Anything created by man on earth, conscience was created by God. What I'm saying is, without religion, we know what is right and wrong. We don't need a book to tell us what is right or wrong. We know what is right or wrong. Nigerian pastors perform miracles. How come they don't go to the hospitals? If they have such magical powers, is the powers limited within the space of the church, or it doesn't go outside the space of the church. These are lies we tell ourselves. And until we wake up and face the reality on ground, we are going nowhere. If you look at America, United States, China, Nigeria, what do we have in common? We all have 24 hours. What we do with our 24 hours determines where we move or where we go to as a nation. If you spend your 24 hours praying and fasting, and another man spends his 24 hours learning or seeking knowledge, acquiring knowledge in the angle of science and technology, how do you think you can compete with such person? Religion was supposed to be the moral compass of a nation. Unfortunately, it has been corrupted. And this is the harsh truth we don't want to tell ourselves as Nigerians. Our Isaac Newtons, our bright minds are turning into prayer warriors. That's why we can't solve anything. You are more likely to gather 100,000 Black people in a church dancing and merrimenting than gathering just 10 people to sit down and solve just one problem in Africa. We have no schools. Our teachers are not getting paid. The teachers are the nation builders of any nation. We do not take care of them, and we expect the future leaders to be upright. That's living in fool's paradise. If we love Nigeria as we claim, we have to question everything without fear. So religion has played 90% of the problem because it can be used as a tool to control humanity. It also dictates who we vote for or how we vote for, which makes no sense. That's why we are where we are. So I'm glad to be part of this platform and glad to air my opinions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Olumide, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Electricity, for giving me that time. Hello to the fellow panelists. I just want to, just one moment, I just want to kind of reach out to fellow members of the panel that are not here. If you're watching right now, Jim, Jagun, please, if you can please reach out to me. I don't have a fake profile. My name is Olumide Akinwumi. You can reach out to me on my Facebook. Anybody who wants to go there and hack me, I beg, feel free. Jim, Jagun, reach out to me on my Facebook page, Olumide Akinwumi. I need to reach out to you guys as soon as possible. Thank you. Okay, I want to weigh in on the religion thing and prayer. I think as Black, as different ethnic groups in Nigeria, we all have so many differences, cultural differences, religious differences, um, language differences, but we have something that unites us in common. We are Blacks, we have a Black race, and we're from the same creator, the same father. I mean, that is enough to kind of unite us more than anything else. If we're looking for a unifying factor, the fact that we're Blacks, and that the fact that we're all treated the same way by, in quotes, the colonial masters, the whites, and I still wonder why, after the left, we're treating each other in a very bad way, not on equal terms, and the country is the worst for it. So that's that by the side. With the issue of, I think, for the righteous man asked a question and he kind of answered it himself, and picking up from where the last guy who had to go off the panel was talking about talking about religion and prayers. I mean, if God answers prayers every day, I would say that God answers our prayers every day. But as human beings, we are all free moral agents. God has given us that power to decide our own fate, to act on the revelations that He gives to us. If I was to go my Christianly way, You understand? But man will always be man at his very best. You understand? My faith, my religion is my own personal belief. You understand? There's no law, there's no constitution in Nigeria that says that if you sleep with somebody else's wife, you will go to jail. But your religion, your faith guides your moral conduct, guides your conduct. You understand? To say, oh, this is somebody else's wife, I can't do that. And then you refrain from doing such or performing such acts. You understand? But there's a law. There's a law that guides us in a society, that guides, regardless of our faith, regardless of our culture, regardless of where we belong. We have a common law that should guide our conduct in the society. And that law, call it whatever you want to call it, ordinance, constitution, law, is what makes a society, the ability to be able to keep to that law is what will help the development of that society, will make it more civilized, will make it more respected in the community of nations. When you know, when somebody like Trump says, shit hole country, he wasn't just insulting us because of our black skin. What he was saying essentially is that if you take your money to this country, Trump being a businessman, if you take your money to this country, your money is as good as gone. Because somebody like him, what he's looking for when he's going to invest in a locality, am I going to make profit? Is my money safe? If I need to move out my investment from that community, am I able to do that? And if I get cheated by someone in that community, is the law able to give me redress? Once they don't see all that, they don't bring their money. You can't tell somebody to bring his money to come and invest in your country, billions and millions and billions of dollars, when you don't have all this in place. It is that law that should guide our conduct. You understand? So when somebody like we shouldn't look too far. You understand? Oshibajo, former vice president, went to all the Christian churches back home in Nigeria and campaigned for their votes. When the righteous are in power, the people rejoice. When the evil men are there, they suffer. What did the country go through under him in 8 years? Under Boko Haram is supposed to be a good practicing Muslim. You understand? A Fulani man, Muslim background, Islamic background, Sharia background. What was the country like under 8 years? You understand? Your religion is your own personal thing. If people see your conduct and begin to ask you, fine, go ahead, tell them, oh, it is my Jesus helping me. It is my God giving me breakthrough. But don't come and cajole people with religion. Don't come and cajole people. If you break the law governing the society, you will be punished for it. That is what makes a society civilized. And we don't have that. What we're saying is back home, we don't have that foundation. The law that was handed to us in 1999 was not the people's law.
Okay. Thank you, Lumide. Before you go there, okay, thank you very much. A gentleman and a lady, for those of you who have been here before, now I would like to thank you. I will be handing over to Forefathers now for him to continue. I'll be in backstage. I may not come in, but I'll be listening. One of my favorite portion is this, regardless of how we view religion or whatever it is. Even the Creator, regardless of how we perceived him, made laws to be obeyed. And when those laws are not obeyed, there's always chaos. And that is the same thing in the context of Nigeria. There are laws there, whether we agree or disagree with that. And he said, let us hear the conclusion. The wisest man before now said, let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. The whole duty of a man is to fear God and keep his commandment. For everything that you and I do, good or bad, evil, in secret or in the light, will be brought to judgment. We're here to offer solution, not only to talk about solution, but also to act upon that solution. Nobody here, no panelists or anyone have said prayer is not good. But like I said, prayer alone does not build a nation. I teach the word of God, and I'm going to tell anyone listening today, there is no nation, even the Israel in the Bible, that was built on prayer alone. Read the Bible very well. They did something, even in the Bible days, to build that nation. Everyone came together to build that nation. So if we want to build our nation, then we must come together. Like Ovie said, we must tap in. And the Niger man said, Niger boy also points also, it's on point. So we have to do something. Nobody's here to castigate or to blame preachers or not, but they have a role to play in nation building. And like the prophet of old, when Samuel wanted to die, he asked the so-called Israel, the same Israel, who among you have I defrauded? Who among you have I taken bribe from to blind my eyes from judgment? Samuel, go read it. He practiced equity. He practiced the truth. So let's have that understanding that if we don't obey the laws of the land and we don't build the nation, then we can pray till thy kingdom come. Nothing. But take it to God. Tell God, it's me that said so. That if all we do is pray to thy kingdom come, nothing, no change will ever happen. Father, I yield the floor to you. You can take off from there. Thank you very much. Have a lovely week.
Thank you, Electricity, and thank you for creating the topic. Greetings to everyone on the panel. I see you all, and greetings to the ones in the chat and to the viewers. Yeah, this is an interesting topic, isn't it? About the prayers and stuff like that. Let me see. Who is next to say something about this?
It's me.
Ovie, you just want to interject or say something. I know, Ovie, you've said something for sure.
We all said something.
No, it's my turn now to speak now, Father.
If he has privilege, if she wants to say something, she's
you can
free
give it to her
come
then,
in at any moment. If you want to say anything about prayers,
if you want to give me a time,
surprise my parents with a bedroom.
Listen, Ovie, you were not here yesterday evening. It was chaotic. Forefathers, please have this under control. If you have to give everybody 5 minutes with no interruption, that will be fine. But this constant interruption, and it's like we're in a club. I mean, it's not gonna happen today. Please have this show under control tonight.
I think 5 minutes, 2 minutes is okay because we are like 8. So that means everybody will wait for 8 minutes. 8 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes is fine, but just
if you want to interject, and if you disagree, with anybody, wait for your time to use it to disagree, so that we all know we will not be bored. We know that if I speak now, I know that in the next 10 minutes I'm going to speak. Okay. If I speak now, in the next 10 minutes I'm going to speak, but not that I will speak. Then I will wait for that 41 hour. I mean,
yes,
we get there.
Thank you.
I hope everybody will stand by this words now. Everybody will stand with it.
Yes, nobody asked for extra 30 seconds.
It depends on our moderator. He has to stand on his ground and follow the rules.
Why not start from Blackstone? Why not start from the beginning? Let's start.
Right.
No. It's my
start with Tone. Tone is the new. Tone just came in. Tone just came in now. If you want to restart, or
2 minutes, Henry.
Start with Tone. I'll go with.
The thing is, he just came in. He came last.
Start however you want. You are the Oga.
I think maybe we start from Blackstone because he was Henry Gabriel's turn.
You said ladies
first. Let's just go around.
First. You don't want to speak.
But I still think if he if he has veto. She can come in any moment. She's underrepresented. The other women are not here. It's just that simple. We have to have equity here. Okay, let's just keep it there. She doesn't say much anyway, so that helps too. The Blackstone, please go ahead. Your 2 minutes starts now. Don't ask for 15 seconds more. It's not going to be given. So,
yes, sir. You're already taking 50 seconds already.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Anyway, so as we have been discussing, for me, my personal belief that there's nothing wrong in a prayer. But as you are praying, also be putting works into it, right? It's not a prayer that build a nation. It is the people that build a nation. But prayer can give strength and give confidence that help boost the morale of the people working for the nation, right? I know that our situation in Nigeria is dicey, poverty, and where poverty reigns, where poverty is the major, it's a major substance, or if I put it like that, people are eager to find a solution through any means. That is why they are all resorting to church, to prayers, and things like that, right? But that is not going to solve Nigerian problem. And what I see also, the Nigerian Christians are not praying for the nation; they are praying for themselves. They are more praying for themselves to come out of the situation, to find a solution to their problem. So, and as we are doing this, we should also forget that we have to also put our leaders in check. We are not to pray for them to put them, prayer do not put them in check. We have to put them in check by ourselves, by applying the law, by applying the laws, right from the judiciary. Any lawyer, any judge, anything that flout the law, it should be cut out. You understand me? It should be cut out and be criticized. Like they say, and the case is the court. You cannot preempt judgment, so on and so forth. These are all rubbish. That's why the judges, they are all having the audacity to come up and twist the law and give judgment on behalf of who's the highest bidder. So the citizens have to rise up and stand on their ground and say, this is what we want. And we should fight for the rule of law, for the implementation of law. Nigeria do not lack law. So they should fight for their right. Thank you.
Thank you. You are very much on time. Yeah, please, Harry Gabriel, go ahead.
You see, prayer is good it's good, but if they pray every time without doing anything, prayer is just like waste of praying. Look at the pastors of a thing. They are the same Nigerians. The imams, they are the same Nigerians. If these people can come out boldly and criticize the government and criticize the judiciary, come out mass with their members and protest, I think things will be changing in that country. None of them is doing these things. That pisses me off. They will not talk about this. They said leave politics out of Christianity, out of religion. It's all lies. But they are living that same Nigeria, and they are taking money from the under Nigerians who are suffering day in, day out. They could not even come out and speak against what is the rot that is going on in the country. They will say, we are not politicians, but the politicians come around you, give you some money, you see miracle for the politician going to win, not going to win. We're not going to progress. We're not going to progress this way. We are all Nigerians. We have to come out and speak against bad governance and corruption. We have big problem with that country, mostly in African countries. All they know is about this whole religion. These are borrowed religion. Christian religion, Muslim religion are all borrowed religion. We have our traditional religion, our traditional worshiper before this borrowed religion came into Africa. I know some of you will not accept it, but it's the fact. The country you live on, they don't go and say, let's pray for our government to have a good road, good electricity. In Germany here, They have big churches. Bayern is biggest, is the richest country in Germany. Bayern. Anybody who live in Germany, they know that. They go, church got full, not full. A lot of people go to church when it's Christmas time. Okay.
Thank you, Henry Gabriel. I don't know your name. I don't know, because I can't see your name. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. So my question is, what are the things we pray for? I just want to ask that question. A typical religious person, what are those things we pray for? And if we are sincere with ourselves, are these problems we cannot solve ourselves, or things that only God can solve? It's just a question.
Okay,
Right?
that's what you want to do. Okay, that's fine. I guess the next person can decide to answer it or expatiate on their own point of view. Ovie, please go ahead. 2 minutes.
Yeah, good question. Say, what do we pray for? I think at this point we should pray for how do we stay prayerful. Not that I believe in is the prayer change anything, but at this state of our nationhood, we need to organize. And what those who pray did already is to find a way to assemble. Prayer bring people together, right? I don't care what they pray for. The fact that we have tens, thousands, millions of people coming together under one cause, it is not left for us to make them to understand that politics, religion, and we human are what are classified as the Trinity, just like what the Catholic people regard as the Holy Trinity. God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. They be one, Abi. The same thing. You, the person, politics and religion is the same three in one. You are the God. Now you they practice religion. Now you they pray. At the same time, now you they do politics. But above all, now you they suffer or they enjoy whatever that come out of these two that you put your life to. You enjoy the benefits. So why am I approaching it from that angle? Still tied down to this idea that we are divided as people. We are not divided. They bring that narrative so that we cannot come together and organize to face them. Because political parties will not work. Political union will work. I don't disagree. I disagree with the way the IPOP are carrying out what they believe in. But guess what? I totally see the reason why they are doing that. I see the reason why those who are operating in the north are doing the thing. I see the reason why the Yoruba nation are doing the thing. I see the reason why every Nigeria is suffering. And the reason is that we have class of people who are based on their greediness to put us in that situation. So yes, we are not divided. I am ready to work with an IPO person. I am ready to work with Sunni Muslim. I am ready to work with a deeper life person. I am ready to work with an average Nigerian who is suffering to make sure we fight these people. We are not divided because they don't approach us on that angle. The righteous man went ahead to say that something we have in common is corruption. I agree, but not we, something they have in common, the ruling class. But they are the only one that can be greedy. I'm sorry. That's my case.
Thank you. People have been very disciplined today. It's ridiculous, really. You know, Nigerians can follow rules after all. Righteous man, please go ahead. 2 minutes.
Yeah. Ancestor, yeah, good evening.
Welcome.
I hope you went to church today, right?
Church went through me. Let's put it that way.
Okay. The Nigerian problem is a fundamental problem. It is not religious. It's not a religious problem. It is not a prayer problem. It is a fundamental problem that explains our coming together. Our coming together was not well defined. It was planned by those who colonized this country. We've not had a sound documentation of how we want Nigeria to be. The few people that got the independence from Britain for America. They fine-tuned that constitution they wrote. As time goes on, they amended some and make everybody to see reason to become an American. And when the state started, it was not the 50-something state they were today. Other people were a country of their own, but they saw the development and the unity, they joined. So Nigerian state has a faulty foundation. And if the Bible is correct, let me quote the Bible. If the foundation be destroyed, what can the righteous do? So Nigeria is built on faulty foundation. We have to go back. All the tribes, all the ethnic groups, not religion, have to come together and say, how do we want this country to be? Who is a Nigerian? As of today, we've not defined who is a Nigerian. Because I spent about 40-something years in Lagos.
This is not making noise. You have gone past your time. It's like so polite. He decided that he was going to cheat. He doesn't cry for other people, and he cries for this phone is being funny. Apple is is trying to be partial to Rashos man. Thank you, Ify. I really appreciate that. If you want to say something,
you try,
nice one.
Okay.
If you want to say something before I move to Tone.
I'm gonna time myself too.
Welcome. All right, go ahead.
Honestly speaking, I think we've talked about this topic enough. I don't think any nation, any developed nation or country is built on religion or spirituality. Again, I said it earlier before you came in, forefather. Our issue is built on the problem we have is a man-made problem. It's not created by anybody. Our country, we are so blessed. Imagine if we have winter, like I said earlier, in that country, none of us will be alive today. Most people will be dead. I don't know how we can move that country forward. That's because I just feel like we're coming here day in, day out, and every week and discuss about the same issue, and it's like we are not making progress. Okay, I don't even know what Nigeria is turning into. I think it's turning into dictatorship. That means it's getting worse. It's not even getting better. I can't even tell you there is any improvement between since this government took over since May up until now. I haven't seen any development or any change in the government. So I don't know what we can do different. Is it the masses or is it the leaders? But I believe with the masses, we have to start working on ourselves. There is so much hate in that country. But the one thing I know for sure, for people who keep on defending the government, like people be said, we are all buying from the same market. The same amount you buy is the same. If you buy bread, it's the same I will buy. They're not going to tell me get your APC card or get your PDP card or get your LP card. So I don't understand why people can't troop out just like Israeli people did, before this war started. So I believe we can do better. If the masses are not doing anything, that means they're not suffering. And I don't think there is any reason for us to be here to be talking every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said. Tone, please go ahead. Welcome. You're muted.
From the background. I've been listening. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay. I've been listening from the background for a couple of hours. See, religion is a very personal thing. Some people, I've seen some people's comments saying they don't believe in God. Good on them. I won't condemn anybody. Until we leave this existence, we know what is the truth. What I was just going to propose for fathers, since we talked about the wigs yesterday, we might just as well talk about the lipsticks and makeup.
Hey, goodness. Let's not start another one.
Better start on that wall.
Let's not start
If he's here, don't start on that wall.
Because I got into trouble. I got into trouble with my fiancé yesterday. He said, "Who is that? Who is that? Your friend forefathers talking about? How dare him? So how dare him talk about wigs and all that? Man, we didn't have a bitter argument, but she's very vocal, and you don't, women are gifted with, you can't win any argument, and especially if she's a lawyer. I will just say, listen, I don't, if I wish I have her father's number, I would have just given it to you. Both of you. We talk. Anyway, yeah. Like what everybody has said is not, religion is just not the thing and all that, because even in the church there's no longer morality in church. The so-called reverend fathers are, and then GOs, they're all compromised. They twist the gospel to suit uh what will come into their pocket. It's all about money in the church right now. It's not about holiness or anything or doing the right thing. Because if anything, these are the people that you expect to be calling out the political class. When you make a mistake, they'll call you out and say, hey, you got to do something moral. But there's no morality anywhere. So let's just forget about this religious thing, whether Nigeria is caused or not caused and all that. Simply do the right thing. You see, garbage in, garbage out, like they say in IT. That's just what we're getting. We are getting what we are putting in. And until we are ready, we'll do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Tone. Jonaba, please go ahead. You're welcome. KJ, your turn is coming. It's not going to be long. Everybody has been very, very
Refresh the rules. Refresh the rules. 2 minutes sharp.
2
No
minutes, 2
interruption. No
minutes, no
minutes,
more
emergency.
2
than 2
minutes, no
minutes.
interruptions. Yeah, please go ahead, Jonaba.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I think I've been listening from background. Don't know whether you guys talking religion or spirituality. I think religion is not personal. Spirituality is personal. Religion have idea, and that ideology, whether you are a Christian, you are Muslim, all of that is under the umbrella of religion. So there's no personality on it. You can personalize your spirituality based on your own understanding and how you approach your own God in your own way. But talking it to link it to our own way of life back in Africa or Nigeria, I think religion had been used to tame the people. So we have to do more to cultivate the mind of the people. And I don't think anybody cares whether you are a Muslim or you are a Christian if you need a help. And I don't think anybody cares if you are a Christian or you are a Muslim if you are a good leader and you care for the whole people. So that's where I stay for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonaba. KJ, welcome. Please go ahead. The topic is about prayers and how it's associated with like easy falls for nation building.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't know what you guys did to have if you're sitting down since, whatever you did to have her sitting down here, please keep doing it because somehow her appearance makes it a bit, better to look at. You understand? So if you are annoyed with somebody, just be looking at her face, you get over your annoyance. All right. I haven't said that. We sometimes do what is called chasing shadows. Okay, the pastors that are leading Nigerian churches are Nigerians. They didn't come from the sky. And since religion became, kind of, murky water, everybody who has failed in the society tries to go start one church or the other. And so we saw people who have called themselves, even though they've not been called into the service of God. Of course, they have to preach their own message. And so everything has been tilted with that stern lens in Nigeria. Having said that, it does not mean that there are still not men of God who speak and as they are directed by God. And they speak the truth. And most of them, for instance, I give an example for free. Paul Ade Francis said that that the Messiah we're looking for is not yet here. That's what he said before this got here. That there's going to be a falsehood, and that's what we're looking at. Those, so we still have some people who see. And I give an example. As far back as 2011, I know a man of God, Apostle Yemi Ade Francis, who said that another army is coming and it's going to come, nothing will stop it. And whatever is happening in Nigeria is going to happen. Okay, and I also know some, malams who have spoken. That is, the clerics in the Islam.
No,
Sorry,
yeah, 2 minutes is gone. Sorry.
I know
You
some.
see, this phone it really doesn't like you. It decided to shout at your own tone, but it didn't shout at other people's tone. This phone is being biased. It's like INEC, really.
Okay, so let me just round up. And I know some other, Islamic clerics who spoke.
2 minutes is 2 minutes. Please, 2
It's
minutes.
2 minutes. They say no
No more
asking
than
for
that.
extra
Not
15
no,
seconds,
no
nothing.
Jara, nothing. Please.
Mr. Henry, you have been here
No,
since
no, no,
morning.
no. We have to follow the
No,
rules.
everybody
No,
follow the rules. Everybody
follow
follow
the
the
rules.
rules, to
No
be fair.
Jara here.
So let me just add my own 2 minutes too. Let me time myself to everybody time
I'm gonna
themselves.
time you, forefathers. Don't cheat.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I think prayers to an extent does work, because it's like if you have a problem and you focus and try to kind of meditate on that problem, you are more likely to be more aware of the issue that you are dealing with. So from that point of view, it does work, because but religion and is tied to how people solve problems within their society. That's why religion was created in the first place. This is why when you see religions in areas where there is desert, they pray for the rain, and other areas they pray for fire and all the rest of it. And it's a way of understanding the world we are in. For somewhere along the line, it's become corrupted, and spirituality has become something that is out there. When spirituality is actually a way of understanding the world. That's why when people do spirituality, they try to wonder why they are here, how to understand the world. And what the Western people have managed to do is that they've concretized some part of it, like science, where they actually study the real world. That is where religion comes from. And most of it is become corrupted. And the lesson is there. The world is telling you the truth. The world has told you this is what you need to do to solve your problems, but we have corrupted it to a point whereby we are looking somewhere else. Religion is about understanding the world. Spirituality is about understanding the world. In terms of religion, it's a way of society coming together to say this is what we know about the world. That is what religion did. And spirituality is people trying to search for answers. It's almost like what scientists do, really. But we've corrupted it to mean, oh, you just have to be wandering somewhere in your mind and calling on some weird creation somewhere. The answer is in front of you. You just have to study the world, do what is required, and you'll succeed. That's why no matter how much we pray, mentally we don't succeed until we do what is needed to be done. And we know the answer. The answer is everywhere. Everybody, a lot of people have said it. So let's do what needs to be done to build a nation. That is what will solve it. You can pray all you want. It's not gonna work until you do what is required. Those are the rituals of the world. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. All right, let's start. Except we want to change the topic, because for me, I feel like this topic in terms of prayers. That's why I'm not totally against prayers. That it doesn't work out. It does have a place, because anything you put your mind to in this world, you are more aware of that area. The fact that we are here, we are more aware of
put your hands down.
So
Let me let you there here.
Ovie, you're coming in. Sorry, you're in background. I forgot the place is not full. Rasmus, might want to say something. I want to allow you to flow now, because since the topic, all of us have said a lot about.
For fathers, let's go down
Don't
again.
even start it again.
Let's go down
Go
again.
round again. Is there anything you want to say about prayer again?
Yeah, we'll go say some.
Two minutes was not enough
Okay.
to talk about it. So let's go round again. When
Okay, I thought that was electricity was doing all this while.
When I just start down, you just change the topic, go another, you just cannot go Kaduna, go Sambisa Forest.
Okay, all right. Then if you want to go another 1 round. Then okay, 2 minutes. The Blackstone, please go ahead then.
Okay, what I want to say is this: that one thing is this: if we are praying and you are still involved in wrongdoings, your prayer has no meaning. So if you look at the Nigerian situations, I do ask my fellow Nigerian friends that you people go to church, you pray every day, but Nigeria is getting worse and worse. Why can't you people sit down and query yourself, question yourself, what are you people doing that your prayers are not working? I believe that God answers prayers. Everybody believes that God answers prayer, right? And the Bible says that the prayer of a sinner is a reproach unto God, something like that, right? So if we Nigerians are going to church, after church services, they find themselves in bar, in different atrocities that before what they were doing before they came to the church, they went back to it again. It has no meaning to God. So they've not done anything. You understand me? It is like it's like you take a pig out of the mole and then you dress him and leave it. You go back to where it is again. That's what most Nigerian Christians are, because they continue going around the same circle and they say they are believers, right? So at the end of the day, after committing a crime, they go to the church and say, God forgive me. You know, after killing people, they say, God forgive me. After scamming people, say, God forgive me. After duping people, say, God forgive me. Hey, don't shake your head, Mr. Precious Man. You understand me? I've been analyzing Nigerian Christians. You understand me? I know once I've been involved in, I know what happens. You understand me? So this has been the situation. I'm not saying all of them, at least majority of them, right? So that is what it is. So if you want to debug me, tell me why Nigeria is not going well with all the prayers that have been going on. Tell me the reason. Because if you tell me that God is answers prayer,
thank you, the Blackstone. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, the Blackstone. Henry Gabriel, please go ahead.
You see, I will bring this word first. Matthias, one guy from social media and from the East, one of these pastors went to arrest him because he criticized them that they have to, if you are sick, go to doctor to take care of you. Not like all this, you heal somebody, you put blind, see, the cripple walk, because they are lying to the people in the East there. But now they arrest this man, they take him to Abuja. Is it not the same pastor people are talking about? If you know your God is working, if you believe in your God, why you have to use your security agencies to oppress other people? You see, our pastors are now laughing stock. Like me, I was once a Catholic, but I still believe in God. But I don't go to church no more because I asked my priest. I said, "Why ladies don't present mass in the altar?" He says it's Catholic tradition. Since then, I didn't go to church no more than 5 years now because it's all a bunch of crap. We have a traditional, we have a tradition, our way of praying to our God before this Christian come and Muslim religion came. But now they're using it to oppress the masses. If you believe in God, let it be. But if you want to work, you have to do your job. They put you into to make things order in that country, but you don't take off that country, but you're waiting for God to come and bring light for you. It's not working like that. You pray every day. We pray more than any other country in the world. We pray more than other country in the world, but the other countries are still moving forward. America, did they say let's pray for our president to build road? Do they pray in Germany? Let's pray to our councillor to make sure we have a good electricity. No, we pray too much, and we forget to do the right thing. It's time you members, those who believe in miracle, you believe into miracle money, all those ones, miracle alert. You put to change your mindset. All work, you have to work. Build your country. God will not come from heaven to change you people. God will never come. He gave you everything. Weathers, mineral resources, manpower. Thank you.
You see, I'm waiting for forefather to call that time. You didn't call it. Thank God.
My time is also counted.
No, somebody will call.
This my time is reading completely, man.
Why didn't you keep the 2 minutes, Mr. Henry? You see, that's the problem I'm talking about. You are complaining about other people now. But what about you? You should have timed yourself.
I'm not the timekeeper.
I'm not the timekeeper.
KJ.
I'm not the timekeeper, so don't go mad.
Few seconds.
Henry, it's okay. KJ, I'm going to give you my time. So, Tom, go ahead.
All right. You muted.
I'm out here. Good night, everybody.
Yeah, good night. Thank you for coming in, Henry Gabriel, and till next time. Yeah, Tone, please go ahead.
Just guess who just said anything. It's just like I'm just, to be quite honest, I'm just tired of us going over and over and over and quoting it. See, it's time for action. It's these people needs to be kicked out because they epitomizes everything wrong about Nigeria, the present administration. First of all, they need to be kicked out. I don't know why. I don't know whether someone has read about the latest thing. They are going after institutions that are connected to the opposition. Now they are after that is university, that graduates of law cannot go to law school for one dumb reason or the other. And we're here talking about religion. What has religion got to do with that? There are a lot of people that cannot even that cannot even feed well today, and we're here talking about religion. Maybe we just shine our eyes. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. This in tone. Janapa, please go ahead.
I think I use the word of summarize it. To me, religion or spirituality is personal, and the way people use it. I don't think God is a Christian. I don't think God is a Muslim. I don't think God belongs to any religion. God is God, and whatever people make out of it. The reason why it's a problem in our own country, the Bible said that it's hard for the camel to enter into the eyes of the needle. So in that case is that, and when the pastors are the richest people, it contradicts even the Bible itself. So, and I'm not saying pastors should be poor, but then when what you are preaching is that it should be a service to the people and not to take advantage of the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's funny how modern scientists, when they don't understand anything, they'll say it's black. It's black hole, it's black and dark energy, it's dark matter. They don't understand what it is. Just like our forefathers, when they were practicing religion, they will ascribe it to mysterious entities because it's not everything human beings understood. They are basically studying the world as it is. There are rules to this world. You can't violate them and expect to prosper. Please, KJ, please go ahead.
Okay. Again, just like Jonaba, look, the issue of religion is not under tone. I totally agree with tone. You see, if we fix many things, other things will follow, including the religion. Okay, but in a nation where there's no justice, there's no fairness, there's no equity. Okay, in a nation that does not obey the rule of law, simple rule of law. I'm not saying favor anybody. Simple rule of law. You're not obeying that, and then you think that you are going to pray and then things will work out. No, things will only work for those who have good mind, because there are preachers who are fed on earth now, who are from Nigeria, who are Nigerians, who are not necessarily selling olive oil or selling handkerchief and making waves around the nations of the earth. So it's not about that. What we should be thinking about, that is our common patrimony, that which everybody benefits from, which is government. If the government is fixed, look, I'm just reading from my cell phone now. Somebody sent me the paper from the Ministry of, the FCT, this thing, going against Kano Agabi's building, revoking it. Okay, and I've just also read that someone sent me the video. A very old building in Abuja that stands near, those of you know where Zenith Bank is, or Rockview is in Abuja, was brought down 3 days ago. Even with people still upstairs working, they were knocking it down while people were still upstairs. It is done in a normal society. Where else can it be done? Where else? So let's you see, when I come to this, I don't want to speak with emotion. Okay, but let's call a spade a spade.
Sorry, which building was being knocked down in Abuja?
You know that there's a mall, there's a 3-story building when you enter Wuse 2. Besides, it's very old building. It was there when I was investing, so it's very old building. Just beside Rockview, it's beside Rockview. Okay, it's a commercial building. It was knocked down.
You got 4 minutes. Remember.
It's 4 minutes now. Is it 4 minutes?
Thank you. Yeah, she gave me her time.
4 minutes. Oh yeah. Go ahead. You see, that's good. Go ahead.
Now, what we should be telling ourselves is, how do we arrive? And I want to blow your mind. I want to say something that most of you probably will shout. The only thing that unites Nigeria is to fight the Igbos. When it has to be with an Igbo question, everybody comes with their drone and dagger drone. Okay, because if you go through the internet,
so that building has to do with Igbos.
Yes, it has. Hold on, it's an Igbo building. Now it has to.
But they said the wiki has been destroying buildings before you make it only Igbo.
Stop interrupting him. His 4 minutes is over.
Please let me make my point. Now,
Okay.
now, if you look through the history, this last time, Igbos were told to go to their home to vote. In Kanu, a group of Arewa youth gave the Igbos how many months, 2 weeks or so to leave the north. Which of those people has ever gone to court? Who of them? In South, as Adedoku was saying, that's what they kill. We will kill now. Woto. Is he not still working? Can an Igbo man make that statement, even if it's P2B? You see, the only reason why P2B is still working about it is because he has not stepped out to say one thing. By now, they will have taken him up. That is the only thing that unites Nigeria. The fight of the East. Okay? If they take away the East today, there'll be nothing to fight in Nigeria. Maybe probably they'll either divide or there'll be no unity again. But that's what only unites them. The fight of the Igbo man. And it's not tribal. It started even before the killing of Sadana. It started before then. It's not today. So let us call a spade a spade. If we need to unite, let's unite. If we don't want to be a nation, please stop killing people, allowing people to die wastelessly. Okay? Let us quietly. We can even be a confederation. You know, the other day I was reading, Swiss was part of Soviet Union. Okay? And they said that they must leave and they must force themselves out of the system. And they did, even though Russia wanted to get them back. It didn't work. Gentlemen, let us call a spade a spade. No need reading about the bush, not about religion.
It must be Finland and not Switzerland.
Okay, Switzerland, yes. Oh, yes.
Yeah, that was a bit. I wanted to check that off. That sounded out of the norm.
Thank you for correcting me. That I accept that. That's it.
You see, that's Nigerians for you now. You see, these are modern Nigerians. As we need to accept correction and move on. That's very good, KJ. Righteous man, please go ahead. 2 minutes. Sorry, if he has KJ's time run out, 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Righteous man, please go ahead.
KJ, you've made a submission that gladdened my heart tonight. KJ, you made a good submission. The truth is, the religion is not the problem. Nigeria is built on a faulty foundation. 100 people have been abducted in Zamfara State as I'm talking to you this evening. So there is no happiness. There is no region that is finding it easy because of the faulty foundation. If the foundation be destroyed, what can the righteous do? Even if you put Peter Obi there, because of this faulty foundation, things will not work well. We have to come to the drawing table, sit as a people. Do we want to live as one country? What are the modalities? How do we go about it? Then we agree. Then everybody will be equal. As Nigeria is today, some are first-class citizens.
We have changed the topic now, though. It was about prayer and all.
I said it before now. I said when Righteous Man started, you can't just go to Sambisa Forest.
And they've already done that very quickly. Your tag team among themselves and turn it to the Southeastern issue. After I say people are picking on bringing the issue up.
By the way,
Father is not as Southeastern.
By the way, can I?
We are still dealing with the issue.
No. Francis, can you finish, please?
Yeah.
No.
Not yet. I think after this round, they will allow more freer conversation.
Can I interject? I just want to.
No. It's your turn next. You will please have your say next. So don't worry about interjection.
What I said, religion, prayer is not the problem. The problem is that Nigeria is built on a faulty foundation. And until we correct that foundation, even if we stop praying in Nigeria, even if we stop all religion functioning in Nigeria, Nigeria cannot be okay until that foundation is corrected. Restructure Nigeria. Let all the tribe and the ethnic groups come together and agree on how we are going to live as a country. I can't score 134 and I will not gain admission. Somebody will score 14 and he will gain admission and you say we are one Nigeria. It can't work. Thank you.
Thank you, this is Righteous Man. Please, Oti, welcome.
Yes,
go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I came late and I don't know let me start off first of all. I mean, just to respond to what Righteous Man. Look, this thing about faulty foundation, it may well be true. Okay, it may well be true. No, but somebody has to build that that right foundation. Okay, so you're talking about the constitution or whatever, the basis of our union, right? It may well be so, but I don't think talking about, I mean, saying that is the problem that we have today. I think it's a faulty argument, because how do you build a foundation? Okay, and that's why when people talk about leadership, that is the correct diagnosis of the problem, because it's a crop of leaders, the right leadership. I mean, if like self leadership that is
Selfless.
how to serve the people, okay, then we have to put in place the right kind of structures. So yes, I know. I mean, it may well be it may well be a problem, but that is not really, if we're talking about what is facing Nigeria today, I don't think it's the foundation thing or the constitution. If you get the right crop of leaders, they will know what to do. That job, that task of reconstituting, they will begin it. They will do it in reality, and not people that are really, if like, out for their own interest. They're not these people that rig elections. They can't mean well for you. There's no way. So we'll put that aside. I mean, the topic we have today, as I said, I came late. I didn't. I don't know what I mean, the general thrust of the discussion. Of course, I've missed it now. But when I saw the topic, I think it's really is a very. I mean, who thought out? I mean, who thought about? Who thought this is the right question?
No, sorry.
It's the wrong premise.
Your time is up. Sorry.
No, sorry. I haven't said anything. Let me just. Okay.
Yeah. You are not aware. There's no 10 seconds. There's no 5 seconds. There's
no. There's no 5 seconds.
There's strict time. It's very strictly time based. I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry, Oti. Oti, I'm sorry. It will come back to you again. It will come back to you again. It will come back to you again, Oti. Sorry about that. I should have let you know that this is a different rules where everybody's sticking that it's it. But after it goes round, then we can relax it a bit.
Okay, then. So everybody.
Mhe, please go ahead. 2 minutes regarding the topic. Thank you for coming in. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Well, concerning the topic, I want to say that I believe in spirituality, but I have a kind of I do not trust religion. Let me put it that way. And every service that religion has suffered is simply to placate the masses from perhaps demanding what they need to ask from those who they give power to lord it over them. So and that is where I have issues with religion, especially with the way it's practiced in Africa. Because if you go to other climes, you realize that it is not just the way it is done here, it is done over there. And you'll see that once they pray, because actually I think the title is the topic of discussion is the falsehood of prayer. It's not that they don't believe in prayer, they pray and they put in work in order to ensure that their prayers are, in order to there's something that the prayer is going to meet. It's not just that you pray and you hands off and you want a mystery somewhere to give you the solution. Yes, there's spirituality, and spirituality also, even we ourselves, we are spiritual beings. I believe that 100%. But the way it is done in Nigeria, the way we practice it, like some persons will claim to even know the spirituality more than you, such that they believe that they are the gatekeepers of spirituality. That is where religion comes in, and from there they begin to make you feel like, oh, you are not up to the task in order to intervene in your matter. We can do it better. We know how to liaise with God. And the way it is done, you realize that even our leaders, they tend to, it's like they tend to know the back door to God.
You know, this my phone. This my phone. I don't know, man. It's really, really mean. He doesn't like KJ. He doesn't like Righteous Man. He always shouts whenever it's their turn.
The
But
time is up
for
for
you,
me,
he
right?
didn't say anything. He just completely ignored it. You know, I don't know, man. I really don't get this phone. What is doing here? Thank you.
I hand over to Masca.
Yeah. Yeah, Masca is not here at the moment, so we can go with Tone. I think I will bring Ovie back on. Ovie, if you're not, Masca is back. Yeah.
No, Forefather, what I want to do,
yeah,
I would pass these 2 minutes when people talk again, so I can talk for 4 minutes at a stretch. It makes more sense to me.
okay, that sounds good. We can do that. Thank you.
That would be a violation of the law. That would be a violation of the law.
Yeah,
The law is 2 minutes. No, 2 minutes for when it reaches your turn. Spend the 2 minutes and wait for another round.
But KJ just used it. KJ
No,
used similar tactics.
because I didn't speak. Remember.
Yeah.
If he gave
so you can build your time. You can decide not to say anything.
Let me give my 2 minutes to Masca. Let me give my 2 minutes to Masca.
Okay, so I have 4 minutes, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'll give you my 2 minutes.
Righteous Man, you should go and hawk transformer now. I will speak for 4
Masca, I saw something interesting 2 days ago near my house. I saw on the wall of a house, a block of flats. I saw Masca Court. I said, "Wow, I'm going to take it for today."
So where do you live, Tone? In the UK or in the US?
I live in London.
Okay, no.
Near the Queen. He lives in London, near the Queen.
Then it's not me.
Okay. So use your 4 minutes then.
All right. Okay. So, well, I don't want to talk about religion. I just want to respond to my big brother, KJ. You know, I find it amusing when the Igbo people start crying wolf.
Wow.
Yes, because in Nigeria, if there's any tribe really that has a free hand and benefits the more in terms of Nigeria being one country, it's the Igbo people.
Oh,
yes.
Really?
Yeah, let's hear him out. It's a controversial position, but let's hear him out.
We will have time to ask questions.
In Nigeria, there are like 10 big markets. I like you, Forefather, because you research a lot. Research sounds like a big word, but it's really not a big deal, especially in this time of Google. Check the 10 big markets in Nigeria. Check how many of them are dominated by the Igbo people. Okay? You hear Oriaria market, Oshodi, what's the name market? This is Alaba market. Okay?
Otu on the chat.
So, and when you come to the north, go to Kano, Sabongari market, I'm sure KJ knows about it. It's dominated by the Igbo people. Okay? If you come to Abuja, for instance, almost all the markets, is it Sabongari market? Wuse market. Is it, what's the other market? Garki market. Everywhere you go, Igbo people are practicing their trade with no hindrance. Okay? And all these academics that talk about, oh no, let's go to the southeast, I am sure the average Igbo man is not going to do that. KJ was talking about the northerners giving some southerners. It was not the Igbo people they gave notice to. That's wrong. It wasn't Igbo people. These guys didn't isolate the Igbo people. They said the southerners, because then there was an agitation, and we all know, I come here on this platform every day, technically speaking, it's blackmail every session. Igbo people will be telling you they want to go. Go where? Where?
We have our God-given land now.
You are in Lagos. Why are you? You are in Lagos. You are pretending that you want to go. Is anybody stopping you, you righteous man, from going to the east? Have they broken any bridge? Why haven't you gone to the southeast?
I will ask question later.
I know. So what I'm saying is, look, let's stop all this. It's not okay. It's not correct. There's so many Igbo people. I can tell you, I can boast that more than 30 million Igbo people in the north.
30 million.
Every
30
market.
million, the entire population, are you sure it's up to that 30 million or 3 million? I don't know.
Okay,
30 million sounds like a lot.
Okay, even if it is 3 million, is it not sufficient number enough? Some countries are not up to 3 million. The point I'm making is a very simple point. Okay. KJ is probably somewhere in the UK. Righteous Man is in Lagos. Nobody is speaking. Only Ngozi speaks on this platform from the southeast. But people will tell you, oh, we want to go, we want to go, we want to go. The reality is that the poor people in Nigeria across the country have a reason to complain. I may not entirely be a poor man, but I have a reason to complain as a Nigerian. All of us have a reason to complain. I loved somebody that came on this platform yesterday. He made an analogy that I loved. In fact, I found it very profound. Say if you put 20 people in a room.
Sorry, your turn is up. You know, this INEC that I have here, he decides.
I have a right to respond, and
No,
yeah.
KJ.
No, but he called my name. He called my name now.
I think Ibi, I think we can
my
relax
friend.
the conversation now. We've slapped it round and round.
No, because what's gonna happen?
Maska is my friend, and Maska knows my position when it has to do with it.
Hold on. Maska is my friend too. Listen, KJ. What's gonna happen now? If you respond, it's gonna be OT and then Righteous Man, and this gonna throw this off balance. I think when it gets to your turn, you can use that your 2 minutes or time to respond
now, because I yielded my 2 minutes to Masker.
Yes, okay. Then we can go around again then with Blackstone.
No, we can go around again, starting from Blackstone.
But if I don't like the way KJ is speaking,
Are you the prefect now? I think it's Blackstone now. So let's just go with Blackstone before you know it will be up to KJ again.
Okay, well, I think let me make a proposal. Everybody in this panel should recommend Ifi to Tinubu as to appoint her as the next INEC chairman. So it's a proposal. So let us give that.
Don't worry, your time is going. I don't think there's any review for you.
Anyway, sometimes we come here and say, let's find a solution. So I want to ask, what is the actual solution are we talking about? I'm going to use to solve Nigerian problem, because Nigerian problem is in fact, even the problem in the government, actually political problem in Nigeria, is too complex. Sometimes I do ask myself, that people that were criticizing the government, when they were given a position in the government, they become even worse than those they met in that office. Why? So that's why I said the biggest problem of Nigeria is Nigerians' mindset. I want to eat. It is my turn. They go there, they change like chameleon automatically. So why? How many Nigerians have resigned from their elected position? Because said, because I don't agree with the principle, whatever you're trying to tell me to do, then I step down, I resign. How many Nigerians have done that? That's to tell you that who we are, what Nigerians are. So I believe that we are very good in talking, we are very good in criticizing, but when it comes to the actual action, then then you see the true color of who we are, of ourselves. You understand me? So we have many examples of Nigerians who were criticizing the government, but today they are the people who are doing what they were criticizing other people for. So we have to work on our mindset. We have to work on our mindset. We have to be able to train or to put in place structures that will transform the mindset of the Nigerians. And I think that has to start right from the home, from the family, from the children. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, I didn't take my turn. Or should I take my turn now, or I should take it after?
No,
Do 4 minutes
forefathers, you
later.
are the moderator. No,
No,
no, no,
don't even start that this thing.
no.
Don't start that rigging now. You see that. You see that. You know, they've already started already. Oh. You see that. You want to start rigging, so I don't have my own say now. I don't have my say now. I'll have it later on. I can wait
Okay,
4 minutes
have
for
your
my
two
turn.
minutes. Have your 2 minutes.
All right. So yeah, I think what Masca said, controversial, but that's his opinion. But for me, this prayer aspect and religion, I think we need to reappraise our understanding of what it truly means. And I think I will put a question later on, which is something we are going to discuss. To find the evidence between religion and problem solving within our communities in the past. And I believe that you're going to find that religion is tied to the solving the problems of the local area. You find that in people in the north that is drier, you will see that they will have cultures that want this thing, good navigation so they don't get lost in the desert. Good rains, you will see that, and just like the Egyptians, they have science of the Nile. Their religion is tied to the Nile because it's solving problems around their area. And this is what Western people have mastered. They've moved it from this esoteric spiritual stuff, that seems to be quite abstract, really, to actual sciences, which is also abstract. After all, you don't see the air, it exists because they studied it. The truth is that in this life, the answers are all in front of you. You just have to listen and study the world. And what we don't tend to do is we don't do enough of that. We just only look at what the book says. Who told you those books were written by people that actually studied the world? If you look at the Bible, like Ecclesiastes. It's one of the interesting books because it's almost like a philosophical book and study of human nature. Most of the biblical books is studying human nature itself, because human beings are the most advanced creation they had around them, and they did very, very well with it. That's how we got here in the first place. So we have to study the world. I'm not saying everything that is profound here. The truth is that we need to do more of looking at the world and listening and seeing what works and copying it, because that is the true religion. That is the true purpose of life. Thank you. I'm done. I think it's you. If you want to take your turn.
I'll give my turn to KJ.
Of course, you're going to give it all this rigging business. It's all good. It's all good. Of course, you're going to give it to KJ.
Just for the record,
I will withdraw my proposal. I will withdraw my proposal.
It's 2 minutes. It's supposed to be.
I withdraw my proposal.
Jonaba, please go ahead. I should have.
This is why Nigeria never work. What TP is doing. What he's doing is the very reason why Nigeria will not work.
Okay, let's hear from you, Jonaba.
I'm very disappointed in my brother KJ. Respectfully, it's amazing the way we use this word, that what united Nigerian is fighting Igbo or the Igbos. I don't think it should have used that language, but you're entitled to your own opinion. Go and look at the history. Igbo are very resilient people. Igbo live outside. Anywhere they go, they make it a home, whether in Nigeria or outside Nigeria. And in another thing, then there should be a reflection. Is it that the people are afraid of the Igbo, or what is the reason, if you believe that they fight them? Why? What is the cause of the fight? Did they do anything, or they didn't do nothing, or they just hate them? You have to come with a certain thing for you just pronounce it. Look at this 20 years to come and let people watch this. Then we did nothing, and our coming here, we are not sending any message of unity and enlightenment that unite, which bring prosperity to our nation. Where hate is rooted, there will be no prosperity, because hate will consume all of us. If we sow that seed of discourse and disunity among us from our family level to outside and beyond, that would simply, because we are of a different tribe, and that make us not to be a human being like any other person, and we cannot work together as a nation or as a society, then that is a narrow-minded perspective. It's not going to take us far. Nigerians, we have our differences, but we have worked together and we normally accommodate each other well. There are few.
Thank you, Janaba. Yeah, 2 minutes is gone.
All right, thank you. I
please
won't
take
even wait for you. So I
three
don't
or
take
4
any
minutes.
time. Jonaba, I thank you. You know, I grew up in the north, and so I cannot take a position that is not correct when it has to do with the north and the south. I take a position that is truth. Now, right from the beginning of time, for 1945, the first massacres of the Igbos in the north took place in Jos. Okay? And that if there's any other tribe in Nigeria that they've carried out a national massacre, please let me know so I can correct myself. Secondly, in 1953, there was another massacre, okay, of the north, of the Igbos in the north. Before even the 1967 massacre of the Igbos that took all the way to 1970. And since then, there have been so many other national massacres of the Igbo tribe. If somebody has a quarrel with his wife in the house, the stores of the Igbos in the north and other parts of Nigeria are burnt down and people are massacred. Have there been any national inquiry to find out why this is happening so? Have they been? No. In the last election, and I refer back to the last election because that's the one that's fresh in everybody's mind. I don't want to go too far away, like Masca was saying. And now, in the last election, was there any other tribe in Nigeria that was told, go back to where you come from and go and vote? Was there any other tribe?
No.
None. There was none. Only the Igbos were told you cannot vote here. Even those
Are we
people
having
who
an
look
Igbo
like
discussion
That's not true.
even those people who look like
Turn it to
Igbos
an Igbo
were
discussion.
told not to vote because they look like Igbos. Even the people who marry Yorubas, who marry Yorubas, who are either their fathers are Yorubas, their mothers are Igbos, we are told not to vote because they are not proper Yorubas. This is in the nation. Okay, coming back to what Masca was talking about markets. Hey, hi, we are traders. You guys sell. You guys are you are pastorists. Do we have a market? Do we have a market? Do we come to the where you sell your animals and struggle for stores from you guys? No, we don't. Nobody has ever questioned why is that you have your cow markets everywhere and it's not being shared. Nobody has asked that. The lands you people even used to do that are not even developed. That's why Alausa till tomorrow, for over 20, 40 years, it still remains undeveloped because shelters are put up there and people do their business. We don't ask why. We don't say why not developing it. If you go to all parts of the south, including Calabar, okay, Donald Duke was the one who cleared the place that was using the center of Calabar to make cow market, okay, because it wasn't developed and he needed to put some form of development there. What am I saying? Am I saying that what you guys are doing is no? I'm simply saying if we need to deal with a problem of Nigeria, we need to tackle it head on. We need to tell ourselves the truth. And this is the truth. And why is that when we say it, you guys don't want to believe it? Okay, if it were in Hausa land or any other part of Nigeria where you found 80 bodies, unidentified bodies, you think that it will go away just like that? There'll be no investigation, it will just be covered, and everybody go on their normal ways? What we are simply saying is this, and as an Igbo person, and as somebody who grew up in the north, I have a lot of respect for everybody who stands in the path of truth. But we must tell it. We must tell that truth. Whether you like it or not, that's the truth. Hey, you said that the call for the people to return from the north wasn't only for the Igbos. No, it was only for the Igbos. It was first made by the Northern People's Forum, the youth of the Northern People's Forum. Okay, that made that. And I mean, if you go back to the video, which I was trying to look for some minutes ago, the guy said, "You people know what we did to you in 1966, and we're going to do it again and again." It's on video. It was on national TV. I was still in Nigeria when that was made. Okay. And we waited for them to be arrested. Nobody ever did anything. The elders forum of the this thing say these are children. You should ignore what they are saying. But if Nnamdi Kanu says it's not a children, they will have to go for it.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank
you. The reason why those things may be happening may just be that Igbos are the ones that travel most. have populations in various areas. It doesn't mean they are definitely being attacked. It could
Does
just be a
it
function of
excuse
that.
it? Or does
No, it doesn't
excuse
excuse it, but I think the position was that his position was that they are united in their hatred. And I don't think it may just be a factor of the fact that they are present in many places more than any other group. That's just it, really. Let's see. Righteous man. Sorry, it's Righteous Man's turn. Righteous Man, please, 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah. My father lost 2 properties in Port Harcourt after the war, and that led to his early demise from this earth. The property he suffered and built with his labor was confiscated and seized from him because he's an Igbo man called abandoned property. Are you telling me that America that has civil war, that after that civil war, some Americans' properties were seized and were not released to others because they fought a war? Can you and your brother fight, and as a result of it, you tell your brother that what belongs to him is no longer his own? And you are telling me I should look at it and then be happy and say there is no problem. I mean, let's be human. Let's acknowledge that something went wrong and we need to correct it. Simple. The Igbos are marginalized. Can you explain why federal government constructed railway in the whole Nigeria in the last regime and Southeast was not included? Can you please tell me the print behind that?
I think it was included. Sorry.
Included where? Oga, you there abroad? Me, I there Nigeria. They go east every day.
I have evidence for it, so you can see. If you want the evidence, we'll share it later on.
You understand?
Yeah.
Theory is not implementation. You can say something and you have not done it. Can you explain after the Civil War, 50-something years now, no Igbo man have been deemed? God bless Dr. Guru that came to this place and said, even as a northerner, they were querying him, why is he supporting an Igbo man? That the reason why they did not give Obi that thing is because he's an Igbo man. And now someone said it on this panel. So what are we talking about? I'm done.
Thank you. Oti, please go ahead. I know you wanted to say something earlier.
Yes, sorry, I don't know. Can you, at least, as I came late, and is it possible that you give me at least 4 minutes, to see?
Forget about it.
I can look, and before I make a point. Look. You see, first of all, for us, you see, I don't have a problem with the question as posed because it does assume or presume that religion is something. I mean, is false in nation building. No, I mean that's not true. That's not correct. Okay.
And you can have my 2 minutes. Oti, have my 2 minutes.
And I think, see, the problem I find
John is so generous.
Most of our people, most of us, on this platform and elsewhere, often we talk about things we don't understand, and people come and make, I don't know, maybe hardly religious, hardly know anything about the Christian religion, and then they come and they talk, say is whatever is a Western religion is that, without having that knowledge, without making the effort to really understand what is Christianity, right? So I don't know, if you don't understand something, why don't you just keep quiet, don't talk about it, listen, or ask, to be educated. Anyway, I'm asking the question: is falsehood of prayer? No, prayer cannot be. Look, if you are trying to identify the problem we have, right? Prayer. It can be prayer.
Sorry, hold on. Who is removing people and bringing other people in? And if you don't do that. If you are the one doing it, I don't know who is doing it. Who is bringing people in and taking people out and bringing other people in?
I don't have access to the channel.
Who is doing that? Let me see. I don't know. Sorry, just hold on. Your time is frozen. Sure, is that you doing it? People can't just be removing people and bringing other people in. It's not appropriate, really, when somebody's moderating. Please go ahead. I will restart this thing.
So, Fafaras, I don't know. You are the one that this question. Am I right? You posed the question. So, and I have to ask myself: do you really understand whether you are religious or not, for you to begin to ask this kind of question? Look, prayer is important. It's important in the life of any man, any human being, right? In the life of a nation as well. Prayer, and we again, when people talk about the foundation, it's a part of what we have to discuss. It's got to be on the table, and we are supposed to be a secular country. Okay, so that means there has to be a kind of a clear separation between the state, and the religion, people's private. So, but it doesn't mean that people can, of course, have the right to express their religion in public, but it's not something that the government one way or the other should interfere with or support. Okay, it doesn't matter whether it's giving equal support to all religions. It should stay out of it. It's it should be a private matter, the way you worship your God. Okay, but why is it? I'm asking myself, why is it? Why are we discussing it? Is it? Are you saying that Nigerians pray too much? It will be the case that they pray falsely. They don't understand what they're doing really, and there's so many fake and false religious leaders, and then misleading people. That's an entirely different question, But asking the question, falsehood of prayer in nation building. What do you mean? What does that question mean? I don't know. Can you explain to me what you have in mind in posing that question? And maybe what I'm asking. I mean.
Please, I don't have the answer to it. If anyone can answer, because I'm really trying to moderate here.
I don't have to really come at it, because it's a question. I think for me is a wrong premise. Prayer is important. It's something that is vital. And again, because it doesn't really detract from the effort any person should be making to kind of to do whatever they have to do in life, right? Prayer is not an obstacle. It's not an impediment. I mean, it's prayer, okay? So we pray in addition to whatever else we have to do to improve ourselves, to solve our problems, right? This life is a material as well as spiritual, so it really can't it's not one against the other. It means maybe lack of understanding. I don't know really. So prayer in nation building, how is the question? I want to understand the idea behind the question, and then maybe I can help further with it. Okay, but talking about nation building, really, look, foundation. There's we have problems, okay, but look,
I think your time is up.
What is the present? Look, what is the present problem? What is facing Nigeria today? I can tell you what it is. It's simple, right? It's illegitimacy. Okay,
you used up 4 minutes. I'm sorry.
Is it gone already?
Yes. And without interruption, I'm really sorry. But you're going to get your turn again, because this is moving very, very quickly. I think what happened earlier on was probably somebody trying to circle the people behind the stage, because a lot of people are coming in and they want to tackle them. So they were just didn't tell me, and they were just taking people out. And I also think that it's good to have a balance. Like, if he's here, nobody should remove her just because she said something. There's no female, and there are voices. We want voices from every section of the country. So you can't just remove everybody and put in only one section into the conversation. Please, let's see. Who's next, please? I think it's Masca, isn't it? There's no tone to give free time. Yeah, Masca, please go ahead.
2 minutes. I'm going to give it back to KJ so that he can make more points about the Igbo domination. I really want to hear about it.
Okay.
Can I say something? Can I say something, Masca, right quick?
Yes.
Being an Igbo, to be honest with you, I am tired of this Igbo thing and and demolition and all that stuff going on. With no reservation, I said it here yesterday. If Igbos feel that they are being marginalized, again, I'm gonna say it again: go home. Go home. If you feel that you are being targeted, go home.
No right answer.
Hold on.
And that's a powerful statement you have to say, because you forget that Igbo people have land. They really have.
No, it's not the right answer.
Okay. Can I answer that?
Sometimes they make it look like Igbo people don't have a land. They are destitute all over the world. They are not destitute. They have a land.
No. So we are part of
the. Let me answer that question. Oti, hold on. Hold on. I agree with you. Even me, I was thinking that Igbo should go home.
Can I finish?
Okay.
Can I finish? When you guys were talking, I didn't interrupt anybody. Oti, you might not agree. That's okay. But what I'm trying to say is this.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is this: why do we keep on? Mind you, it's not only Igbos. There are Edo people. There are other tribes.
Yes.
So we making it only Igbos. It's just at this point, it's getting under my skin. Igbo, Edo, whatever tribe, Ijo, whatever tribe you are, if you feel that you're being marginalized, Lagos is not the only developed state. Abuja is not the only developed state. Go back to your state and develop it. The same way you develop North, you can develop your state like that. I hear people saying, oh, because of the businesses in Lagos, they don't have any seaport, they don't have no international. Let me tell you something. If you people really truly believe that you are being marginalized, go and build those stuff in your area. Nobody's going to hold you. Let us stop crying. We've been crying for 60-something years and nothing has changed, and it's not going to change. Please, let's stop it. Okay. If you feel you don't like what is being done to the Igbos in Lagos, then go to the Onitsha, go to Enugu, go to Ebonyi, go to Imo. They have so many lands. If you're going towards Enugu, we have some lands over there. Go develop it. Okay. Growing up, my mother was a trader. People from Lagos used to come down to buy market from Onitsha main market then. So why can't they do the same? Why all this Igbo? We need to stop it. If you want to listen, let me tell you something. I understand that there is no equity or fairness in that. I understand that. But let us be smart. You want to hurt me? Let me be smarter than you. I can go to my area, make my area, and develop my area. Since you want to treat me that way, let me be smarter than you. It can be done.
Sorry, you're mixing up so many things. You're mixing things up.
I'm not mixing up anything, Mr.
Oti. I think that is for me, that is a very, very powerful statement. I don't know what she mixed up there.
Sorry, no. Listen, she's mixing this up. Okay. Now, first of all,
wait a minute. Is this your turn to speak? It's not just.
No, it's not. Oti likes to break rules. A lot of people haven't said anything. Let's exercise some
fathers. Actually, I've given my 2 minutes to KJ so that he can shed more light on that topic.
You want to give it to Oti. Oti seems like he's jumping to say something.
He's giving to me. I don't know why Papa won't allow me to talk.
No, I'm just saying. Oti's okay. Please, KJ, go ahead. Oti, you have to hold on. I don't know what KJ, please go ahead. Oti, you have to hold on.
I will start from where if he stopped. Yeah, it is very correct to say that Igbo should go back to the east and develop the east. But that's because if the Igbos were not part of Nigeria, can we be a part of a whole? And then you ask us each time we're somewhere outside of the East, we cannot operate. If that be the reason for what you are proposing, then we should equally be our own people. We should go back to regionalism, okay? And then if that be the reason what they want, they should give us the license to have those things you have talked about. If the seaport in Port Harcourt was working properly, Oni was working properly, Warri was working properly, Calabar was working, nobody will travel to the west, to Lagos, to go and do business. Nnewi people is an example of that. But you know what it takes an Nnewi man to get this thing to the east. You know what it costs. Right now the roads are not even there for you to be able to take your west to the east. That's one. Two, look. Are we a nation? If we are a nation, can't we deserve to be treated equally? Now they used to say that because of the whatever happened in the north in those days, but it's not. Go down history lane, you'll find out that this has always been what has been happening. Are Igbos lazy people? No. Are we saying because other people are lazy also? No. There are other people who are marginalized. Like I said, I grew up in the north. I know that the Idomas, for instance, will never or may never be able to become a governor in Benue State. I know. Because of the same, yes, it's the same thing that is played there is what is played against the Igbos. Okay? When they form a quorum, they'll go and look for a small, minute guy who likes money and use him to scatter the rest of people. This is what has been happening. Okay? Now, what are we saying here? Are we saying that we must be part of the nation? No. Are we saying we want to lead the nation? No. But we're saying that let us make a way forward that will be best for everybody.
Fair play. Simple. Fair play.
Just make a nation that will work for everybody, irrespective of whether you're a small group a big group. You are Igbos. They are half. Who they are?
So sorry, I don't know what can be fairer than what Ify just said.
10
Why
years
is it that when they ask you to go and build your own environment, hold on?
10
Why is
years
it that when they
ago,
ask you to
we
go
will
and
still
build
be
your own
talking about
environment?
the same thing. 20 years
No,
to
no,
come, we
no.
will still be talking about the same thing.
Why is it
Can
that
we
when they
follow
ask you to go and
can
build
we
your
follow the rule,
environment, then you start
There are
saying you
people
want
that
to
have
leave the
not
country?
spoken.
I don't understand that. Please, Ndubisi, welcome, and gentlemen, let's allow the new people to have a say. Steph hasn't said anything. Ndubisi hasn't said anything. Ndubisi, please go ahead. It's 2 minutes.
Sorry, just 1 minute. You see, even while I was talking, people are writing on the list and go back to your east, your Biafra. You see, that's the thing. So if you cannot do it, you can't.
Don't worry about chat. Chat is not the reason why you make your opinions. Please,
Okay, good
Ndubisi, go
afternoon
ahead.
or good evening, good morning, everybody.
Welcome.
Forefathers, is the discussion the Igbo question, or I have some people talking about pastors?
No, obviously,
pastors
KJ came and
use
we
prayer
laid
to
it.
boost Nigerians.
It's about prayers and how we tend to
Sunday
rely too
sermon.
much on prayer. Yeah, for prayers instead of actually doing stuff and changing the way we look at even religion and praying and all those things, because the real world is still out there. See what I mean? So please go ahead.
Nigeria is a typical example where they say religion is the opium of the masses. So people have been, it didn't start today. From time immemorial, they have been made to respect their imams and pastors. Somebody will go to church with slippers or with bedroom slippers. The pastor will say, "Bring out money," and they will donate. The pastor doesn't care what the person has eaten that day or so. But that is by the side. The only thing I know is that some of our religious leaders, they are not helping to unite the country. They are supposed to be number one individuals who will hold government to account. Just like in Christendom, our Lord Jesus Christ held the rulers then to account. He never feared anybody, but the reverse is the case now. The Islamic imams too, many of them are doing the same thing, even though few of them are really calling out the rulers. Because I know that in those days, if traditional rulers and religious leaders talk, these politicians who come to power, they listen, they fear, because those people control large segments of the society and they have large following. But I don't know, it's like the politicians have gone to do their homework and discover that if you can slot in some pay to these people, these religious leaders, they will dance to our tune, and that is obviously what is going on. Even though they do it behind the curtain, we know what is going on.
Thank you.
I can't understand
Thank
why
you. Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. I'm sorry. Your time is up. Thank you, NBC.
We have to change this rule. This system is not working, no. Are you the one who initiated it?
And people thought I was a dictator. See what if you have done? Steph, please.
This way, it's not working. At least 5 minutes for newcomers, for first-time speakers.
But it's good. It's good. Your turn is going to come again. That's the advantage. It's going to come very quickly again. Welcome.
Here too.
Yeah. Welcome, Steph. Please go ahead. I'm sure you have been listening to the conversation so far. We can't hear you, even if you are muted. Again, unmute again and see. Please, no, we can't hear anything. We can't hear anything. What a shame. When you resolve it, your tone will be preserved. Resolve it and then come back. Then your tone will be. You will be the next. Whenever you join, you come back with your audio. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Oh, yeah, it's fine now. The sound seems to be fine now.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I've been listening since electricity started the show, but I didn't want to come in. But if you have actually made a statement that would have made me not to even come in at all, because this Igbo people self, it be like saying I own too much. Huh? I don't know what you people's problem are. One time you say if they don't want us in this country, we'll go. Another time you say we are one Nigeria. When are you going to know that we don't want you in the country? We don't want you. Go your home. Go develop your place. Is there one Nigeria? There's no one Nigeria. Nigeria is an idea whose time has not come. It will come eventually. But don't pretend as if you don't know that there is no one Nigeria. There's no one Nigeria. What if he's trying to say, you people should be smart? Don't put all your eggs in one basket.
Yeah.
Don't gather and allow people to scatter it, and you continue to gather and they'll be scattering it. Be strategic. I know you can't have all the advantages you want from the East. And for deliberate reasons, they allowed it to be landlocked. I heard that during colonial era, there was like a seaport that entered up to Owerri. But those things can never be developed for now. The charity begins at home. If your state governors can come up with ideas and team up and do serious lobbying, it's possible over time to achieve those things. But don't keep on building other people's places and they be scattering it and be crying they are against us, they are discriminating us, they don't want one Nigeria. They don't want one Nigeria, don't you know? They want one Nigeria without you, don't you know? I think we just need to be strategic. That's what Ife is trying to say.
It means they're
if
not.
you live in Lagos
wrong
for 40 years and you cannot listen as a
They
Lagosian,
shouldn't complain.
what else do you want to
That's
hear?
in effect.
You live in the north for 20 years. You
Hey,
have some of your children.
this my
don't
phone
even
is
speak
ringing it
Igbo.
again. Yeah,
What do you want to
Steph,
hear?
your time is up. The phone is ringing it. Your time is up. This phone didn't cry out for you. I don't know why this phone does this. Please, Ebi, go ahead.
Yes. You see, I want to also continue from where Steph stopped, and that means I'm also applying the line of Fifi as well. I think we all are just tired when, and that was why yesterday I said sometimes it sounds like threat, like let's leave us, let us go away, and things like that. Look, you can't say that the country is not fair. Even the world too is not fair, but that is how the world is. It is fairly unfair. And you just have to learn to play the game the way the system is designed to play at the moment. Now, if you even say you're being marginalized, no problem. But you can't tell me you don't have governors. You can't tell me you don't have senators. You can't tell me you don't have a House of Representatives. You can't tell me that in the elites that we are talking about, that there are no equal men there, that you yourself know that these are equal people that you can challenge them. Have you ever challenged any one of these people?
Sorry, sir. How many ministers are in this current
Oti, no. Oti, let him speak.
It's 2 minutes. It's 2 minutes, and it's time. You are eating his time now.
No, don't interrupt him.
This kind of,
when it gets to your turn, you respond. Stop, please.
Are you telling me that they've not been ministers from the Igbo clan, Igbo ethnic group? Are you telling me that maybe now, maybe you don't have a certain number of ministers now? During Jonathan's time, don't you have ministers then? So please, let us stop playing this marginalization game. It's tiring. Yes, if you are marginalized, which is fine, no problem. You are marginalized, no problem. Go to Yoruba land, so you see some Yorubas are marginalized, even in the same Yoruba space. Go to Hausa land, you see some Hausas being marginalized in the same space. So marginalization is not unusual. They used to say something in Yoruba in the Yoruba that once
But
the
time
owner
is
of
up.
the house speaks,
He was
He was interrupted. Let us give him 10 seconds.
once the host begins to show you the head of the yam to feed you with the head of that yam, it is a sign that start going home.
It's true.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ife,
I disagree with Ife on a lot of things, but I think this point she's made is a very powerful one.
It's my
please go
turn,
ahead.
and I want to ask you a question. Simple.
ahead.
Yes, I know you are living in the US, right or wrong?
I am, yes.
Okay. Why are the blacks campaigning Black Lives Matters?
Just
When
like
the America, yes, they felt their rights had not been given to them and they are marginalized. That was why they were campaigning Black Lives Matter. Why did you not ask the blacks to return back to Africa?
All life matters. Every life matters.
Black life matters. Why did you not ask? Hold on. Why did you not listen? Why did you not carry a placard? You are taking my time. You are taking my time.
Yeah, if he let him, you know, if he has a veto rights too.
And I answered you. All lives matters. If you have a problem living in Lagos, go back to East. Period. Listen. Let me tell you something.
It's easier said than done. It's easier to say.
Let me tell you.
You are taking my time now. Let me use my 2 minutes, please. Please,
Okay,
Madam,
please go ahead. We're going to give you 1 extra minute.
Madam Ifi, you left Nigeria because it was not favoring you. That's why you relocated to another man's country. Now, if Nigeria is favorable to you as a woman, you would have settled here and live your life to fulfill everything you want. You left Nigerian coast because you saw it as a country that was not favoring your cause. That's number one. Number two, there are some statements that are made here that are not correct, and let me correct it. Ministers are appointed and they have no power of their own to execute any project without the approval of the FEC. That's number one. Number two, no state governor will build an airport and give that airport license to operate internationally. Number three, no state governor will construct a seaport and give license to ship to land there without the federal government approval. So there is economic marginalization. There is policy that puts an Igbo man to the extreme. Because when you are making analysis, not because you are sitting in your comfort zone in America and you think life is like that. Life is not like that. I score 134. I will not gain admission. Somebody in Katsina will score 14 and gain admission, and we are one Nigeria. And when I complain, you say the complaint is too much. What are you talking about?
Are you to the floor, please? What are you even talking about? Too?
Thank you. Let me use my own turn. Before you come and start marginalizing me too, I have my own turn. It's not your turn. It's not your turn. It's not your turn. Let me use my own turn. I think that
if you want a debate, I will face you, Mr. Man. If you want a debate, 10 minutes, I will face you.
Calm down. See, what I think what Ify said is a powerful statement, and I think if
what's powerful about
fellow, hold on, let me let you. Can you let me finish talking? Can you let me finish talking? I've been disrupting now.
It's a powerful one. It's not against Igbos.
No. I think it's not against Igbos actually. You see, that's what you don't understand. Even when something is for you, you don't even see it because you are blighted with hatred and feeling of victimhood. Even when something is for you, they are telling you go and build. Be smart about it. Be strategic about it, and you say it's for hate. They hate Igbo people. You want to carry on in the way you are carrying on, so you will have a career of complaining that you are a victim.
Yeah.
Or you want to get out of it. Yes. The truth is that what Righteous Man said is not the same with African American. They don't have a land. They don't have an ancestral land. Even the area they try to build, they destroy it. We all know the history that's going on there. So the comparison doesn't correlate. So we have to.
What
be
are you
fair.
talking about? What are you talking
African
about?
Americans don't have their own land in the US.
Interrupting people.
Exactly.
What do you
African
mean?
Americans don't have their own land in the US.
Please.
And it's wrong. I don't know why. I'm not going to engage in that kind of debate. If you have evidence that they have their own particular land in the US, you can show it. I don't want to argue this thing on issue that it doesn't even merit arguing. They had the Tulsa massacre. You have those cases where African Americans try to build, it gets destroyed. But the Southeast have an ancestral land. This is not a joke business. They go back there thousands of years. So they can go and build. Nobody is stopping them from doing that. If you feel like people are treating you badly somewhere else, like Israelis go back to Israel. If they feel persecuted, they go back to Israel. That's their land. Nobody's taking it away from them. Their chiefs, their structure is very much intact. So that is the point Ify is making. And I think it's a powerful point and it deserves merit. Please, next person, go ahead.
Okay.
Can I say my observation? An observation here.
Ovie, it's not your turn.
Sorry, it's not your turn.
Ovie, it's my turn.
No, yeah, I know it's not my turn. An observation here. Not about what we are talking about.
You have seen what's happening is very, very strict this time around.
Ovie, no. See, let me tell you something. Steph, thank you. You understood where I'm coming from. 60 years from now, if Igbos, including me, if we don't do something, we will still be crying foul for 60 years from now. So the 60 years we're supposed to use to go home and build and get our senators and all our legislators, hold them accountable. We will use that 60 years still crying foul in northern state and southern state that are destroying our properties. I'm not being insensitive. I've even told my brothers. I've had conversations with them when they will tell me, oh, they have a land in this place. Oh, come and buy a land. One of my co-workers, Ahame Fula, during the time of COVID, he made so much money. He bought a property in Lekki. Now that property is a problem. He's been running up and down, up and down. And I told him, I said, Aham, if you have taken this money and use it in Igbo land, you won't have this headache. So why are you guys complaining? I know it's not easy, but 60, if you don't do anything, 60 years from now, we will still crying the same thing, saying that you are being marginalized. I understand where you're coming from. We don't have seaport. I understand. My brothers, I have 4 brothers. One deceased, 3 of them are businessmen in Lagos. I can understand where their pain is. I can understand where everybody's coming from. But what are we going to do? Are we going to continue saying the same thing over and over again? 10 years from now, we will still have the same problem. This is not the first time Igbo's properties are being destroyed. This is not the first time Igbos are being killed. It's over and over again. Next year, the same thing is going to happen. We will come here and talk about it again. Come on now, people. Let's have some sense. Just like Steph, and there are some things I don't want to stay here so that you people will say, oh, she's being this, oh, she's being that. But as Igbos, if you have sense, you know where I'm coming from. So 60 years from now, we will still be crying. So you can cry 100 years from now, you will still be crying. So why not use that time and do something? I know it's not easy to just move from Lagos to East, but look for another alternative, look for another solution. Igbos are everywhere, and everywhere you go, you are being targeted, and you keep crying foul. What do you want the federal government to come? To come to your rescue in Nigeria? It's not going to happen.
Thank you. Yeah, the North doesn't. Just for the record, the North do not have access to the sea, apart from the fact that they control Nigeria to an extent. They don't have access to the sea. They don't have.
And
so it's not everybody that have access to the sea.
Complain that we should have a
They built dry seaport in Kaduna.
Do you guys sound how? Do you guys listen to how ridiculous you guys are? For God's sake.
Okay, can we just give Ovie 30 seconds to say what he wants to say? Please, because he's fuming backstage. Ovie, use 30 seconds so that others can go.
I am fuming 2 things. I rather wait for my time I will speak this, but my observation here is that Sunaja, I'm disappointed, right? When you came in, when you first started, we had a very good order and we are going to without any interruption. If you had a rebooter, you wait for your time. Then all of a sudden, some people say, oh, I don't want to talk, I want to give this person my time. That's indiscipline. If you don't have anything to say, you get out. Let other people come in. That's the problem we are having in Nigeria. The discipline, there's the rules. You don't need 4 minutes. If you cannot follow the rules, make your point in 2 minutes, you get out. That's the problem we are having in Nigeria. Follow the rules. If you don't have anything to say, why give me your time? Just get out. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that.
See, nobody
2 minutes, you make your point, you reboot out. We are not here to watch you or listen to you.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Your time is up. I get your point, but
that's my observation. That's my observation.
The idea is for it to circle around within 2 to 2 minutes for each slot, not necessarily about, if you don't have anything to say, then that 2 minutes disappears. You see what I mean? Who is next? Jonaba, please go ahead.
No, sorry. The idea is that the idea is for some people not to be waiting unnecessarily. If I speak, I know that in the next 10 minutes I'm going to speak.
But that is what is happening. That's what is happening when somebody give up their time. Don't you get it? They are not speaking. They give up their time.
If you give up your time, don't make things faster. We are looking for development. Give up your time. Go. Let other people come in and
contribute. Give your time up to some other person.
It's okay. You don't have to. We don't need that. We don't have to. We don't need that.
They gave their voice to someone that
people are waiting.
It's okay. It's okay, Ovie. You have a reason. You are
shouting like a dog. I don't think
you have a reason to be upset. But I also mentioned
shouting like that.
But relax.
Yes, it's okay. I mean, if forefathers feel that there are people backstage He can
okay.
do it like
Let's start. You guys, this is
just
my
remove
2 minutes
people. I
starting
can
off.
leave. I can go. I can leave. But
No,
you
no.
coming here to shoot people like as if you are 2 years. Come on now. Don't talk to people like that. If he wants to control you like the way Dr. Damages does
If I don't want me to talk to that, I stick to the rules.
hold on.
Don't break the rules. If you
Okay,
break the rules, there's consequences. And the consequences you will be talked to anyhow. That is the rules.
See, what is the rule? The rule doesn't.
Okay.
The rule doesn't say one is not allowed to pass information to the next.
Okay.
Pass the time to the next
there are
person.
people on the
That is the
background
rule.
that want to come in. He can
It's
remove
okay.
people, and then people come in.
If you are
He has to
listening,
shout at people. I don't think it's right.
no, it's
Come on.
okay. If you calm down now. Obey, I understand it, where you are coming from. You know, corruption in Nigeria, when you are you call it connected, when you are not the one benefiting from it. What they did was a pure corruption. As an elderly man, I say it's a corruption.
Oh, come on. That is not. It's not. It's adults conceding their position. It's not corruption.
John Abba, don't become elderly man today.
They have a different way in Nigeria how to break the rule. You know, in America, we call it loophole. So forgive them. I know you are so pissed. But now that you already make the rule, I can't give you my 2 minutes again because you enforce it. So,
oh God! So, you can still give him your 2 minutes because that is not part of the rule.
No, it is.
No.
Because
he can't come and make the rule. He's not making the rule. The rule is that two minutes.
If you don't have what to say, then let the next person.
Hold on. See, if the slot is that 8 people, 10 people to 2 minminutes, that's 20 minutes, isn't it? So if somebody gives up their slot, it still sticks to that rule. So it doesn't have anything to do with this thing. Just only strictly one person has to speak. Otherwise, then it's 18 minutes circling around.
Tunanja, this is the whole point. Sorry, this is the whole point, right? If you give the reason why that person asks for extra time is so that it's either to insult somebody's personality. I will come there when it's my turn to speak because the idea that a master is putting out there is ridiculous, and that is because he has more than enough time. And that led to this chaos that we are seeing here. But I'll get to my time, and then I'll make my point clearly.
It's okay.
You will like it.
My 2 minutes is just starting.
Yes, let me start.
Time.
Okay.
Please, 1 minute. Okay. I mean, forefathers, if you feel that there are people behind the stage that wants to come in, that's fine. You can remove people, including me. But if I don't have anything and nobody's waiting behind, and I want Janaba to use my 2 minutes, I don't see the reason why over here it's still gonna be the same time. It's gonna get to everybody. I don't understand you coming to talk to us like as if we are your children. Nobody's a child here. We are all adults. This yelling and screaming is way unnecessary. For what?
There is no corruption.
I never called your name. I called Papa name. When I scream, I'm screaming at Papa. I wasn't screaming at you. If you deserve something to scream, I was screaming at you. When you are breaking the rules, there's consequences. And one of the consequences you're going to be screaming at.
This is why church created.
You're allowed to express it. So why did you shut you down? Because you're not
exactly. He basically broke the rule. We broke the rule just to accommodate him, and it's still going on.
Based on what you're talking to every other person.
Okay, Jonaba, please go ahead.
That's how you should be now. Come on, man.
Now we want to be more matured here now because we are trying to reform this platform. So people like Righteous Man cannot be falling in his bed and still wake up and waiting for bed with him.
Papa, put me in the background. That's coming.
All right.
I will go to Benue tomorrow to eat pounded yam.
Every day you are going to Benue and the next day I will see you here.
Fathers, I'm just going to see, listen, nobody's going to talk. I'm just going to disrupt this thing because Ovie, my brother.
Oh my God. Don't do that.
Wait, let me.
I'm going to put you backstage. Let's not do this. No. Both of them backstage. No. We have to have order here. We have to have order. Enough of this fighting each other.
Please. When I talk, I will give a space for somebody else. Then you guys can, if I can join it later, I will join. Let us be straight about something so that I think it will be politically incorrect when you say that, when they say in Lagos that Igbo should not vote and they should go home. Listen to me. Listen, once that statement is used, they don't know the difference, whether it's Idoma, whether it's Igala, or whether it's Ijaw person. So it's a general term, just like in the North, when they use such word the same way. So let's educate ourselves. All the minority is seen the same. And nobody is going to kill themselves for coming from a minority place because there is Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa in Nigeria. We are all human beings and all life matters. So and everybody vote for people they wanted to vote for, and they voted people overwhelmingly. So let us not go there. And then come to my brother that he uses the as an example of a dumber people will not be a governor. You also, I want you to look at it. This cat, they laugh from there, don't they quench me here? But the issue is this: it's not because Idoma people are marginalized in the Benue. Just like you said, is that it's Idoma people's fault. There are decent people who can, if any Idoma man come and campaign and show them that they can lead the state, but it's about the betrayal of themselves. So, and you mentioned that, and that you cannot blame thief for that. So if people show a seed, that is politics. If people use one thing and it catch the attention of the people, and even voter suppression we talk, is to tell some people, say your vote doesn't count and people don't want to come out to vote. So in that case, the Doma people can do better. The position the Doma people have held in the federal, even as the thief have not held it for years. The Senate president back to back. I don't know if you know about before David Mark, there was other Senate president from there. There were other federal appointments on the top. So they should put themselves, we should put ourselves together, and we will be what we want to. And I think I use also as that as what goes on with the Igbos. But everybody should face their own politics is local. Everybody should face themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Janaba. And KJ, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Janaba. And I think you know that I'm well versed with the politics of Benue. That man you're referring to is the Senator Ame Ebute. He was the first one, and I'm quite close to them.
Only your tribalism make you no marry them. I see you later.
You know that the most popular one was Steve Lawani. Steve Lawani was also somebody who we know a bit, and of course we know why he didn't become governor even to this moment. But however, I want to go away from that. I want to deal with certain issues, and that issue I want to deal with is the one you talked about when it's referred that Igbo should go. It's not referring to other minorities. It's referring to Igbos in particular. Let us not try to rewrite the history. But let us leave it at that. We have said it's wrong is wrong. If you just leave it at that, we are satisfied. Now, I am not against Igbos going to the East to develop the East. After all, whatever you see in the East today was done by those Igbo traders. If you go to my village, the road was made by Igbo traders. The water we drink, my Igbo traders. The light we have in my community is an individual who provides it. So it's not as if the Igbos have left their place undeveloped. Okay? The reason why majority of us go to Lagos to do business is because we think that it is easier to deal with the business there. Not because if you bring it. After all, before the roads got bad, people used to go to Aba. People used to go to Onitsha. And Aba was a very big market. But they allowed the road both from Port Harcourt, and if you want to go to Aba from Port Harcourt, it takes you over 3 hours. Okay? Because of bad road. In fact, there's a place where you have to stop and change transport. These people bring to this end, or these people bring to this end. You people now walk underwater or walk through the water, the gully erosion, to go and enter to the other side and continue your trip. So, majority of people couldn't do business there, and they left outside of the East. Are we not willing to go back to the East? We are very willing to go to the East. But what we're saying that it's not even just going back to the east. Even the politics are queued toward the economic politics are queued towards you not being able to develop in the east. We are saying that give us a good playing field. We will be glad to move to the east. And since people don't want, look, we are not struggling to be. We already know, and I think every Boma who knows whether you want to admit or not is that you're not wanted in Nigeria. That's the truth. That's the truth. You don't have to. We already know that. We're simply saying that, give us a play right now. Governor Oti, who is the only person? Okay, I surrender.
Yeah, exactly. Let me just say this. I don't know why you say people that have a culture, like Igbos are not wanted in Nigeria. I really, that baffles me. There are a lot of people that favor Igbos on so many aspects of our society in Igbo culture. I don't want to start saying those parts, So the idea that Igbos are not wanted in Nigeria, it's not accurate. And I think the position, our position is really powerful. I really think it's worth considering. Maska, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, forefathers, and thank you, Ife, for keeping order. Okay. KJ. All right. The truth is, there is a lot of truth in what you're saying. Okay. My point simply for all the Igbo people is that we can't continue to complain as if he said. And that complaint, unfortunately, also, it should not be a personalized complaint that, oh, okay, this is my own problem. Everybody should go and deal with his problem. When the solution is a collective approach to the problem. Like I was saying, somebody said something profound yesterday on this platform, that if you put 20 people in a room and you lock them, the true objective for all these 20 people is to get out of that room. But if you select 5 people and give them meat on top of the rice you are giving everybody, then the objective of this other 15 will change so that they would also want to begin to just have meat like the other 5 people. And I think this is the problem that is befalling the Igbo people, sincerely speaking. Everybody in Nigeria is captive. And the truth is that you, KJ, should know. Gideon Oka announced a coup in this country and ostracized the Hausa people out of the country. It's on record. Or is it not on record? Should Hausa people say they are not wanted in the country? The answer is no. And the truth is that today, Hausa people, if you are talking about bottom line marginalization, the Hausa people are the most marginalized people because they are the poorest people. It could be an argument whether it is the same Hausa people that are marginalizing Hausa people, but the majority of Hausa people are marginalized. Nigeria is not working for Hausa people. Righteous man will say, oh, he gets a 143 and he's not admitted. Admitted to what school? If you go to BUK, it's full of Igbo people.
I'm sorry, your time is up. I think this is my phone. I think if we thank you so much of this phone I have here, INEC is better than this phone. I can tell you that right now.
Sorry, my wife has granola soup and eba. Let me go and eat it first.
Thank you for coming in, KJ. Thank you. You go and enjoy your meal. Who's next? Let's see. MH, please. It's in the BC actually. Is it in the BC? NDBC just jumped the queue. NDBC, please go ahead.
Please pass me the next person, please. I will join later.
I hope.
Put me at the background for now. Put me at the background for now.
Okay, I will do that now. I hope. Okay, MH, please go ahead.
Look, to the Igbo brethren, this is not a fight against. I'm not fighting you, and I'm not your enemy. Many people that are saying go back home and develop your state, it's not because your state is not developed. That's why they are saying that. But what they are trying to say is that have a link back to your place, have a base. Look, it is if you are not hungry, you'll be able to negotiate further. Nigerian system requires negotiation. And if it has not paid you to this point,
One of the reasons is because you have not negotiated well. It may not be you as the populace, but your leaders have not done that well. But the cry I don't want is that for many people, from many people of your client to be saying you are being marginalized, where you are almost everywhere in the country, your business is thrive in the country. You for maybe for the sake of this politics that go on, maybe that's why some of your properties are being destroyed, maybe. But is it all?
And
Go
that's
to
not
other places.
marginalization, huh?
No,
That's
no,
not,
no, no, no.
that's
Please
not
don't do
oppression.
that. Oti, please don't do that. Come on now.
Go to other places in Lagos, you still see Igbo properties, and nobody is shouting that maybe their properties are being taken away from them. Look, it is give and take. Sometimes you can be cheated, which is part of this unfairness in life. No big deal. But what I'm trying to say is that then develop yourself again and regroup and try to negotiate better.
God.
That's the point.
God. Oh my God.
But if you think you want, look, funny thing is that you say you want a fair system. What is the definition of fair system? What is the definition of fair system? It is fair that you have your own states. It is fair that you have your governors. It is fair that the federal allocations is given to each of the states. Yes, that is it. Every other thing is now the politics. Anyway.
Oh my God, man, Nigerians.
That's great.
Oh boy, Nigeria.
Nigerians, I don't know what's wrong with them, man. What is he saying that is so controversial? You say God punish you.
Look, let me just say this, please. Just 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute.
You really find what he's saying funny?
Forefather, put me backstage. Put me backstage. I want to re-enter when I get home.
Correct.
Righteous man, go ahead.
I sympathize with those who have lost properties.
I'm here. No. Let's go to the next person before they feel.
Oh my God.
I'm here. Righteous man.
Yeah, it's righteous man. Righteous man, please go ahead.
Yeah, my dear sister Ifoma. Yeah, and my dark color guy that looks, I don't know whether you're from Lagos or Ogun State. You see, let's just be human and be Nigerians. If you ask me from my heart, would you want to remain a Nigerian or have a separate country? I will tell you, I want to be a Nigerian. And I will tell you the advantages of it. What I am crying for is this: equal rights should be given as a result of being a citizen of a country called Nigeria. You can't treat Mr. A with the exception, and Mr. B, you penalize him. That's not correct. Now listen. This issue of governor's consent in getting approved in Lagos State, I am a builder, professional. If you carry Igbo file to Alausa, quote me anywhere, and it bears Igbo name, for 2 years you're not going to get your document. You have to use a Yoruba person bearing Yoruba name for that to be approved. And I mean, it's injustice. It's marginalization. And when you are talking of building Igbo land, Alaba International, let me give you a breaking news. In few years to come, Alaba International is moving to Enugu. I went there recently. I went to get a location there. They are building massively because of this last election.
Good.
And you know, you will think that they are doing us. At the end of the day, like what if he said? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ovie, it's your turn. Please go ahead. 2 minutes.
Yes. If I am screaming, I am hungry. There's 2 reasons for that. Now, one of the reasons is the fact that Tunanja is a leader and there are rules, and is rational enough to accept or not accept the way I talk to him. So that's why I called him out before I started screaming. So if you caught in the midst of fire, I am not sorry. The other reason why I'm so hungry is when KJ is no longer here now. If you are listening, it is sad. We are having a very, very important conversation. I'm not saying every other conversation is not important, but we are having a pretty much a national debate, something that's centered at the problem of our nation, which is religion, and that is good or bad. Then all from nowhere, KJ came and said the only time Nigeria unite, it is when they are against the Igbo. That is the most unfortunate point I've ever heard in my life. Why? Because one is an elder, two, he is a journalist. That is the most unfounded statement ever, and we are just going to sit here and let it fly. And the next time, the only person that will respond to that is another ridiculous statement from Masek, or sorry if I murdered your name,
Mascot.
Mesa. Sorry, Mascot. I'm short of what to describe what you said. For you to come from nowhere to say that the Igbos dominate the tech market in Nigeria, it's not enough for them to say that the state is against them. It's one of the most entitled statements I've ever heard. These are people who have not known power or had power for 60 years. But out of their ingenuity, they were able to strive and dominate every market here in Nigeria. Instead of you to acknowledge that and recognize them, you are saying that is an entitlement. That is the most outrageous statement I've ever heard. Now, coming back to if you please, I'm sorry to put this to you. Igbos are not going anywhere. Under the Nigerian constitution, it belongs to
think your
every
time
Tom,
is
Dick, and
up.
Harry. Who are they from that side?
I think his time
Nobody.
is up.
Everybody belongs to that. No, my time is not up. You just want me to stop. My last point here is to rational. Is to my last point is to righteous man and to tune Nigeria yourself. Please, I don't have the monopoly of knowledge about the African American. To stand here to say that the African American don't have a land.
No, I thought my phone was doing INEC again, but it turns out that it was correct this time. Okay, your time is up. Tone, please go ahead.
Forefathers, I am going to ask you for unreserved apology because you allow Show was playing the fool as if he didn't know what was going on to start reshuffling. He's not moderating. If he's moderating, he's got the powers to do whatever. I've told him he can do whatever he pleases. When he all started, please, can nobody interrupt me, please? When it all started, I seeded the reason why I seeded those 2 minutes for people's thoughts to flow. I wasn't selfish. Even Masca said something that I find terrible, like Ovi had just alluded, and all that. I was calm. I was waiting patiently for my turn to rebut. What I know, somebody just put me on the background because they don't like my face. What's that?
Yeah.
What the fuck is that? Excuse
me. No, please. Sorry about that. I apologize for that. I don't know why that happened.
I noticed as well that Oti was struggling with his 2 minutes. I graciously gave him my 2 minutes again. So what's my offense? So my offense is to give people a chance for them to land on their thoughts, and then everything was going smoothly. And somebody came and started ranting. Ovie, my brother, I'm not a disrespectful person, as you have noticed and all that. That your rant and all that was wrong. It was wrong, my brother.
Did you hear your name? I call for father. I was screaming at father, not everybody. If you decide to say you want to come father, so be it.
You should have understood.
I called for father's name. I called his name. I called his name.
Wait, on the comment section, because I know you in the comment section, you said those that have been seeding their minutes should be taken off. I don't think it's right.
Yes, you are wasting our time. Get out, you don't have anything to say. Get out. You don't have anything to say.
I'll allow you to roll. But listen, I'm big on being polite and all that. Nobody should just take me for a fool. I was placed in the background and just ignored just because I was ceding my time, or maybe I gave KJ or Masca his time. People did not like what Masca spoke and all that. Masca, at the end of the day, is entitled to his opinion. I respect the man. I know that. I know the man is not a bigot. I know what Ife too is saying about going home. You people are taking Ife out of context, and I stand by what she's saying. So whoever that wants to jump into River Niger can please do so. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Oti, please go ahead. I know Oti has been itching to say something.
sorry. Yeah. Listen, is it the trouble? The most difficult trouble. I mean, the trouble I have is that people not really being consistent. They may not be doing it deliberately. Maybe they don't understand. They say things without. I mean, not really understanding the consequence or being consistent. That is it's quite hard. Now, I'll give an example of what I mean. Forefathers. I mean, since I've been coming to this place, I know you to be a believer in Nigeria, the Nigerian nation. One Nigeria, isn't it? Am I right?
Yeah,
now,
you're right.
And all of a sudden, now you think you consider what Ifeoma's position to be what she said to be a powerful statement.
Yes,
and
it's consistent.
Hold on. No. You don't seem to understand the inconsistency there. Now, look, you can't be a believer in Nigeria, in one Nigeria, and then you are saying people should go home, and develop the East. Listen, so hold on.
Okay, please go ahead.
That's inconsistency. And is either you have in Nigeria, you don't have it. And so long as we have this one constitution, federal constitution, whether it is real or whether it is a deal or whatever, look, people have a right, okay? We have not come to, if you like, right of citizenship. But so long as we are here, we call ourselves Nigerians. Everybody must have a fair shake, a fair deal, okay? People have a right to insist on it and demand it. You cannot stop them. You cannot shut them up. Okay, now, this M here is saying, now, okay, people that are in Lagos, Igbos that are in Lagos, they've bought properties, develop them. And somehow you think they can just, you can, okay, you own the land. Then you tell them, woke up one day, I don't want to anymore. They should walk up and leave the house. And yes, I don't know where you are.
Your audio, you need to stay still. Your audio is shaky when you move forward.
And then somebody here, I don't know where you are, educated, you come here and represent saying this kind of thing, and you find it funny or credible or sensible.
I'm sorry, Mahmoud is saying that your time is up. Mahmoud has called it. It's all right. Okay. Thank you, Mahmoud. Yeah. Please, Steph, it's your turn to speak. Mahmoud, okay. This my earphone. I don't know what's wrong with it. Sometimes it makes noise, other times it doesn't. I don't know how it works.
Forefathers, I hope if it is Mahmoud, you are Buhari. I hope you know that.
Buhari didn't take part now. Nobody's accusing Buhari of anything. It's Tinubu. I hope we are not rigging it. Please, Steph, go ahead.
Okay, I wish you guys can give me extra 1 minute, because after this time around, I don't want to talk about this issue again for today.
I give you my extra minute. I'll speak for only 1 minute when it's my turn.
Listen.
See? Thank you.
Some of us are getting this thing wrong. If you are an Igbo man here, you are not more Igbo than I am. I can assure you that. I didn't come to America as a child. I came to America as an adult. I've lost a house in Lagos. So when I talk, I know what I'm talking about. And after I lost the house in Lagos, I went down to the east, I built another one. I am not justifying whatever injustice that is going on in Nigeria. Is there injustice against the Igbos in Nigeria? Unequivocally, I will tell you yes.
Forefathers does not believe it. He doesn't.
Does a Nigeria? I'm coming. Does a Nigeria exist where Igbos can effectively
stop now? Come
presently? No, there's no nation called Nigeria. Somebody talked about right of as a citizen. There's no citizen in Nigeria. Unfortunately, that is the true situation. There's no citizen presently. Do I wish for there to be for there to be a Nigeria, united Nigeria for that matter? Of course I do. But what do you do first? Self-preservation. Preserve yourself first. Until that day comes. When Mama Chukwude was told not to come out and vote, what do you think was going on? Was that a Nigeria thing? Was that a united Nigeria?
No.
So what are we talking about? Why are we criticizing each other as if we don't know? Nobody said you should. Okay, let me put it another way. I'm not saying if you are doing business in Lagos, you are doing well, you should just pack your things and go. I say be strategic. Be strategic.
Yeah.
He must own serious businesses in Lagos. He may still have some now, but he was strategic. He started thinking. Imagine what would have happened if he mustn't have all these car manufacturing companies in Lagos State or in Ogun State.
Yeah,
by
correct.
now.
You're correct.
I'm just saying, let's think.
Like,
I'm not saying divide Nigeria. I'm not saying Igbo should stop being Nigeria. No, we should be strategic. Assuming Nnamdi Kanu was strategic, managed his political charisma strategically, by now maybe we would have had 5 governors that believe in that ideology ruling Eastern Nigeria.
Thank you.
Maybe by now all the senators and House of Rep members who have a particular ideology that is promoting the interests of Ndi Igbo, using it to negotiate to a better Nigeria that will serve other tribes better, where there will be equity. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
They will rig him out.
They will
rig him out.
1 minute.
You give him additional 1 minute.
Yes.
Listen.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, one equal. Yes, one. If you want to keep gathering and lose it, fine and good.
Boss, you have spoken well.
Developing? Can other people stop building? There's this MN estate. There's the other one estate. We're pouring our resources there. Can't we develop our own place? You can come to Lagos, can rent an apartment and do your business and go home.
That's correct.
Yes. Well said.
May your days be long. May your days be long. May your days be long, sir. May your days be long.
No, you see, no, sorry, OT, it's not your turn. Sorry, OT. Sorry, OT. OT, you are difficult to manage.
No, Olumide's turn.
Yeah, I think this is you are going to see why the point if he made, how powerful it is. You say how Steph has fleshed it out. Now people are beginning to understand. Olumide, please go ahead.
All right, thank you for this opportunity. Steph, you kind of you made a very good point about being strategic and about maybe if Nnamdi Kanu was kind of strategic, maybe.
Sorry,
is it over?
That was the previous election. It's all right. It's over. You can go ahead.
So about but I don't want to weigh in on that anymore. I don't want to. I mean, for me, I think after hearing Ife speak, I don't want to speak about any other ethnicity's palaver anymore. I want to focus on my ethnicity, Yoruba people, Yoruba nation. So, Emmy was saying something about the tribes. I mean, negotiating for coming to the table to negotiate for your own advantage, for your ethnicity. I don't know where that will ever happen or where that has ever happened. You understand? Is it in a place where they do a free and fair election? You are casting aspersions to talk to your senators, talk to your House of Rep, talk to your governor, talk to this. Who are those that are there now representing? Are they representing the people? Did they vote them there? We are saying that the country is broken. The system is broken. You are not focused on the real problem, the foundation. You are talking about solution from the head. The people can't choose their leaders. And we're saying the system is broken. Whether you are Igbo, whether you are Yoruba, whether you are ethnic, the system, even me as a Yoruba man and as a Yoruba president being there, we are saying that, man, if you don't fix the system, the best thing you can do for that country, for all the ethnic groups in that country, is to call it whatever name you want to call it, sovereign national conference, constitutional conference, a conference of all the ethnic nationalities, and let's talk and build a document that all of us are private. I mean, all of us have knowledge of. Do a referendum, debate that new constitution, and let it bind us together if we want to be one. You understand? So I don't know what you're talking about when you say talk to your senator, talk to your rep, talk to your there was a free election.
Time is up.
Like the guy who was even there
time is up. Olumide, time is up. Thank you. Yeah, you use your time judiciously for your own listen. Okay, so I think we need to bring some people in to address this point so that we can go on to other topics. Let me see if I can get except somebody.
Let others talk about it, please.
Okay, let's do that. Steph,
Thank you, Steph.
backstage.
Thank you for coming to my defense.
And OT backstage for now. Let's bring just CM and Paul in. Yeah, Paul, I'm sure you'll be listening to the conversation backstage. So you can have your 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yeah. I really feel for what is going on with the way my Igbo people are taking these things, because I understand that the way we talk about the North loosely, we say Hausa people, even when there are multi-ethnic group. The same thing happened in the South. That is one. Then also, Emmy, you might want a little bit slow down, because you look more or less more of a regional person than a nationalistic person. So sometimes the way you are going with it kind of feels so pain, because I am that product who my grandparents owned property in Lagos. I was bred in Lagos from my mother's side, and I understand the love. You can't, growing up, you can buy a car in most of the landlord. You can't buy a car, and you are living in a Yoruba man's house. The man will increase your rent. Tell you, do you know why he increase your rent? Go and buy land and build us. This is how nice Yoruba can be. You understand? But at the end of the day, what they are doing right now is called politics, but that is a very dirty politics. When you are not benefiting from that nonsense, don't feed it. It's a cancer. You understand? People are playing dirty politics with this. If you are not benefiting the so-called omonile, this strategy of if your property got burned down, they're going to give you another one. It is rubbish. My grandpa from my mother's side, his last wife is a Yoruba woman from Ekpe. He had 2 kids, but lost one. Only one remained. When Raji Rasaki demolished his property in Morocco, they gave him another house in Aja. He had 2 properties. What is Morocco? When we call Morocco, Morocco is just waterside. It's just like Makoko. You understand? I am water person. When we come from the water side, I'm a worry boy. You understand? But they gave him 2 properties because they negotiate. I strongly believe if we were to be today, my grandpa wouldn't have sold any property.
Thank you.
Mr. Paul, you are water person.
Thank you.
I am worry boy. We live in a
Thank
piece
you.
of land
We
surrounded
go
by
talk.
water.
I don't know say you water person. You go
Thank
talk.
you. Thank you. CM, welcome to the conversation. And
Thank you.
please
So
go ahead.
what I
2 minutes.
quickly want to say is about Masca. Masca, please, we should be able to take the inventory of all the cattle market in Nigeria to know who is dominating the cattle market. They sell one cattle 500,000, bigger one 800. In my village, they have more than 1,000 cattle. It's your brother that is dominating it. They don't pay tax, and you are so hypocritical. You do not want you only. When you talk of market, you don't include cattle market because it's your people that are dominating it. You are so you are so hypocritical and so tribal. I didn't know you are like this. All you talk about is market. What of cattle? Who dominates cattle business in Nigeria? Is it not you and your people? And you are coming here to come and talk nonsense before the whole world. Do you think that we are stupid? We don't know what we are doing? Cattle market. So market is only to sell motor pass. Don't they sell cattle? All the meat eaten in Nigeria, the whole 19 states, who dominates it? Is it not you? Have you seen Igbo man selling cattle? Do we compete with you? Why not say that? Do you pay tax for all the cattle you sell in the southeast? You don't sell, and you are here. You are pretending. If me and you should take a common entrance, I will score 139. You will score 7 or 14. Is that fair? And you are talking of you don't know all these things. You are coming here to come and speak a conflated English as if you know more than anybody. Man, then the next thing I want to say is about my brother Steph. My brother Steph, Nnamdi Kanu is wiser than you. Let me tell you, Nnamdi Kanu thought of putting Biafran activists as governors in the southeast. Mahmoud will never call the result. They will say go to court. That's what they did to P2B. Have you forgotten? If you doubt it, the next one we look for somebody from IPOB, give him under one party, feed him there. All he needs to do is that they say, this person used to be IPOB. They say DSS. That day, If you like, score the highest vote. Even if you're my town,
Alright.
they can never elect you. It's as simple.
I'm telling you,
So
man, my phone
nonsense.
is clearly Mahmood. He doesn't like CM. He's going after CM badly. This phone is very cunning like that. I don't know why he does this. Yeah, CM. Yeah, I think your point is understood. I think people understood what Maska said about the market in generality. We know they not generally sell most of the meat, and I think even yam, if I'm not mistaken. So it's not like other people are not present in the market space. It's just that the Southeasterners generally have a lot more spread, if you want to put it that way. Who else? What do we do with this topic? Are we going to round this topic up or?
It's my turn.
No.
Okay,
No, we're not going to
Let's
round
talk
it up.
about the 100 people that were kidnapped in Zamfara today.
Yeah, because that was one. I think there was another one again according in the country. About 200 people has been affected just in the last how many hours or so in Nigeria, and nobody talks about it because we are used to it now. Let me see. Maska, then they finish you people for the north. Igbos are not your problem. You know, I don't know, man. All these comment people, I don't know, man. You guys are really
Forefather, you know the better person. You dey fuel this thing.
Igbo market.
He paid money
No,
now.
TCM, please don't start. Please. We're not gonna do. We're not
No.
gonna have.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
I didn't say anything bad. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything bad.
No. It's been calm. No. Forefathers, what do you want to do next?
I think they want to go on with the conversation. So
bad.
let's allow Maska to say something. And I think when Maska finishes talking and some people finish talking, I will circle it again because there are some people backstage that haven't said anything. Ochi is there and Tone, I think, NWC, Steph. Okay, I'll bring them back in. Please, Maska, go ahead if he doesn't want to say anything anymore.
All right. Thank you, forefathers. CM, please don't be upset with me. Okay. I don't come here to represent Hausa people, and I don't see myself as a champion of any tribe, sincerely speaking. So don't be upset. The simple point I'm making is that it's a question of how full.
I have never been.
CM, please stop.
It's a question of how full,
Ask
half
me a
empty.
No. Do not interrupt him. Please let him speak.
Anyway, so the point I'm making is, look, I'm not going to go or be dragged into a competition between Hausa and Igbo, okay? Because it will not all go well. My simple point that I was trying to make is that, look, it's half full, half empty. The Igbo people, there are a lot of Igbo people around the country that are going about their business without any let and hindrance. And I've said it, it's also true that yes, the Igbo people are having issues, but I'm also making the point that it's not only the Igbo people. And the point that was raised about the people killed in Zamfara now, it's a clear case. Half of these people will be Hausa people. Will anybody say that there's a gang up because of Hausa people? The Boko Haram people that have been killing people, they killed Buckley, the Hausa people. So I'm just simply saying and advising the Igbo people. And I gave an analogy. If you are in a room, we are all in a room, we are locked up. The objective is for the system to work, not for individual tribe to be crying about this issue. That's all.
Thank you. Mhe, please go ahead.
Okay, let me just quickly say something here. If you think I'm not nationalistic because of what I have said, I think you should retake your stand. You should rethink your stand again and see where I'm coming from. I'm a Yoruba man. I'm from Ekiti State. And if you are told something about the Ekiti people, they will tell you that they hate cheating. So if I'm saying something like Igbos to go and do something, at least in a generalized way, it's not because I hate them or I am a regionalistic person. And of course, in Nigeria that we are now, as you have said, one Nigeria is a myth. So if you want to continue to paint the picture of one Nigeria and take advantage of it, no problem. Steph has already advised you. If he has already advised you, we have said the same thing. But you think that, no, we don't know what we are saying. Maybe because we didn't show that empathy. Of course, some people have lost the property. But look, losing property is not only Igbos, it's not only Igbos that lost property.
We have seen different people who come here and say they lost one. Even within the Yoruba clan media in Lagos, they take lands from themselves. So, but is it that strange? No, it's part of it. So all what I'm saying is that if it is now becoming a kind of it is now becoming so obvious that okay, this fight is against a certain set of people, then this certain set of people should pick wisdom and re-strategize. And what we mean by re-strategize is to go back home and do your, that is just a way to say go and re-strategize. So it is an advice we are giving the Igbos. I sympathize with those who have lost property. Yes, I know it is not easy. You have put in 200 million to build a place and then suddenly it is taken away. It is crazy. And I do not support a foolish government that does that. No. But if you continue to go and buy the next property again there and use 500 million to build again, in the next 5, 6, 7 years, what happens to that same property? So that is my own stand. I am not against people. I am not fighting you.
Thank you.
Again and collect Gary from him. So please,
your time is well made.
And I'm not the enemy. Thank you.
And it's true. Some people don't have to understand. Not everybody is saying this thing out of. Most people are not saying out of a bad place. I've seen in Ghana too, Igbo people being robbed of their progress and property. And when you watch Igbo people come on TV and they are the one being robbed, though, then they will still be like having to. Even in Ghana, I was so cross when I saw that interview. They had to still be talking as if they have, because in Ghana they don't even have that much rights at all. So I don't like to see those type of things. It happens too much, and I think that's why I keep saying what if he's saying is strategically wise is something that people will have to understand. I'm talking about. No, my point is that I think she's making a good point.
Right to reply now.
No. I didn't use my 2 minutes. So I didn't use my 2 minutes. So hold on. Sorry. This is not that one. This is not that one.
Somebody hold me out.
But it's my turn. It's my turn after him.
Yeah. It's righteous man's turn. So I'm just using my 2 minutes to add my own. Olumide, stop now. Jesus Christ. There's always people that do this thing.
You would have to answer now. I use my 2 minutes to answer. I just want to ask him now.
Olumide, stop. We're not going to tolerate that nonsense today. Stop it.
And we just had that there. No, hold on now. Olumide, okay, she's going to go now.
I'm trying to ask a question, okay? Don't be
rude. No. Olumide, when it gets to your turn.
It's been disruptive now. So let me just use my 2 minutes to say this. We've seen this. I've seen it repeatedly. I saw it in Port Harcourt where I grew up. Properties that Igbo people lost. It keeps happening, and people, generation after generation, keep complaining about the same thing. Sooner or later, you have to understand that you have to start putting things in place so that this thing don't keep repeating itself. Because it's a loss. It's a lot of blood and sweat that people put to acquire all those things. Then you go and lose it again. Then you just complain. You have to put plans in place because there's no reason. If you have all that ingenuity, then use it. Make your nation. Look at Israel today, small land. They're able to use it to create one of the most powerful territories in the world. If you have that ingenuity, use it. And I'm sure a lot of them do. And Nigeria is not being fair. Hold on. Let me finish my 2 minutes. Let me finish my 2 minutes. Let me finish my 2 minutes.
That is a difference.
Let me finish my 2 minutes. Let me finish my 2 minutes. Yeah. Let me see. I can't find it. I think he's gone into invisible mode. Yeah. I'm taking him out. Let me bring NDBC in. Because Oti is another one that does that. So I've seen, I've seen there are always some people.
Backstage, please. I'm saying already. Backstage for now.
Okay. Let me bring this in. Yeah. So there are some people that feel like they have to interrupt everything, which is fine. You have your own opinion, but I'm just saying that I think it's a very powerful point. If you want to build your own area strong. If you're not strong at home, generally you don't tend to be strong outside. A child that is out there might be of a poor parent and the other is from a rich parent. You notice that the one from a rich parent is given slightly different treatment because they have a stronger base. you need to build your base to be strong. And when you do that, it's going to favor your own group because people around the world will fear you. They will fear you. If you see how they fear Israelis today, American journalists, every time Israelis says something, how high? Because they are strong as a nation. Build your own area, build yourselves to be stronger, and avoid this thing because I don't like seeing it myself because it's serious injustice. And I believe that weakness is also a sin. If you don't build yourself to be strong, you are inviting problems. You are inviting instability because other people will take advantage of it and you have problems in your hand. Everybody needs to be good for themselves. Nigeria needs to be strong as a nation. Our communities need to be strong too, individually. And we have to also learn how to empathize with each other because empathy is how you glue the people together. I understand the injustice a lot of people feel, but as men and as a people, we have to strengthen ourselves to say, you know what, get past this. I've seen a man that lost all members of his family, his children died in front of him. He's lost about 30 something members of his family, and he still manages to think about the entire group. He was in tears when he was narrating them and showing pictures, and he's still able to think past himself and his anger. If that man can do that before his eyes, his children, he lost his children. It tells you that what is possible with human beings, and we need to start thinking past the injustices and the issues we have in our country to build something stronger because it's going to be better for everyone. Thank you.
So it's my turn.
Of course, it's your turn.
Righteous man, go ahead.
No, it should be, I think, righteous man. Did you speak?
Yes, righteous man. Righteous man.
Okay, yeah. Righteous man.
Yeah, 100 Nigerians today were kidnapped in Zamfara State. We don't know their status now. We don't know whatever that is happening to them. Chibok girls, it's about how many years now? Many of them are still in captivity. How about this innocent girl, Shuaibu, somebody, that little girl that was taken from that Methodist school up to today? Nobody is giving us any report about it. Nigeria is not moving forward. And let me say this.
Okay, house destroyed.
Let me say this. Please, let nobody take offense on this. My son called me 2 days ago and asked me a question. He said, Daddy, if I make money today, where do you think I should invest? I paused for a while and I looked at him. I said, why are you asking me this kind of question? He said, because he's no longer interested in Lagos State. I said, why? He said, because of his experience during the last election. So he wants to go to either Asaba or he wants to go to Enugu to buy land and build. This is a boy of 18 years. So in the future to come, I don't want us to discuss Igbo case again. Give it 5 years to come. Igbos knows how to, increase and multiply. After the war, they were giving how many naira to start life? Even if you own millions, it goes there. So let us not disturb about this issue. Let's talk about the missing people in Nigeria today that were kidnapped.
Thank you. We are going to go to that thing after this. This phone doesn't like righteous man. Clearly, every single time it goes off when he talks. For some reason, he just even I am sympathizing with you. This phone is just mean spirited. He's probably going to rig it for VA now. VA, please go ahead.
All right. I think we need to understand power. Power. If you have power, you have access to pretty much everything. If you don't have power, you are meant to do with whatever you are given. Hence the 20 pounds. But from that 20 pounds, within 50 years, they level up. It doesn't matter if you pack on yourself, go one side. If you don't have power, you can never make any progress. That's why men, nation, we do everything within their power to make sure they grab into what matters, power. And it's sad that the problem that the Southeast is facing today is not regional, it's a national problem. That is why I'm angry with KJ as a journalist. That's why we are not making progress as a people. We tend to regionalize our issue, personalize our problem. It's not. We have a national issue. The only way Biafra can attain peace before they even attain nationhood is when we tackle this problem from the nationhood. That's why when we are having a national discovery, you decide to twist it out to make it a regional problem, you are not going to win like that. And by so doing, we are going to be losers. It is power we are fighting. It is not individual. This is not about this person or no. It is power. There's a reason why the demolition that is going on. There's a reason for that. If CM is listening, and even Dr. David and the rest, when we first started this program about over a year ago, if we finish here like this, we will always go the background. Even Paul, would they talk? I said it. I said it is coming. The consequences that this election is going to bring is going to make there's an agenda to make sure they destroy all the Igbo business. And yes, I said it. I've been saying
thank you. Next is Tone. Thank you for your submission. I think you made something. You said something that was quite pertinent there. Listen, Tone. Please go ahead.
You made everybody within their own community, within their own region, start calling out the thieves, the criminals, because it's not just about Igbo problem. It's not so much. I keep saying that is why I'm not a member of the IPOB. I understand their struggle, but then even if by any stroke of luck, Biafra should materialize, there are going to be criminals. We're even going to have even a bigger problem. So it's all about us calling out our criminals and making them very, very uncomfortable in Nigeria, outside Nigeria. MC Olomo lives in the United States. How many of you guys that live in the United States have found where that idiot lives and all that and go there and picket outside his door? Nobody can do that. Everybody's minding their own business. Maska is here. People are arguing in the comment section whether Maska is Fulani or not Fulani. if it's Fulani, so what? It has shown that this man is not a bigot. He speaks his mind. He comes here. He speaks his mind from where, and you are attacking him. Are you mad? Because he's from the north, you are attacking him. In the military, but my best of buddies were that I can trust, that can even take a bullet for me, we're northerners. So what we're talking about here, we'll come here, we start attacking each other, we start some amateur economics will come and start lying for the APC that this is happening. And instead of you to say the truth, say the truth. My brother here, MH, will tell my Igbo brothers to go back. Instead of you to let us say the truth. Yeah, so Ottawa. MH, has he been to Onitsha before? And yet he's in Nigeria. But he wants to jackpot if he's given the opportunity. Try to understand the other people. Because the thing is in Nigeria is that we do not understand each other. And we have this suspicion. We live with suspicion amongst each other. Anybody that does not speak Yoruba or Moiboni, that is wrong. That is wrong. Even some of you guys that are claiming Yoruba and all that, the Igbo person that is born in Lagos State has got more rights than you because he's a Lagosian by birth. So what are we talking about here? Let's start calling them. They are even in the so-called Labour Party. They have some criminals there. Let's start calling them out. It's not about tribes, guys. It's not about tribe. It's not about Igbo or Yoruba or Anambra or whatever and all that. It's look at Oti, what he's doing in Aba, what has not been done for many years.
Time up.
Is it rocket science?
Time up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tone. And let me just do some paperwork in the meantime. I've not done this in a while. I should have actually done some more. If you have not subscribed to Iroko Post TV, which is a sister channel of Dr. Damages, please do. If you have subscribed before, don't go and do it again. You will just get unsubscribed, so it's going to be going backward. We are trying to get it to 500. because that is a kind of milestone for YouTube. So it will allow that channel to start functioning fully like this one. Also, subscribe, like, and share as much as possible so that people get this message and promote the channel. And all right, we'll get on. Then I'll propose the second channel later on. Thank you. I think it's Paul now. After Paul is done, KJ, Steph, and I'll bring OT in. And there is Xero at the backstage. And let me just finish. NWC, if you want to say something, CM is still there. So after we'll go like that, then we'll take some people out and bring others in. Paul, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So this problem that we are having, my people, please take it easy. Let me challenge my Igbo brothers a little bit. The creation of Abia State, partly from Imo State. Many people from Abia State that went to Imo State lost a lot. Teachers lost their job and everything. They say, go back to your state and everything. We hear the stories. You understand? But guess what? They vanish. You understand? My brothers, take it easy. Let it not look like because of non-tribe is doing some of those things. Sometimes when we hear all this go back home, it's an individual. Growing up in Lagos, there is this funny phrase that every one of us use, the Igbo people use, the Yoruba people use. The Igbo people will call the Yoruba people Ndofe Manu. You understand? The Yoruba people we call the Igbo people Omajekutama Momi. You understand? So these are just phrases. Sometimes when we get to adults where you can't beat me, I can't beat you, we yab ourselves. Sometimes maybe when we argue, we go hard with politics. You understand? When CM was talking to some extent, it was a little bit hard on Masker. We go hard. And Masker can take CM out of context, failing to understand that he's just being emotional, but he's not that type of person. Masker will hold CM for some certain word that CM said. CM too, we hold Masker for certain words that Masker said. But it's just called politics. Sometimes I know it's painful, but let's leave this thing. In our different villages, what makes some of us that grow up in the city can't go to village? We're also scared in our own village because we also have wicked uncles and wicked aunties that will put poison in our leg for us not to go home. What about that? Is it that Yoruba person in my village that makes me don't want to go to my village? Is it the Akwa Ibom person in my village that makes me don't want to go to my village?
Paul, we have used prayer to finish them.
Let me know the prayer self. The prayer self.
That's why you are in Lagos.
Collect your money.
That's why you are still in Lagos.
So my brother, let's tell ourselves the truth. Let's
Masker, I'm coming to
my
you
Igbo people, righteous man, hold on. My Igbo people,
you won't see me.
My Igbo people, my Urobo people, I'm an Urobo man. The problem that good percentage of us are having, we lack group IQ. Individually, we do well. I will pride my Igbo people. An Igbo man will pick a boy from the village that cannot read and write very well. That boy will serve him for 4 or 5 years. In another 5 years, that boy will become a millionaire. That is not educated. They train him well. But that Igbo man can pick another millionaire and another millionaire, let them do business and take their million, go the next level. They will crush. But they can train individual will do well. But among themselves, when they have grown, I don't get it because they say a Iroko tree don't fall easily. You understand? But you discover that we can't build ourselves to become an Iroko tree, but we can raise people. Look, every Igbo man that train one boy, they all do well. You understand? But Igbo man cannot pick themselves, say 10 of us in this Alaba International. Let us take this market to the next level. You understand? It's not possible. They keep fighting themselves every other day, every other time. So
it's not true. It's not true. No, Paul, it's not true.
It's my turn. It's my turn. When I finish my own, you educate me. It's my turn. And these things happen to the Robo man. These things happen to the Edo man. These things even happen to the Hausa man. You understand? That's why we don't have base. As you pride yourself rich as an Igbo man, as a Yoruba man, the Kwara people who do business, Nigeria still tell you that no business have last 50 years. Tell me a Nigerian business that have last 50 years. We've not seen one. We've not seen one. No Nigerian business in the Nigeria Stock Exchange that has touched 20 years. That's my take. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. KJ, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. All of you have put up a very serious defense. I will not bother you with the granite soup that I just ate. I will go ahead to make my contribution.
Yeah, VA was very disappointed with your statement.
Now, Paul, you're a very good brother of mine. It's not true that the Igbos don't help. That statement people are making are what is taken out to use to give people reason why they will not allow the Igbo people to become anything, because they say the Igbos are not united. I want to let you know that even as Israel is in war right now, there are certain people in Israel that are demonstrating against the government that they should not be in war. They should look for peace. They are there. They are Israelis. It doesn't stop Israel. In the north, when Obasanjo became president, the north, the West didn't vote him. It was the East that put him in the presidency. In the North, the Northerners have not successfully been able to elect themselves. It's with the help of the Igbos. In fact, as far back as the the First Republic, it was the NCNC that came in alignment with NC, Northern People's Congress, to get elected. So when you say that the Igbos are not united, we begin to wonder, because only when it has to do with the Igbo man that we now talk about the issue of unity. Is there going to be any time the whole of the people will be talking one language? It's not going to be, because let me tell you something. When I was growing up, my community, we were told that it will be whenever we begin to speak one language, then we are not Igbos, because Igbos we are trained to ask questions. When you grow up, you ask what killed your father. That's an Igbo adage. Okay? And I want to say this also, which is an Igbo language. When you see a goat that died in a yam barn, it is not hunger that killed it. The Igbos are not crying because we're not making money, we're not developing. No, we're saying because there's a certain issue that is now holding us from moving from where we want to be. And we're not saying other people should not cry of their own. We're simply saying we feel that this is what is holding our development.
Thank you. Steph, please go ahead. 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think sometimes we misunderstand us. I think when Paul was talking about not coming together to do stuff, I don't think he's talking about in the context of. He's talking about the issue with black men in general, not doing partnership or forming a business conglomerate that is owned by more than one person or stuff like that. And he went further to explain that it's not only peculiar to the Igbos. So I think that's where there was a little bit of a disconnect, So I just want to point that out because I was listening attentively to what he was saying. And another advice I want to give, I don't know how we can turn this platform into a place where we can begin to organize and, generate ideas that we can build on. Because I've discovered that there is always one consensus whenever we come together. No matter what the disagreement will be, the consensus is that we want a nation that works for everybody. There's another consensus that if Nigeria works, that there's nobody that will not want to be part of the country. So in our own little way, how can we start organizing, putting one block on top of each other, maybe once a week, so that we can start forming a consensus that we can begin allowed to spread out? I think it's going to be important, and we should try as much as we can. I know some people may not be happy with what I want to say now. We should try as much as we can to stop making this conversation or any national conversation as if it's just an Igbo thing. I'm not saying that Igbos, I repeat it, I'm not saying Igbos are not marginalized, but let's stop putting Igbo context in everything, because the more we do it, it's not even helping us. Peter Obi came out for presidency, and before I know it, some people, Igbo people, started making it as if it's an Igbo thing. Even when the young man is explaining to everybody he's not coming as an Igbo person. But before you know it, some of us started even putting stud on his way by making it an Igbo presidency. It's not really helping our cause.
Thank you. So let me take some people off for now and bring them back in later. Let's see. KJ, Steph. I think Steph is okay with going backstage.
Put me in the background.
Okay. Yeah. You too. Okay.
Yeah, I can bring more people in and put me in the background.
Yeah. Exero and CM. Exero. Are you ready? If you are, Uchi. Oh, sorry. And let me take one more person off and then get Uchi back in.
Can I make a submission, then I will leave? Is that okay?
I think there's a dictatorship here today. People thought I was strict.
So many people in a leopard. Is that okay?
It's not okay. Let me see.
If you have more people in the background, you can take me
out. Yeah, I can't seem to find you again. You've gone invisible, Steph. Let me see if I can find you. Okay, I found you. All right. Let me get OT back on. All right, perfect. I think it's Xero's turn. Does everybody vote that OVH should have his say now and go away?
Go ahead and
I vote for
No,
Vay to talk.
no. Let's go. Let's continue.
Okay, good.
Let's continue.
All right.
Let's continue.
Perfect. Xero, please go ahead. I'm sure you've been listening to what has been said.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I've been listening to you guys first with the prayer issue and then with this Igbo issue. I'll take an esoteric view about the Igbo issue. I'll say, for me, you have already established in cities where you have already established, continue your businesses, but have an afterthought about the East. Because if you pack, you lose. Don't worry. Even the Igbos who are importing things, I heard there's increase in import duties. Don't worry. If they increase the import duties, put the load on Nigerians. Now then go see buyer. You no go lose. If they destroy your property, don't worry. That phase will pass. But don't lose entirely. Don't pack. You are not. There's no war. It's just a political brouhaha. That one too go pass. But if they do you, they put them for Nigeria. Because Igbo man will carry last. Now you get the country. Now you get the money. You are everywhere. Don't worry. Just extend your business to the east. You will eat there and eat everywhere. The problem is if you leave, you will move out of the table. And that means you have lost politically and business. So don't leave the table. Be there. We are abroad here. There's marginalization abroad now. There's a racism now. Yeah. But if we leave, we lose there and we come and join you. We die of valueless naira. So we are not going to lose both ways. Don't lose both ways. But use your sense. And then be smarter when you're buying land. Thank you very much.
You know when you say that we own Nigeria, that's the kind of stuff some people say in other parts of the country. That doesn't help. Every other thing you said was okay. But let me see. I wanted to share something that I don't know whether this is a good idea, but I guess the viewers can make a sense of it. Let's just see this. There is this demolition process going on somewhere. I think in Anambra State, the government Anambra State embarks on demolition. And I think the idea that the sender of this link wanted to make was that, demolition goes on everywhere in the world. It's not like they're targeting, it's peculiar to Lagos State. I guess what the sender of the link may not understand is that it's not that demolition doesn't happen, it's when they feel that it's targeted. I think that is where the issue probably is. Who's next? Let's go with the next person. It's CM, please go ahead. 2 minutes.
It's me now. Let me.
Yes.
Yeah. So what I need to say is that because some people peddle all sorts of manifest falsehood here. Forefather, you are number one. When you say that demolition house, the buildings that demolition in Lagos is like what happened in Port Harcourt or all this, it's a lie. That's a dubious lie. In Port Harcourt, it was massive, what they call abandoned property. They stole the property till today. They are still living in it. Lagos is just they destroy it. In which you find out that nobody is gaining, is destroyed. You see it. Port Harcourt, they seized it, call it abandoned. So they are not the same thing. All of us went to school. We understand the English language. And by the way, you are not even supposed to be pontificating on Igbo affair because nobody knows where you come from in Nigeria. Maka is proud to say where he comes from. EMHE says he's from Ekiti State. Paul will tell you he's Urobo. Exactly, all of us know where we come from. You are too ashamed and too fraudulent to say where you come from. So you do not pontificate your affairs of Igbo. You have no basis so that we can compare. That's one. The thing you showed about demolition in Anambra State, Soludo is doing it. He's paying compensation. I know that building. It's in Oka. He's paying compensation because they erroneously built it. It was approved. So he changed the Anambra state law. They are demolishing it to make way for road. He's paying them compensation. We they pay compensation in Lagos with your CFO. That is the issue. So you compare like with like. I hate propaganda. When you want to come and try to pull wool over our eyes, some of us can. I mean, we can see through your Ibophobia. I know it. I have been dealing with you, so I know your Ibophobia. Sometimes you want to hide it and then it manifests. When my 2 minutes is okay, I go. That's why I want to make a rebuttal. When you want to talk about Igbo affairs, you are ill qualified. You are ill qualified because you are ill will. You are Ibophobia. You try to hide it, but it will still pop out. It doesn't. You can't compare like with like. What happened in River State is what they call abandoned property, stealing people's property. Lagos is destruction. They are not the same. So that is the thing. You can go with your
That is true. I think your point is factual, and I don't see that's exactly what I said. I don't know why you are trying to say that I said something different. And regarding the because you addressed me, sorry. Regarding me not, everything you've said about the people, I have that in common. I'm Nigerian. I can speak on any Nigerian affairs. It doesn't matter where I'm from in Nigeria. Please, Oti, go ahead.
Right. I think this is going to be my last contribution. I'll go to bed. Now, I think I like what I like people that think. I mean, that are practical. It's not just these empty talks. Steph talks about. I mean, useful ideas. Yes, that's what I'm for. And then in that, I'm thinking we have to start where we are now. If you are gonna do anything, you have to consider where you are. All right, as Nigerians, if we still believe in the idea, be it fiction called Nigeria. So where we are now. So. I'm sure most of us know about what they call it, the Zinadeco, something like that, So, because really, if you ask me, we are living in the civilian coup. Okay, and what do you do if you what do you do as a citizen, quote unquote, as So what do we do? What is the sort of thing in the diaspora? So if we're looking for things to think about, practical solutions or problems to solve, I think that's the direction we should be really channeling our thoughts and not just having this kind of idle discussions and talks. We have to know what the problem is. I think we know. But people talk about the foundation. That's correct. But at the moment, what is that problem? What is that problem that's facing us to have to deal with first? Where we are, we have to start from where we are, in looking for that solution, not tomorrow, and maybe not going backward. Okay, so so where we are at the moment, Nigeria, there's a present danger, current problem. How do we get involved in looking for a solution for it?
Oti, sorry, time is up.
Good. And I'll take my leave. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Welcome. And thank you for coming in, Oti. And I know that you also mean well for the country, and I value your contribution. Let me. You want to go out there?
Yes.
Yeah. Let's do that. Let's get you back on. Are you on the move? I hope you're not. No. Okay. All right. So let's move on to something else. I think what was it? He said we should move on to the people that are getting kidnapped. Let's not do that. Let's not go there.
I'm dead serious.
Yeah, the Zamfara people, they took about over 100 and something Zamfara people because they couldn't extort them for resources. So they just say, since you don't have anything for us to rob from you, we take you. And this is how bad the situation has become. And this is in Nigeria where we are supposed to be free people living in a peaceful environment. And this is in the far north. As some people like to call it core north, all this is going on. And I think there was another one I'll call them maybe somewhere in the middle belt too. A lot of people lost their lives there too. The insecurity continues. While we are here arguing over stuff, and probably in the southeast, people are also still losing their lives because sometimes you don't know about it until they find out that they brought the bodies out from somewhere. People are losing their lives left and right in Nigeria. Now I understand why people are always cautious when they're in Nigeria. They have to always, if you invite them somewhere, they will do double tap. They will check and they will bring witnesses just in case they disappear. Because the place, you don't know where you walk into and you don't walk out again. Because the whole country is just so insecure right now. And I don't know what you guys make of it in terms of how to resolve it. Me, my position has been very, very straightforward. I don't know whether Nigerian government is willing to do anything, but I see signs that they want to double the size of the police for what they are saying, but it's not very clear, like everything else they do. So I'll leave that to people to discuss in terms of how do we seriously organize to put pressure on either the leaders or we take control of this situation. Because if our people keep getting kidnapped like this and our people don't feel safe, they can't go to farm, they can't return back from diaspora, our country is not going to get out of this mess. If our government refuses to do anything about it, do we take charge from them? And if we are supposed to take charge from the government and take control of our security, there are ways that it can be done. Does anyone have any examples of nations securing themselves without the government necessarily stepping up to actually do the job? So, Masca, please go ahead. Fortunately, you are the one next. I'm just jumping Ify because I know she can come in anytime she wants. She basically has double veto. She has her 2 minutes, and she also has the female representation here.
Please
so,
let Paul not hear that. Please let Paul not hear that. Please, don't call my name, please.
Paul is smiling when I was saying that. Now he was smiling.
I don't want Paul to attack me.
Masca, please go ahead.
Are you okay, Ify?
Yes, I'm
By
fine.
the way, you've really been doing a wonderful job. If I may say, I think one of the missing link for the platform, I think, is orderliness. Without orderliness, there can't be anything. And I think precisely that's what we're talking about. Even the Zamfara issue, you can trace it back to lack of orderliness, or you can say lack of security. But for me, the most important take, and this has been my stance, and this is one of the reasons why I come to this platform, I'm very clear. As long as a group of people do not understand that their issue is a collective issue, as long as they continue to see things from an individualistic perspective, especially if it's an adversarial situation where it's not just you doing stuff, it's not just you and nature, but there's also another entity, a body of people, or even if it's a body of individual who is an adversary, who is trying to checkmate you. It is very essential that this group of people understand that their problem is collective. I've said on this platform, why do we have NATO, for instance? Why do we have NATO? What is NATO? This is precisely the point. Yes, individual European countries can understand that, okay, we're fine on our own. Culturally, politically, we're fine. But in terms of security, global security, you have to understand that this security problem has to be a collective problem. And it's not far-fetched when, for instance, you look at the history of the Second World War. You can find somebody who would take, let's say, France. I think it's Poland that they took first. Okay, so everybody is going about, okay, it's Polish problem. And before you know it, he takes France. And at that point, everybody is realizing, okay. So this problem will come and eat us all. And this is precisely where we Nigerians have found ourselves. Igbo people are consistently talking about their problem, even boasting that, okay, this is our problem. Anybody can go and talk about his problem. Today, the people that they've taken in Zamfara, clearly, for an average Igbo man, he would say that it's a Hausa man's problem, isn't it? Because I don't think there are Igbo people that are among these people. But the truth is that it's a collective problem. The problems we are dealing with are collective problems. and the solution can only be a collective solution. My time is up. Anyway,
Yeah, shame.
I also want to bid good night to all of you guys. It's been nice talking to you, and I need to go and sleep. KJ, you need to move from that your Igbo nationalistic place. It's the wrong place to be. Move.
No, don't mind KJ. He's doing you thumbs up at the same time.
Masker, when you go bring Sereke up this forum self, all of us will there with a miss sugar cane.
Just for the record, Paul, I'm actually calling from the UK, so I'm not in Nigeria for a while now. But I also
and you don't carry Sereke go there. That's not fair.
I wanted to share this link about the insecurity. I think you say be patient with my administration.
Forefathers. Good night, everybody.
Thank you. Good night. Thank you
night.
for coming in, Masker. Your contributions were really important today. Thank you. Look at what this paper is reporting about the Tinubu government. It says be patient with my administration's measures ongoing to tackle insecurities and federal government tells residents. This is interesting stuff. I'm really watching it closely because there was a time Buhari would say, our people should go and, I'm instructing the service chief to go and do stuff. They say that a lot, but nothing happens really. And but if you look at, there's something moving in the background, especially within the police. I've seen that. I've seen it in reports anyway. I'm not seeing it in real life. That they are recruiting people they are looking to recruit. They're not even recruited. They are looking to recruit people into the military, into the police. 500,000 applications, 300,000 moves forward. So we don't know what is going on, and they say we should be patient. How long should we be patient? Why are they not briefing us if they are so truthful about what they are saying? Why not just come out on TV and say, you know what, be patient with us. We are planning. Give us 3 months. This is what is going to be happening. They are not telling us anything, and they are reporting through newspapers and all the rest. I hope maybe this man is going to come on TV tomorrow and explain to people why Nigerians keep getting kidnapped. Why do we have IDP camps? Why is Nigeria so unsafe that people cannot return back home? This stuff, they promise they are going to do something about it. Let's hope they actually mean it. So, Nigerians, we are all Nigerians here. How do we get out of this thing if this government is not serious? Because Buhari government said it several times. I'm going to instruct my service chiefs to do stuff, and nothing happened. Nothing happened. People are still getting kidnapped. Those people that were kidnapped are people's sisters, sons, daughters, husbands, wives. Some of them will come back probably pregnant, even if you're not careful. What kind of situation? We can't live in a country that just carries on like this. And our people don't seem to realize that they need to seriously fix this. If they fix this stuff, so many things are going to improve. You can't believe it. And I hope Tinubu government is getting the message, because a lot of people are saying this thing, and I just feel like something is happening, but I don't know. Until you see it, don't believe anything these people tell you. Refinery is still not on. They keep telling us every single month is the next month. Until it starts, until Port Harcourt refinery start pumping petrol out. Dangote refinery start pumping petrol out. Don't believe anything you hear until you see it. But I'm just thought I should show that as a way of the government responding to Zamfara kidnapping. And the main question is, what if the government fails? Are we going to remain like this, just relying on the government to secure the country? Or is there no other way to do it? Hill, please go ahead.
All right, thank you for that. On the issue of the security and the insecurity that is facing Nigeria at the moment. We've been trusting the government until this point, and they've consistently failed. But if I will go by the gentle nationalistic nature, I would say, okay, let us trust this new government, because apparently we've even voted them in. So let us trust them to do their job, and let us be hopeful that they will make the necessary adjustments and secure the land. But truth be told, we all know that that is almost an impossible task now, especially with the kind of question that we have in Nigeria, with the kind of we are not even one, so we can't solve this kind of issues. That is it. But if we truly want to solve this issue, everybody must go out eventually. We must all be tired at once. Not that maybe a set of people will be tired and others will fold their hands.
There was a time the youth were tired, they called them the NSAS. But the elders thought it was a fight for the youth, so they folded their hands. Now the trouble is getting to everybody. So until everybody is tired at once, the youth, the elders, everybody, the rich, the poor, and everybody will now go out to this. If it is to go to the streets, I don't know, but there must be this kind of holy anger that must be unanimous to everybody at the same time. That is the only way we can at least make a change. But with every other thing I'm seeing, the policies and the politics, the politicians will always find a way to wave it aside, to the bottlenecks and diplomacies, they wave everything away and we will not get results. Except maybe there's also something for them. So maybe if we go regionally again, you have regional policing, perhaps you localize your problem and everybody, there won't be this central power that must all fix it. So maybe that can also solve it. But if I say that, somebody like Paul will say I'm a regional man.
Thank you.
So all this
I think your time is up. Your time is up, sorry. Paul, please go ahead. No, come on. That's not what I meant.
Yeah. All these Ekiti and Ondo people, they'll be very stubborn people. And make Yoruba people know they give them too much power. You understand? Now they're more educated, but they know they rich, but they're too stubborn. So this thing that is going on in the north is just like our politics. If you could remember this Zamfara state that we're talking about, Zamfara state they discover more gold in Zamfara. That is where the problem happened in Zamfara. Then we started having all these problems here and there. Buhari had to close the airspace in Zamfara, even when they don't have no local flights in Zamfara. But there's a lot of shopper everywhere in Zamfara. There's a lot of private jets flying in Zamfara. What is going on? You go to Dubai, you get cheap gold in Dubai because they are buying all this in Zamfara. They are giving these guys weapons. That's why President Tinubu make his main man Minister for Solid Minerals to look into that place to tap from what is going on in Zamfara. So I also want to believe that they are also sending their own handwriting to the government because they also know the government is docile, the government is weak, the government is playing politics with everything. But guess what? You can play politics with anything, but you can't play politics with security because our eyes are naked. There's no condom in our eyes. You understand? We're seeing all these things. They're all going on. And it's so painful. It's so barbaric. I don't know what is going on. The people of Zamfara, extremely suffering. The former governor before this one had to cross carpet from PDP to APC, all in the name of this gold. How much revenue are we making from gold? We don't even know. So the government too is failing like the so-called cabals or the big men are failing the country. It gets me tired. But we have to do something when it comes to security. Because without security, you can't do anything there.
Yeah, this is really, some of the stuff I'm reading here is really alarming me. Really, let me just share this. This is at a little bit annoying actually when you think about it now. Let me just put it back up again. Just imagine because of insecurity. Just imagine what this person is saying here. He says it's something about God's this thing. God grace. It goes back to our conversation earlier. He says, "I'm therefore appealing to the people of the state to remain calm and continue to be patient. I believe with the measures put in place, very soon the security challenges will become history by God's grace." Mr. Lawal also commended the Quranic Recitation Committee for organizing the annual event. He noted that the recitation and memorization of the Holy Book had a significant impact in promoting peace and security. How does recitation and memorization of a book of I don't know, this it's Arabic language, isn't it? How does that promote security? You just had 100 people, over 100 people kidnapped. Because why? This was annoying me about this comment. Because they refused to pay 50 million naira. Where is that 50 million naira area? Yeah, look at that. The terrorists reportedly raided the community over the failure of villagers to pay 50 million naira protection levy. They have to pay protection levy to terrorists now. This is the sorry state Nigeria has been left in, because people they refuse to do the right thing by the people. And I think there's something he said that is also, sometimes it does sound a bit sectional, but it's actually accurate that everybody has to be upset at the same time. And for that to happen, we have to build bridges. The north, the south, the east, west, everybody has to come on the same page and say, we can't accept this anymore. We can't live in a country where somebody will just getting attacked on the street is okay. Here, if you have somebody attacked on the police will cordon off the whole area immediately, shut it down until they get to the bottom of the matter before they open the place up again, and the investigation will carry on, and they will try to find out. Violent crime is taken very, very seriously here. You can steal property, they might look the other way, but if you attack somebody, because they know that's the one that really does serious damage to the economy. Even America, with all the debts that they have, they manage to keep their country reasonably functioning. But look at Nigeria. Terrorists is asking us to pay them money to survive. And that one is talking about recitation of Quran. Isn't that what is wrong with the entire thing? Recitation of Quran, is that what's going to keep us secure? By God's grace?
Can I make my comment now?
Yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead. I just got frustrated with.
Thank you so very much. Please, don't waste your emotion, because we shall continue to recite the Quran, and then from now to that cannot come. It's not going to change. That's part of development in Nigeria. Just like we have said, the part of development is when you are in power and authority, you do as you want, and inshallah, God will help everybody. Let me tell you something. This is a well laid down it's like a 101. We have been reciting this, and sometimes when some of us talk, we talk as if we're against Nigeria. No, listen. If you read the comment going on, majority of people who are giving those comments about Igbos, majority of you who are speaking here, they didn't fight the war. I didn't fight the war. But even at that, you can see and gauge what the people are saying. People who never saw the war, whether they are Northerners or Westerners, they never saw it. But their comment is so, it's so ludicrous that you begin to wonder whether they even have respect for anybody from the East. Now, coming to the Zamfara issue, you see, this is the reason for holding down the nation. This is the reason for holding, because when they finish doing all that, and I'm not only referring to them because of a certain religion, so I'm not going to call it anything. When they finish doing all that, they hope to go back to Abuja at the end of the month to go and share the money. And money is given to them to continue to run their government. If they were the ones generating the money, they will not have time to do all that stuff, because they know that at the end of the month they need to pay the people from their own resources, the resources they've generated. Now, you are talking about gold, but you forget one thing. Gold is also a mineral resource on the ground. I 2 minutes don't pass. But Paul, you speak past me now. Why in 2 minutes no come now? If I'm suspecting you, honestly.
They didn't even stop me. I stopped myself.
It didn't stop you, and you will stop by yourself, and your time self finish, but no
Because
stop.
I didn't do 2 minutes.
Wow.
I didn't do 2 minutes.
I thought me and you know the same thing, but it's okay. And this your open teeth now. It don't make me disappoint. Okay, if you allow me to round up, what I want to just say is this: this is the way they've held the country down. That is what it is. You can't do it otherwise. That's the way they've held the country down. Okay, and the people who are not thinking, we agree with them.
Sorry, you can't round up. Sorry, I've been muted. You have a style of delivery that requires time. So you want to get used to distilling your thoughts and getting it out a bit earlier. That's why you go over time.
No. It's called laying the foundation. That is how you lay the foundation I want to, and then you get it. If I jump on it, you don't understand it. Anyway, that's okay.
All right. I think. Oh, the queue just changed. I thought. Okay, Xero, please go ahead.
I think one thing we should learn to do is to point fingers to who we are supposed to point fingers to. When did this Zamfara issue start? When did they start mining gold there? Under whose presidency? Point finger to the person. Everybody is just politically correct. Even the current administration don't want to. Who allowed the Zamfara governor to be taking the gold to his own chest? It's the president. They say skirmishes don't last more than 2 weeks unless the presidency is involved. It's Buhari that allows these things. So let us point fingers where fingers should be pointed. Generally, every ethnic group have their problems now. We can now see that the Igbos are not the only ones having problems. But there's a saying I used to say: if you put 20 people in prison and then you come there and you give uniform to 5 people and then you put meat in their rice, everybody in that prison will start fighting for uniform and meat. And that's what the Nigerian problem is. By the time we can decipher this problem as different ethnic groups, as people who have come to be in one pot of soup, figure out a way, we'll begin to make way out of this matrix. Otherwise, the more we struggle, the more we trap ourselves in different holes inside this matrix. Why the people who are putting us here, you know how Buhari is to use toothpick. That's how all of them that put us in this mess. That's how they are using toothpick. They are looking at us, they are laughing. They are using their toothpick. You will be fighting your brother. Everybody has problem. I yield.
Thank you. Let me just do a little bit of a promotion of subscription. This is True Niger this in channel. Please subscribe to this channel if you have not subscribed already. If you have subscribed already, don't subscribe again. You are just going to unsubscribe. Subscribe to the channel. You know, we cover issues based on evidence. We get quality information out there so that we start concretizing our thoughts, and if we get it right, our people are going to be more educated about the issues, because now you can see that all of us, many of us are from the south here. We now understand the northern areas have similar issues that we have, maybe even more, because I feel like we need to even have more voices from the north so that we can start kind of connecting our problems, because when it is everywhere, you're going to find that, like Emmy said, we are actually going to be able to solve our problem faster, because now terrorists is asking for 50 million for this in protection. That cannot be acceptable, and I believe that our information, and I'm really proud of how far this channel has come, where we challenge things that are not factual, and we, you know, even if we disagree, but we end up getting to the truth of the core of the situation. And that is what I'm promoting too. And we want to get this channel to Nigeria to around 500 so that we can start actually functioning better and getting more information out there. Steph says something about doing stuff for actually coming together to actually get things done. I think, Steph, I have your details already, and we are already having meetings privately to start formulating ways to resolve some of all these issues in the country. It has to be done, and north, south, everybody is invited to have these conversations so that we start coming up with ideas on how to resolve these issues we face in our country. I believe by doing that alone, we will also push the people in authority to also move forward. Every little helps. Every little helps is the change of consciousness that we need. We had the conversation about prayers earlier on and how we perceive prayers. A lot of things have to change the way we perceive the world. And many of the stuff we've learned before have been corrupted, and we are hanging on to it. Look at how somebody is saying that children, we are proud that we are reciting a book. Reciting a book is not going to help you protect your environment. You have to actually do stuff to protect your environment. You've not secured the environment. You're talking about reciting a book as keeping the society safe. Have you forgotten that the moment that book came to Africa, that's the moment we started falling? No connection there. It didn't occur to you that there's a link. Please, people should really start thinking more critically about things. Please, and subscribe to this channel, and that is my main promotion anyway. The idea is that we actually do cover it. I question everything. Thank you. Who is next?
I just want to add to what the last person said. You see, what is going on in Nigeria is a
It's
I know Ovie.
Ovie.
Ovie with the other hair. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Jesus Christ. People are trying to come in. Who is trying to come in? We are going to be closing. Let me just remind you, today is Sunday. We're going to be running them around 7 hours so that, people that go to work during weekdays can. We don't want to have jobless people coming here that have been sacked from work because they are spending too long having conversation about Nigeria.
You guys don't work in UK. You don't work in UK. Who work?
How do you know? We do work. Oh. We do work. Please, you Exero, you sent your piece, so it's Ovie, isn't it?
Yes.
Ovie, please go ahead. You are muted. Your audio is not coming through, Ovie, and it's also delayed clearly. Yeah, I can't hear you. You can't hear.
No way, Ovie.
Yeah, it's also delayed too. Don't worry. When your audio is restored, your tone will be preserved.
There is a famous Chinese saying that you kill the chickens to warn the monkeys, to scare the monkeys. That's what's going on in Nigeria.
Yeah, KJ, I agree. Wole, thank you for coming in, and I'm sure you have something to add to this.
Yeah, sorry, it's been a busy weekend for me, but I try to be in and out into the conversation at the background. I know I have less than 2 minutes. I'm just going to concur with what everyone has said. I mean, it's the love of the country that we have. That's why we, rank our brain and see what could be the solution. Looking at it from the religious perspective, I think Nigerians, the way it is at the moment, we are more religious than godly. Because when I look at what people pray for or what they do Thanksgiving for, I always feel like, is it something that we have the time to do when we come abroad? That's another question for another day. But looking at what could be the solution to the country's problem, I think it has to come from every single one of us. And I always say that the people who are ruining this country, they are from us, directly, indirectly. They are not Asians. They are not white. We might have the hands of these people at the background, because if they create some kind of stealing in Zamfara, why that gold is being transferred to somewhere like Dubai. So whoever is buying it has hand to create some kind of unrest in that place, so that it's like a syndicate kind of business. But anyway, that is one side. What can we do to make the country secure? You've said it. We need to start educating our own people. If we cannot go back to the region where security and everything, like ME said, this is where we going to know that, okay, Wale is going to be the local government chairman. His hand is not clean. He's a very corrupt person. It's now up to the people in that local government to single-handedly put him in the affairs of their local government. Then nobody to blame anymore. And when we look at what has happened in Nigeria so far, sometimes when I look at this man, Emefiele, being suffering for all the atrocity and everything, then I think, where is Mr. Buhari? Because he was there when the man was going through all these things. Why can't Buhari being called to come and give account of his own administration? What happened to other people? So until we have transparency and accountability, we might still have a long, long, long way to go. And I would implore every single one of us here, every little thing we can do within our own capacity, it might be within our own family members or our own little community. Let's try to change the orientation, the mentality our people have. And also, they say, he who comes to equity must come with a clean hand. If I want people to behave very well, be transparent, be accountable, then I must be able to do the same. Just like the the Malawian president that said, I'm going to stop my trade, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and that starts from me. That is how leadership should be. So
thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, before I go,
I think, is it not 2 minutes, Ify? It's 2 minutes. Sorry.
10 seconds.
No, 10 seconds. You didn't hear. No, Jarao.
I just want
to say, hey, stop it. Wole, you don't know how strict is here today. This is beyond Abacha. Even Abacha will be pleading fifth here. Yes, Ovie, please.
I think Ovie is back. Ovie is back. Okay.
Ovie, please go ahead.
Ovie, go on.
I know it's KJ. KJ, no, I'm coming after him again. Yeah, today, this week, now me and you, KJ. You leave Zamfara, go to talk about Biafra war. For that reason, let's start with Nnamdi Kanu. Since all of us come back from Chicago State University, we will not find anything. We have spoken about all the problems, both the old ones, the new ones, and the future ones. We forget saying Nnamdi Kanu is there. I'm not saying people the one that say, why are you talking about Nnamdi Kanu? I want Nnamdi Kanu out. Why? Because the reason why Nnamdi Kanu is still in jail is not because of what they are accusing him of. Even because of what they are accusing him of, Obasanjo has done worse. Go ask people of OD. Buhari has done worse. Go ask answers. They are holding on to Nnamdi Kanu because for the past 30 years, if I should have to go back, yes, no Nigerian that single-handedly, organically built followership that is not a politician or a religious leader. That's not in my lifetime. That guy did what the government failed to do, conscientizing people. No single person in Nigerian space today that has organic follower that exceed 1 million followership, and that is dangerous to the system. That's why it's still there. And that is why if we disagree with this system, this government, that is why we need Nnamdi Kanu, because we have not seen anyone again who has the ability to actually mobilize and concentrate Nigerians like Nnamdi Kanu did. And that is why it's still there. And that is why nobody is talking about it. Nobody is talking about it because it's not in the newspaper. It's not in the media because they own and control this media too. So those one where they shout about Hussein and the rest, why are they not talking about free Nnamdi Kanu? Because guess what? If he come out, even if he not talk a word again, his followership will keep growing. And they've not figured it out how to control that yet. That is why it's still sitting there. And it's that time we start talking about it should be a national burner. So Bola Tinubu should release Nnamdi Kanu. We need him out there on the street. We need Nigerians to be conscientized. We might not like the way he's considering Nigerians, but at least he's doing something. Something nobody as a speaker can be able to do. No Nigerian can come out on the street and say, I have organic 1 million followers outside Nnamdi Kanu. Nobody goes, say, many Nigerians in that part that will not see 1 million people. That is something that that's something that we need. Since we don't have any other person again to conscientize Nigerians that the system that we are having today is being captured by few elites across the nation. And that's our problem. That's why I'm so angry when we are trying to regionalize or personalize our issue. It's not our issue. It is a state emergency that we are having today. Because all of a sudden, after election when they want to make us kill ourselves, we always kill ourselves. Every day we come here, we insult our parents because of these idiots. Where are they today? They are organically coming together. And I've been saying it.
Time's up. Time's up. Sorry. Yeah. Tone. Please go ahead.
Okay. I don't have much to say. The only thing I'll keep on saying is that we're dealing with people that don't have conscience, people that don't have scruples at all. They don't care. The only thing they will understand and they will feel is force, violence. It's just as simple as that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know. I think I actually disagree with Ovie when he described Nnamdi Kanu the way he did. I don't understand our people sometimes. You want law-abiding societies or you don't. You can't go straddle both sides and expect things to
what crime he commit?
We all saw it.
What crime
This
he
is
commit?
nationwide. He inciting violence,
All
one
right.
for one,
Inside,
treason, name
I
it.
agree. I agree. I agree. Inside violence. Obasanjo wiped the whole village out. Which constitution empower him to do that?
Please let the thing be
Buhari shot
going
at
round
themselves.
now.
Which constitution empower him to do that?
Come on,
Eh?
come on,
Which
stop
constitution empower
saying
him to
no.
do
Just
that?
play this thing. You know you are being
No, no, no,
facetious
no.
there. He was a leader. He was a
Ovie,
leader. There is a difference.
Ovie.
It's my turn, no.
Please,
Let's
I don't
take
know.
him.
I don't know why
Nnamdi
Senator
Kanu is a
Johnson.
leader. Nnamdi Kanu is a leader. Nnamdi
No,
Kanu is a leader.
not an elected one. Not an elected one by the
It's
constitution.
my turn.
There's a big difference there. We can't have anarchy. Otherwise, I would say I'm the
So
leader.
we
Let's go
elect
and start.
Obasanjo to come and
Come
kill the
on,
citizens.
okay, you
We
know
not
better than
elect
this.
Buhari
You're
to
just
kill
being,
citizens. Oh.
okay, you know better than this. You're being facetious now. Don't do this. You're being facetious. And it's not nice when people just come and start stunting conversation like this. We are trying to build an organized society here that's actually secure, not create more anarchy. Come on. And there are real consequences to this. There are real consequences. We shouldn't be joking. We shouldn't be joking with our people's lives here. Please, Righteous Man, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm in support of Ovie.
Hey, Fofara, why don't you let Tone go so that we'll follow the
I have my reasons to support Ovie. I have my reasons in supporting Ovie. One thing I have found out in Ovie since I joined this platform is that Ovie is not afraid of anybody, and Ovie is real. He's real. He speaks his mind, not minding who gets offended, you know, and that's what makes a man a man. Now, why do I support Ovie? The Nigerian court have not been able to convict him that he incited violence. Let the Nigerian court do that, then we say he's guilty. As long as the Nigerian court have not done that, so it is not right for you to say he was inciting violence in the country. Let the Nigerian court convict him of that act. They have been setting him free and awarding billions of naira to him. So don't use the platform to say he was inciting. Are you the judiciary in Nigeria? You're not. And you can't convict him of any crime when the Nigerian judiciary say he didn't commit any crime. He did not contradict or contravene any law of the land. The constitution, he did not break it. So what are you talking about, forefathers? Ovie is 100% correct. There is no Nigeria alive today that can command a whole region not to come out and they obey. There is no Nigeria today that can boast a followership of 2 million. No Nigerian today. No politician, no businessman, apart from Nnamdi Kanu. So I support Ovie. They should release him. That is the only person that can galvanize the youth in Nigeria to confront what is happening among our politicians. Thank you.
You notice how Ovie qualified his statement by saying if not a politician, because he knows there are Nigerians that can do that. But that said, we shouldn't pretend as if we don't know the truth when we actually know the truth of situation. Because this same court that you are using right now is the same court that passed the judgment for Tinubu. When he didn't like it, you don't like it. When you like it, you like it. This type of inconsistency, it doesn't do us any good. While we are playing this facetious game, our people are suffering. From my point of view, anybody that attacks the Nigerian state, that destabilizes the nation, is a problem. We need a safe environment for our children and our women, and for us to be actually able to prosper. Anyone that threatens that should be enemy of the state. I actually believe Nigerian government. Hold on. I actually believe that. Can I finish my point? I have the right to respond.
What I said. I mean, why do you do that?
Let me do this. You can't just block me when you have just had your say. When you agree with what they are saying, it's okay for you. This is the thing we do most. You agree with somebody, okay, let them have all they say. But if they don't agree with them, you push them back. The same court that you are using right now is the same court that found Tinubu okay. Do you agree with the court now? Is that okay for you? If you're okay with that, then be consistent about it. Because in the end, you are missing the real victims here, the people. Those people that were kidnapped, it's not only men, no. There are women, there are children there that were just taken. And you're here talking about being inconsistent all over the place. You are missing the real problem that our people are facing. And I actually believe the Nigerian government, they are saboteurs themselves. Because if you look at nations, people that do stuff that Kanu has done to Nigeria, nations don't spare them. They don't. They take them out. Off. If you look at this in Russia, look at Spain. Spain, they want to even talk about amnesty to people that didn't result in violence at all. The Catalan people, they didn't result in violence. They just asked for independence. Look at the massive protest you saw on the streets in Spain last week. They didn't want to hear it at all. In the UK, look at
it. Go and write Nigerian government to take him out. Write them.
Hold on. I'm telling you, because millions of lives are at stake. You are worrying about one person. 100 and some people have been kidnapped today. 200 people will be killed tomorrow. Dead body will be brought out of the ground next tomorrow. Those are lives too. Those are lives.
Is it not the Kano that kidnapped them? Was it not the Kano that kidnapped them?
The anarchy.
Guys, please, this thing is getting rowdy again. Let's do it. Let's follow
anarchy. Just like the government is creating anarchy, those people too are creating anarchy. They are all in cahoots in this together. I don't trust any one of them. Anybody that results in this situation that Nigerians are in, don't trust them. Period. Please, Jonaba, go ahead.
Mosquito is already biting righteous man for you. Why are you talking?
How do you know? Jonaba, I'm going to Benue to chop pounded yam.
Don't worry. No, don't even go. The Benue yam will come to you in your bed. Don't go there. I think all of this thing is lack of leadership. We have not truly have a leader. When you have a real leader, he unites people, he break all the barriers, he go after those to make sure his people are empowered and competitive in 21st century. But we don't have a leader. We have an analog brain and all those maniacs who preside over us. But I urge all Nigerians, home and abroad, let's love ourselves. Let's fight for a common goal that we are all being disenfranchised in one way or the other. And the reason why we come to this town square to talk often is because we all genuinely love our people, we love our country. That is not working. And until we put a demand forward, a politician can only promise you and assure you they will fail you. And I always say that the demand is that we want a country that works for everybody. Just create an enablement environment that everybody can strive, and that can solve our problem. But we don't have any visionary. They just come and just destroy. From 1999 till now, anyone that come, any government, any president that come to power, when he leaves, he will miss the other one. I can't believe we are missing Buhari this soon. I can't. God bless you.
Yeah, was it not Ife that was saying that we're going to miss Buhari or something the other day?
Oh, Father, why are you reading
it's already
this
happening.
now?
Come on, man.
Why are you reading this? All of a sudden, more people are before me.
Who is that? Is that a zero? Yeah,
hey, you are reading this
backstage now. They are backstage. I'm not reading it. They are backstage. They are just coming through now so that they can have a chance to say something. It's only Steph, to be fair. Steph hasn't. I think Steph, have you said something on this round? I don't think Steph has said something. Please, Steph, go ahead.
Steph and Tone.
Yeah, Tone did say something. I think he moved on. He just said something for about 30 seconds. I think Paul, you missed Tone. You missed Tone. Yeah, you said it before. You missed Tone. Steph, please go ahead.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm still gonna go on reciting Nigerian problems, but I don't want to dwell much on that. Well, I want to just make a quick comment on because I know that this issue of Nnamdi Kanu, I've had the opportunity of having this kind of conversation with forefathers in the past. And I still want to repeat what I told him. I don't care the crime Nnamdi Kanu committed. Then what I'm saying is that any right-thinking Nigerian should be concerned on why the government cannot convict him and put him in prison. Why? If you have done something wrong. For the fact they did not do it, they're not willing to do it, means that he's innocent. What are they scared of? Are they cowards? If you have done what no other person have done in Nigeria, that's so grievous. What are they scared of? If he's guilty, convict him, put him in prison, let him serve his term and be free. He's not the first person to be in prison and still come out. What is the Nigerian government scared of? Why are they playing politics? That's stupidity. That's all I have to say.
When you don't have a judiciary system that works, what do you expect, Steph?
Will I be allowed to make my comment now without being bullied out to the background?
KJ, it's not your turn. It should be my turn. It should be my turn, KJ.
No, nobody's bullying you.
KJ, it's not your turn. It's my turn.
This is the bullying thing.
If he's not ready to speak, it should be my turn.
Talking like this. I can't believe you'll be talking like this, KJ. You'd have been giving all this time. Even I gave you my time, sir.
No, my dear sister, I'm sorry that you're thinking that I'm talking that way. It's just that what Fofana is saying every time, just like Steph have said some of those things.
KJ, it's not your turn.
Every time anything
allow people to talk.
KJ, it's not your turn.
That's annoying.
KJ, it's not your turn.
Please, Paul. Yeah.
Okay, so I get tired with all looking every second to see problem. We hardly see solution. One of the ways I want to believe that solution can come where the people can stand tall to vote for the leaders they have. See, when I go to the food bank, every time I drive past the food bank, sometimes I take my daughter there when she was doing voluntary work for her college stuff. You see people carry 2023 cars come to the food bank to come collect free food. You understand? And they have rights, they have respect. You see US Army respect people who are taking free food, begging for food. They have rights. You understand? In as much as they need food, you can't still denigrate them to the ground level. But in our country, we bring people so low. If one of the things, when you see the Emiratis, when you see the Qatarians that we had, how do they call you see these guys in Dubai, you see them, what you see in their country is that every one of them, good percentage of them, they are doing well. That is what makes nations grow. You know, Nigerians are highly, highly underpaid. We don't respect the ordinary people in the streets. But when it comes to election, you and I want to challenge the ordinary man in the streets to do the right thing. Are we so serious? You understand? If government can support industries, companies, some of us, when we do business, we know the government of America is so wasteful. We want to give our money to charity, to write it off on tax. You understand? That's why the charity have more things to give to the vulnerable people. That's why when you still steal, when government have all this provision for you to get free food and the like, if you still steal, they put you in prison. Well, guess what? They'll still give you food in prison. You understand? Not like in Nigeria. They'll still give you food in prison. They'll still take care of you out there. We have to respect people. Government have to take care of the people. We, the individual, in our individual way, have to take care of people. When I travel to Nigeria, sometimes when I see most of my friends and family, when I challenge them sometimes, they hate me, but it is truth. This one will tell me, oh, Paul, be careful. Paul, be careful. Be careful. Now you tell me be careful. The other of my friends tell me be careful. The other of my family tell me be careful. That's why I didn't visit you. Then you call me. I want to tell you my mind. What did I go wrong? That you came to Nigeria, you didn't stay me. I was be careful. Then you feel bad. You also advised me to be careful from others. And others advised me to be careful of you. That's my take. Thank you.
I think it's Emmy that is his turn next, isn't it? And I think this is also part of the rounding up, because once it goes around, and then I will give everybody 1 minute to say what they expect from Nigeria in the next week coming up, and just say whatever they want to say really, so that we can just close out. Emmy, please say your bit. Oh my God, X0, don't think that I'm trying to read it again. No.
I read this machine.
Emmy was here. I put him backstage and I didn't see him on time, and he popped up again. That's why I brought him back. He's just justice. Emmy, please go ahead.
Well, I think I lost track of some of the discussions again. I don't know how far, but I know last time I got it was when Ovie was talking about Nnamdi Kanu, and I think some people deliberated on that um, for a long period also. Well, I also want to voice that Nnamdi Kanu is free. There's no reason to keep a man in prison that you have nothing against him. But I understand this is state power now that is just going. But I think it is not right that he should be kept in prison like that. He should be freed. And I don't know if we've gone further away from the issue of the security and insecurity. Are we still on that as well?
Yes, yeah, we are on that. Yeah, that's what we are on
Well,
actually.
okay, so I would say let us continue to trust the government again as we have always done, and by voting them in, and let us keep trusting them that they will do the right thing. Let us keep lending our voices that they should spend our money well in security. Get the normal equipment, recruit more people, and try to be fair in the dealing so that people can truly die for the country. Because as it is now, even the soldiers, I saw a video like 2 days ago where the soldiers on in one of the forests were like saying they gave them a wrong what do you call it, wrong information to go somewhere else. There are all these skirmishes that they know. If the military guys know that those who are at the top are simply toiling with their lives, playing drafts with their destinies. So how do you want a nation so how do you want such people, personnel to give their best as well when they've seen it there? This is just a game for a certain set of people. So but eventually, if you are going to fight it, it's either all of us are angry at the same time, so that we can truly can truly pass the message across, or we just keep on playing the next 50 years until we come to that point that all of us are angry at the same time. If you are not angry at the same time, forget it, nothing will happen. That's the fact.
Thank you. I don't even think we have 50 years to mess about. Please, Xero, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for finally giving me my time. I don't know why you removed Ovie, because I wanted to confront him with.
No, I didn't remove Ovie. I didn't remove him at all.
Backstage. Okay, good. He's hearing. I've been on platforms
it's not backstage. I think he dropped off. It's not backstage. Sorry. Yeah, but he's in the chat.
As at the last election, I've been on platforms where they discuss this Nnamdi Kanu issue, and I think Ovie was laughing. That was when Nnamdi Kanu was popping. Well, it's so surprising that now everybody is clamoring for the guy. Suddenly, the guy has become the Mandela. So, I mean, this is typical of Nigerians. Once you are out and free, they'll be telling you, hey, come back to Nigeria, come to Nigeria and fight. Stop commanding people to go and fight where you are. Then when you are in prison, everybody's eyes is clear that, but this guy was saying the truth. Anyway, that's Nigeria. To you, forefather, you said the guy was instigating riots and wars against the powers, the state, and everything. Go and check out what Mandela did, and then see how a person who was termed a terrorist was finally termed a righteous person. Then you understand the power play. The world will not respect, they don't respect cool play sometimes. The world listens to power. If your power is enough to could bring everybody together and pull down any government, anybody that goes in the process is collateral damage. The world will listen to you. That's how the world power play is done. But Nigeria is not there yet. Like Man said, until everybody figures out how to come together in this matrix, we'll keep suffering here and there until we realize that we are all together. But if all of us come out together, I'm telling you, even if the president goes in the process, it's collateral damage. The world will listen to you. I rest.
I really think context matters. It's almost like saying devil was a terrorist, so devil is justified to become a matter tomorrow. We have to contextualize things. Sometimes
read about Mandela.
Mandela is an oppression of an entire race and a people. He was fighting.
And what is Nnamdi Kanu?
There are politicians in Nigeria. There are politicians. Yeah, of course, in my opinion, it's my opinion. But you can also, people that are watching can weigh that with the facts of the situation. There are Southeasterners in Nigeria doing a lot of different things. It's not the same. When people compare Mandela to that, it's cheapening what Mandela did. There are degrees to everything. You can't just mix things up as if they are the same things. Please, Wole, go ahead.
I think everybody has really said a very good point how we can take the country forward. But my only concern is even Namdi Kanu. The problem I have with Nigerian is people will say, yes, this man is for us when they need him. The moment they get whatever they want or not there anymore, they will say, how did they say it to Jesus? Crucify him today. It's people until he said, like, until we all come together, irrespective of who you are, if your life is better today or you're suffering, if you not join the, we are just going to be played like, like Ludo. So we need, no matter how we are, I mean, we are enjoying life in abroad where we are today. If we cannot put our hands together, put our voice, join people, these people are just going to continue to, continue what they are doing. So please, every single one of us, let's spread the news. Let people know that this is our country. We need to fight for it. There's no point anybody sitting on the forest because they haven't kidnapped their family members or they have, things working for them abroad today. We need to fight for our country, one way or the other. That's why I said we need people who can strategically plan, because we can come here. We don't even know if Judas are listening to our strategy. So we need to kind of strategize people who are on this platform. How can we form our own alliance in a way so that it won't be a general public discussion? It's going to be like a security, but let people come here, discuss, bring solution. But the strategic point of view will be people who can strategically implement things or see how we can go. And this might involve money, it might involve time and everything, but we shouldn't give up. I rest my case.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Wole. Tone, please go ahead.
Okay, I'm just gonna be brief, and I'll just log off because tomorrow's business day. Right. All I'm just gonna say, there's nothing much to add again. But what I will say, for fathers, if we can review the time of our meeting and those individuals that were mentioned during our last contact, we should find ways of reaching them. So I'll be suggesting maybe the last day of the week late, so that people in Canada and America, it will be convenient for them. So other than that, there's nothing much to add really. I mean, we've said it all. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, the timing, I'll send an email out to see whether we can synchronize timing that suits most individuals involved. Righteous man, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just enjoying myself here. Thank you for allowing me to be part of this platform today, because I've had enough, and I'm happy that John Aban finally appeared, because I don't know the ego eye he was using to see mosquito flying. That's Nigeria. That's part of the problem we are facing. No matter how we fleet the compound, it's resistant to fleet now. It doesn't, Nigerian problem is too multiply, So, Ifoma, thank you very much. August, thank you. All the panelists, thank you. I will be calling it a quit because it's almost 1 a.m. here in Nigeria. At least I have tried. I'm not abroad. I'm not earning dollar or pounds or euro. So it's my little naira here that I'm using to.
Don't start.
Houses everywhere now.
Don't start now. Don't start.
You have houses everywhere in Lagos.
You say what?
I say you look like you are enjoying a bit.
Look like
houses
what?
everywhere in Lagos.
You look well though.
No, I am a professional builder. I'm an engineer, so it's not I don't have houses everywhere in Lagos, but I build everywhere, both in your hometown. Invite me there. I build your house for you. So that's how I crisscross Nigeria, you know.
Okay, so it's okay. You are marketing yourself. Okay, no, while I will talk.
You say what?
Yeah, that's why he's a successful man. And that guy is very clever. Righteous man is a clever man.
Clever, Sha.
He's very, very clever.
Don't worry, I'll contact you when
he's a smart man.
time.
I don't know what I should call him. He's a smart man. Let's put it that way. And thank you, Righteous Man, for your contribution. And obviously, you are welcome here anytime. And you've actually enriched the discussions that we've had here. So, you know, sometimes we all have disagreements. It is what we all want the best out for the country. So, are you done? You want to round up with 30 seconds?
I just wanted to say, forefather, ancestor, I love you, but you they talk too much.
Of course, I talk too much.
You are very controversial. But I love you. You are a nice guy. I love you, but you are very controversial, and you are too much afraid of what is happening here. See, they've not killed us, so I'm alive here. Since I returned back from Germany, I've been living here now for how many years? Nobody have killed me. I always travel to the east. I go to Port Harcourt, I do construction, I go to Benin, I go to Benue State, I go to Kaduna. Nobody have harmed me. So that fear that once you reach here, they kill you, I don't know where it's coming from. You guys should raise that from your mind, okay? And let's get Nigeria
It's
work.
your prayers. It's prayers. That prayers we are talking about.
You said what?
I think he's right to an extent, because I went to Nigeria. When I went to Nigeria, I was everywhere. I didn't use like aircraft flying everywhere. I used public transport, and it was quite reasonably safe. It's not everybody that is dying. It's 200
As
million.
as I'm talking to you now, as I'm talking to you, my friend, he flew from California 2 weeks ago. He just left today. He just left Nigeria today. We've been walking up and down. I've been taking him to places where he bought some plots of land, and then we did all kind of documentation. He has gone back. So 2 weeks he spent here. So what are we talking about? So you guys should be you should be working hard to make more money and invest here. Don't be afraid. Nobody's killing you here. We never die, yo.
Right.
210 million people never die.
Oh my God!
Righteous man, when you
arguing against a lot of your arguments that you've made here.
Exactly.
You just argued against a lot of your
man,
arguments you made here.
You already corner yourself to what
it's the same prayer we're talking about. I'm sure you took holy water to that land.
I think the truth is in between. The truth is in between.
Holy water and anointing oil to that land.
To do what?
To bless the land that you just bought for your friend.
See, I believe in God. I'm not a local person. I have spent good time in abroad, returned back here to invest. So it's not as if I'm a starter. I'm not starting life. I have grown-up children. I have graduates that I gave birth to, and I trained them in Nigeria, and they graduated. Not that I'm not starting life. So what I'm trying to say is this: most of the things I share here in this platform is experience I have in life. And when I share it, some people may be thinking maybe I'm a tribalist or I don't know what I'm talking about. No, I'm just telling you my life experience as it happened to me and to my parents. So we have to learn from one another. I love everybody here, and I wish all of you will also love me. Good night. Cheers.
Why you want to go now before I talk and you love everybody?
Okay, please, Janaba, please go ahead. As you can see, we allowed him to take extra time because everybody's
it's okay. Go. We are rounding up. Good to see you, forefathers. Ify, I think I'm not too familiar with the zero that much, and what
Good night, everyone.
And I've seen Steph. It's good to meet all of us here. We are just taking this opportunity in one way or the other to speak issues that concern us back home, and hope one day we can get a true leader. And I believe when we get that, that will change everything. It's the leadership. There's nothing, the barrier is there to control our mind, control our ways of life. But then I think some of us that have seen what is humanly possible as we go around the world, we know that we are just under the manipulation of the elite to subdue us. And like I said to all my brothers and sisters, it doesn't matter any part of the country you come from. Whatever you see in your area is being done in other places. So let us not allow those things to divide us. Let's stay connected. Thank you, Father Ify. Thank you for your Abacha order today. And maybe if you take the other side of it out of it, you'll be a good leader. I think you should be running, you should go and take over from Yakubu.
What's the other side of me, Uncle John?
I don't want to go there now. I'm so scared.
That's a good one. That's a really good one. Steph, please, tell us, let us hear what you've got to say, and if you have a parting shot for everyone. I think your contribution has been quite great today, actually, solid ones. And it's always been good. Sometimes I just disagree. That's why I'm not highlighting the ones I disagree with. It's all good. So please go ahead.
Yeah, it's always good to disagree to agree.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we've had some.
They are taking over.
We've had some meaningful conversations today, and I just think it's okay for us to always keep open mind sometimes, and also try as much as we can not to be civil the way we are today.
You see how he's smiling. He knows he come here to make trouble. When we are closing, he decided to show up. And, that's why.
Yeah, I come greet you now. I heard
all right,
good. I said, let me come and
all right. Let's Steph finish. Then you can round up too.
So I want to commend Ify and forefathers for helping to make today's deliberations better than the first half of yesterday's that was too chaotic. I think there's some orderliness today, and many people you can see were able to adapt and fall in line. So I hope that we could keep it this way so that it will be able to, one will be able to make a point, and at the end of the day, you can actually understand where somebody actually pinches his own opinion and also understand other people's perspective. So that was a good one. We'll continue to work hard and organize and see what we can do to help our country. But one thing I want to quickly say is that in the process of doing that, I know that some people are going to be seen as inciting violence against the state, but it's all part of nation building because there is no way you're going to say you want to make an omelette and you think that you can break some eggs, So whatever it's going to take, but let it not be like there's a deliberate intention to disrupt stuff. But I think Nigeria can work, and if it eventually works for all of us, we'll be better for it. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And AY, welcome. Thank you for joining us, so early. And, let us know what you think about what you've not heard today. Please go ahead.
Yeah, good. I don't know. How many minutes? 25 minutes? Because
2 minutes.
The whole day.
2 minutes. You came late now. It's been quite a good discussion today, so please go ahead.
Yeah, you guys actually, I've been listening actually time to time. I kind of, if he made some very strong points today. She spoke well, man. Ify, thank you for those your points. I was actually healing you on the comment section. Steph, as always, man, is hitting it, man. You know, in the end, we are one nation. We gotta make it work. John Naba, of course, an elderly man that always try to make peace. we have to come together. We have to make the country work. I mean, even KJ, Masca, all of them. I listen to a lot of people making some vital points. Forefather, your stand as well. I would just appreciate you guys all. Today was quite peaceful. Maybe because I was not here. That's a joke. I'm the one that make it peaceful. So,
Fair point.
Yeah. So in the end, no matter our differences, we are one. We gotta make it work. Hopefully, we're gonna have a country that will work for every Nigeria. Like Nigeria will feel proud of their country, because war is not an option. Killing ourselves is not an option. We got to look for a way to make it work, because we are not going to destroy the country. The country belongs to over 200 million people. Children unborn are coming. So it's not going to get destroyed during our time. So hopefully we'll see a better country, all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Put us at the backstage. We didn't the other day I left you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we'll carry on the discussion. Clearly,
I would love to be there too.
If do you have anything to say?
Oh boy, it's been a very interesting. How many hours? 7 hours and 10 minutes.
Yeah.
First of all, Steph, thank you for coming to my defense. I guess a lot of people misunderstood me, and like I said, there are some things I don't want to say, but Steph was bold enough to say that. The truth of the matter is this: we can still be anywhere and develop Nigeria and still not divide the country. Again, let me say this, because there is no day we come here without discussing about Igbos or IPOB. It's literally every section we come here, one topic is going to carry us to that point. And again, I'm going to talk to my Igbo brothers and sisters, including my siblings back in Lagos, and my sister. The truth of the matter is this. Like I said, 16 years from now, and if you don't do anything, they will do the same thing. What if you finish building the house for the second time and they come and destroy it again, no matter what the reason is? And we have to understand that we don't even have a judiciary in Nigeria. You can destroy the government to destroy the house and don't give any compensation, and there is nothing you can do about it. Who are you going to talk to? Who are you going to report to? Or who are you going to run to? You see, that is where we miss the mark. My point is that, just like Steph said, we can still develop our place. If you want to come and take your goods from Lagos, do that. People used to come down to East and buy goods and go back to Lagos. It's no longer like that. If we keep on having the same mentality, it's still going to be the same thing. And we keep on crying all the time, that we are being marginalized. I don't see that anymore. I don't have any business being in Lagos. I don't have any property in Lagos, and I don't intend to invest in Lagos. In fact, I don't even intend to invest in Nigeria, period. I don't intend to invest in Nigeria. For what? What is the value of the properties we have in Nigeria? Let's be honest when you think about it. So I'm not going to invest in Nigeria. If I have money, no way. So let us be realistic and stop crying. I'm talking about especially for people back home. Let us have some sense. Sense. I'm from Unewi, typical Igbo girl, the heart of Igbo people. We are known for business. When this guy, Innocent is from my village. He has sense. That's why he took all his businesses back to Newi and Benugu. He doesn't have any business in Lagos. Because trust me, he would have been affected one way or the other. So it's nothing personal. It's not, people feel that, oh, you're an Igbo, you're not standing for. It's not about standing for Igbo. It's all about getting some sense and telling it the way it is.
Self-preservation first.
If you are going home to develop, trust me, let me tell you what you don't know. I don't want to say it, but I have to. And to Igbos that are still in the comment section listening, if you guys shift your businesses back in Igbo land, trust me, the federal government will be afraid because they won't even know what you guys are planning. They will be afraid of you guys. But you have given them opportunity, not to believe in you guys. Because every time you keep crying foul, go home and develop your place. I must say it again, and I will continue saying whether you like it or not. Clarity begins at home. Some people have mansions in Lagos. They don't even have mansions back home. Look at one of the guys that has his property demolished was saying that he's homeless, that his wife is in the hospital now because of this. I feel your pain, but like I said yesterday, we live. But if I see some of the properties being demolished over there where I grew up at Onitsha, where my parent lives, I'll be happy. You know why? We know why? Because of the same thing that is happening in Lagos happened to us. People building buildings on the canal and causing flood damage. At some point, we started talking about even selling the property and see if we can buy somewhere else and get out of that place just because of flooding. My brother keeps saying, oh, we can't find a house, something very close to where we live. So, I mean, we have to get some sense. Let's stop all these sentiments and this marginalization and all this stuff. No, all of us, even the Northerners, they are crying too. Do you think it's well with them, even though they have been in power more than any tribe? But look at the poverty in the North. It's worse than any other tribe in Nigeria. I was looking at on Instagram, and one guy, he was wearing suit. I don't know if anybody saw that, selling cola. And one of the guys saw him and said, how much are you selling this cola? He said, 1,000 naira. He said, everything you have. He said, 10,000 naira. And he said, how much can I give you and you stop selling cola nuts? And he said, 30,000 naira. I said, sure, 30,000 naira. To stop selling cola nuts that you used to start a business. This is an Hausa man. That is the poverty we are talking about. The man ended up giving him 100,000 naira, which is still nothing. So, I mean, Igbo people, we are the most hardworking people. Unfortunately, forefathers, I don't know where you're from, but Igbo people, we are the most hardworking. When I say hardworking, in terms of business, in terms of anything you can think of, that's what it is. Let us do that back home. Let people come and find us. Let us stop chasing these people around. Thank you.
Thank you. It's interesting how your position seems to evolve from, like when you said about people who miss Buhari. It sounds like a cynical statement at the time, but when it starts happening, it's just like, okay.
It's only 6 months ago, and we have 7 more years and 6 months to go. We have not even started. And honestly, pray all you want, Nigeria is not going to get better until we change the mentality, until the government leaders begin to make a U-turn 360 degrees.
Let's hope. I really pray we don't lose 4 years to nonsense. Let's hope that somebody within the authorities and they are listening to us. Maybe they've heard what you are saying and think, okay, we have to make sure if it is not correct, and they do the right thing by the nation, because sooner or later they will start hearing the people. And then, but I agree with you, and everybody agrees with you. And it's fair at first people will disagree with you. Then until the evidence starts coming in, Steph came in and said what he said, and now he supported it, because in the end it is the truth. You can't keep putting yourself in a victim position all the time. It's a weak position to be in. You can use it as a soft power, but you also have to do concrete things. Your people's lives they are losing their lives every day. They are not secure. Prosperity is not. Who is going to do business in the south is when it's always unstable. Nobody wants to work in anywhere that is unstable, and this is our biggest problem. That's why I really don't dislike people that cause instability, because we need that space, security for our people to return, build the country. We don't need Oyibo. We don't need anybody to come and build it for us. Just secure the environment. Nigerians will return. 141 just came to the UK just last year. 41,000 Nigerians left Nigeria, just UK alone. All that expertise they are going to gain, stabilize the country, they will return. Many of them will come with dual citizenship, which means they have rights. They can buy things here, transfer intellectual property rights into Nigeria. Everything that we are losing today, we can easily transform it into a blessing if we change our mindset into, basic things. Secure your country. It's not rocket science. Other nations are doing it. Just do it. Do it to the standard that other people are doing it. You'll find that the nation, everything will start working. Power supply will start working. South Africa, I just saw a video of South Africa that they are stealing all their power supply equipment. Because if you are not doing the right thing by your country, you start seeing saboteurs coming to your country. They will start sponsoring all these things. They will start destroying your mining, destroying your business. It's the nature of war. This is how the world works. I don't know where we got the idea that anything we don't protect is going to just stay there, safe. It's not. Because there are forces that want to take advantage of you to enrich themselves. He said, you know what? I used to think that it's live and live world. This is a zero-sum world, it turns out. That the principle that they are following is a zero-sum principle. That is why America is fighting Russia today. That's why Russia is fighting America. That's why China is fighting. Because they understand that power, if you consider it to one side, you are losing something. And we have just totally forgotten that game. We are not even playing it at all. And we have to start enforcing that aspect of our society. We think we are divided, but we are not. We really think we are divided, but we are not. I actually believe we are more united than many other countries I see in Europe. I just gave an example where they are talking about forgiving separatist activists and leaders that were jailed, and they didn't cause loss of life. Oh, you see massive protests say no, don't forgive them, keep them in jail. You have the UK where they have North and South divide. In Scotland hates England, England hates Scotland. Everybody hates each other in many European countries, but yeah, they are able to function. What it tells you that we are more united than we think. We are just poor, and the only game we have not played is the game of securing ourselves, which is basically power. Look at our backyard. There has been a republic, there is Togo, there is all the other countries out there. They are just as poor and destitute because Nigeria is weak. When China rose, look at what happened in the whole in the whole Asian country. Vietnam is doing well, Japan is doing well, South Korea is doing well, North Korea, all of them are doing well because one major nation within that region rose. The same thing with America. America rose, all Europeans rise with it. It's how it works. If one nation rises in the Middle East now, you're going to see them start rising. The Asian countries, the Indian countries, that's how they are rising. Bangladesh, all of them, Malaysia, all of them are doing better now. If Nigeria rises, you see that in West Africa, you see that in Cameroon, you see that in all the other countries surrounding us. And how does that rise happen? You have to be strong. You have to build a strong nation that can defend itself and defend its region. And no African country is doing it right now. That's where I will leave it. And thank you all for coming in. Ify, I really appreciate the work you did today. There is something to be said for dictatorship. It works. We are grateful for it.
Who is the dictator? Who is the dictator?
Ify.
Yeah, actually, I think she should be a moderator. I think she.
If he wasn't a dictator, if he did what Nigeria refused to do, if he insists that everybody should follow the rule.
Order.
And if she did that, but I understand that giving time will not take out of the time. But she did not give me time. He gave it to who will speak for her.
That one is her right to do it.
Yeah, it's her right.
She's within her right.
I mean, I'm not against. I'm just telling you that is what Nigeria does.
Uncle John, I got you next week.
I think there is a balance, isn't it? There's a balance when you have a female on board and at the same time enforcing rules. And for me, I support people that are enforcing the right thing. So we all supported her, to be fair. Because what we tend to find is that sometimes when you say rules, everybody will have for 30 seconds and 15 seconds extra. And I often say, okay, go ahead and do that. But from the beginning, we said no Jara, no extra 10 seconds, and we enforced it, and it worked. And I remember the last time I worked with Ify too, it did work then too. There is something to be said when two people who are working on the same thing, and you guys seem to be respecting her a lot more than you respect me. But
Forefather, I think you should learn something from Ify, and I think you should use, you have the power to mute people, because sometimes I see you just allowing. You don't need to just mute the person so that the conversation continues. And Ify should be on this platform every time, because you can see the effects.
I have a job. I have to pay my bills.
But you have an effect.
Whenever you're available, I think it's a dual, duality. You see, this duality thing works.
I'm not for there now. If you
it's duality now. The good guy and the bad guy, but good cop, bad cop. She's the bad cop. I'm the nice guy. I'm like, and I will. We make sure everything goes smoothly. It really did work well today, because this was a charged conversation, yet it went well, reasonably well. So
coupled with the fact that she's beautiful, it added more spice.
You see, now you have to try to. You need to stop it.
No, the truth of the matter is that what happened yesterday was a mess. I mean, if you are behind and you were listening, you'd be like, "What the heck is going on?" I mean, I don't understand why. I don't know. It's just very difficult for me hearing this from the background. Why can't we just let somebody, when everybody's speaking, nobody's speaking? It was just like
I think Forefather is too nice, because I've been on the platform sometimes. Somebody was insulting Forefather, and all Forefather was saying was, okay. I mean, man, you are too nice, man. You should use the mute button.
They are already calling me dictator sometimes. I have to try to rein myself in a bit, because I do have those tendencies. I think it helps if we had two people, so that when one side says this and we stand by it, I can do it, but I just tend to not like to mute people.
The reason why it was difficult for you forefathers to do, and why it's going to be difficult going forward, is that if you interject in what anybody wants to say, it's going to be hard for you to stop others from interjecting.
That's what I wanted to
say.
That was what happened. That was what was happening yesterday.
I think it's a style of conversation.
Hold on. Since the two-man committee work, we need to wait for. We'll retest the model where Passad, Olumide, and when they are all here, we'll retest it.
That's no. If you don't do it,
it will still work. You know why it will still work? If they don't want to shut their mouth up, you remove them. It will still work.
To mute them,
No, you remove them. You don't have to mute them. You remove them completely and put them. It will still work.
Once anybody understand that it's not personal, it's not going to pick offense.
Yes. Yeah. And I think regarding it's also the style of the conversation. Sometimes some conversations is more academic and it needs more interaction. So, and this conversation today was more, okay, everybody give your own opinion about it. And because I guess we live and learn. If it's a charged conversation, you want to make it so that everybody has their own turn. Because if you do this, give and this thing, then it gets heated and people will interject, and it just gets out of control. But yesterday, though, what made it charged yesterday was because the moment I even broached the topic, don't talk about it, don't even try it. That is where it even started from. So it was always meant to spill, get out of control. And so that's where it started from. And I don't know why that was that way, but we're going to broach that topic again some other time.
There are some topics that are no go areas.
Yeah, right.
You know why I'm saying that? No, that topic is no go area.
$1 billion, no go area.
I thought I was going to talk about lipstick today.
Even
lipstick today and makeup.
That's a very important topic.
Let me ask you.
Listen,
let me ask you a question, Forefather. Forefather, have you heard of what happened to Andrew Tate?
Yes.
Okay, good. I will be very careful. You don't want to
part of it. What do you mean?
I don't know. Just go and go.
You mean
go and go.
Be
careful with that kind of. No. Be careful with that kind of topic. It started with those topics.
What we are discussing now doesn't really.
Oh no! That has nothing to do with it. And the Tate was actually just bullying people. This one is talking about something very, very serious about money.
But we're in the era of canceling people. You be careful about topics like that.
No, not canceling. It's not even close. You have what they call passport bros. You have manosphere. You have all kinds of stuff that is going on online that is actually very negative towards women. But I actually think that this area was very, very important. We talked about the idea that we don't talk about it, which is very interesting. In Nigerian society, there is another part of Nigerian society that feels like women topic is a no-go area, which is really strange because it's supposed to be a chauvinistic culture, but yeah, women topic is no-go area. It's really strange, weird balance that they have about that.
Listen,
But you know,
why I was not comfortable yesterday was that if you put it in the context of what concerns both genders, but I don't like a situation whereby, not because of you forefathers, when men will pick up an issue about women to discuss, are they trophies? Are there not people that can take decisions about themselves? It's just like the clan where I live here. Men take upon themselves to discuss issue about contraceptive, abortion, this, that, as if the woman gets herself pregnant. There are issues you can allow people. There was a time we had Beijing conference. If we are discussing how to empower women to be in elective positions, fine and good. Women should be able to have such conversation among themselves. If it's okay by them, it's okay. By the way, can you tell me the reason why women care about how they look? It's because of men.
It's because of you guys.
If men are not interested in it, why would they do it? A woman gets pregnant, men are deciding what's going to happen to that baby. The man in question was not sanctioned. Does a woman get herself pregnant?
I think that is a kind of a modern way of looking at it. That's actually, some part of it is actually erroneous. When you say we are discussing women and without them taking part, you have 1,001 channels of women discussing men. That happens without any questions. And in terms of when women get pregnant and whether men should have a say, even Western women are even saying it now, that how is it that a woman can decide whether to have a child or not, but the man cannot decide whether to support the child or not? Because once the woman goes on to have the child, the man has to support the child. The man doesn't have a choice.
My life, my body.
But that's the thing now. You can take life, but the man cannot abandon the life. That doesn't seem right.
Got the woman pregnant.
Yeah, but that's the thing now. How can the woman be able to take life? The man cannot be able to abandon the life. That seems unequal.
Come on, let's not go there.
Maybe we are going to the backstage.
Let's do this backstage. We'll do this backstage so that we don't explode the commenters' brains.
And people will need to come in again.
We are on the
topic again. Let me say this thing. Let me greet the people that have donated first. Actually, one man went to Mo. Thank you for the donation, Kulata, Young One. Colata, Crown. I didn't see Crown's donation actually. I'm sorry I missed that. Actually, it's not fair because he donated just before we finished. And then Adam, thank you for the donation too. I really appreciate it. You are supporting the channel. And let me say greetings to the chat people. Hannah, I see you there. I don't think I've seen that name before, Hannah. That's a cool name. McNelly, I see you there. Adam, thank you for coming in. A for real, I see you there, and you're on the panel too. Highbury 10, thank you for coming in. And I've not seen you on the panel before. Let's see. Well, Sandstorm, I see you there. All Our Politics, thank you for coming in, and you're on the panel too. Thank you for spending your time with us. Fosa Akembo, thank you for coming in. Olumide, thank you for coming in. Let's see who else is there. Let me see quickly. Round this up. Clapzal, thank you for coming in. Clapzal was supporting me today. He's always on Tone's case. Clapzal, take it easy with Tone. Okay, you don't have to keep having a go at Tone constantly. It's like he's on Tone's case all the time. Who else? Let's see. Namdi, if you can do, Thank you for coming in. Who else? Young one. I think I've said young one before. Yeah, that should be about it. And I will close out. Oh, that's Fumio. Fumio, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming in, Fumio. Fumio has been here all the while. I will play us out with some of our nice Eastern music. They don't have copyright. We are still looking for more songs. If you are a musician, you can bring songs and we can promote it here. To play us out. Thank you for coming in. Till sometime this week, I'm going to be on again, and then hopefully we'll see you all whenever the stream is on. And obviously, we're going to be on next weekend and Saturday, Sunday. And bye, everyone.
Onye ọma zoro bio akwa nwa zoro bio Max ịbịa bunye n'okwanụ m n'ofube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịa zigo mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịa zigo akwa nwa nwe ilochi yo biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya Onyo mazoro biko Abamba wazara nasari Ibya unyane gwana Ulagado ni biazigo Ulagado ni biazigo Abamba wilo chino Biko rafu zoro Onawazi Mazi wekoma Odogu no kwere zinenka Onyomo niga dele mo Mazi ni biazi kama Ibu go with melody Odogu na chala noka Ezi wane mliga dele mo Olagado ni pezigo noe Olagado ni pezigo Amama mwilo chilo Bikora muzoro Anabazi Te Onyama zoro Mama wazara nesari Ibya muyanu kwana mo ofube naru Ulaga doni biazugo Nazaboy Ulaga doni biazugo Amama wilo chilo Biko rapu zoro Anabazi Aiz Odogu kenenu bikechofo Ama kwa mnika kugogia Waligwe kwelo Ikejo mabele bege Hey, you want? Eku kampune kene Omogo ndi nso Chukwu negaji Esi nwanne m ekene Ịlapụlụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa Ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne Wisdom ga-adị Ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu Isili maxi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a Malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ Wesi gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme Wisdom onume ekene
Yeah, there is true beauty in Nigerian culture. I just needed to say something that I forgot to say, and no. Sorry. Let me just say this quickly. This is about the person that has made all this possible. We seem to have forgotten that Dr. Damages, and he's in Nigeria right now, and I thought we should remember that we should thank him for actually making all this possible. These conversations that we have been having. Dr. Damages, if you are watching this, thank you for the platform, and I hope whatever you are doing in Nigeria succeeds for the betterment of us all. Thank you. All right, I will close out with my dear Fashek now.
You are still live.
Yeah, I know. That's why I stopped it so that you can hear it. I don't want to say it in the background. All right.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ o.